Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
Welcome to this 102nd edition of the Zak World of Façades conference. My name is Ahmed. I'm part of the organizing committee here. I'd like to extend a warm welcome to all of you here at today's event. Just give you a quick introduction about the Zak World of Façades conference series for those who are attending the event for the first time around. So, literally all across the globe, from New Zealand right up until Canada. We've completed 101 editions, as I've told you, so it took us 10 years to complete that, except minus the 1 year of 2020. So we're back in full force in terms of events globally. Most of the countries are open, so we've executed most of our events, which we missed in 2020, 2021, this year, and finishing a few other early next year. So these are one-day networking conferences like today, where we invite architects, consultants, contractors, leading industry material manufacturers to network, to interact with each other. I'd like to thank our event partners for today's event. Let me just start off with thanking all of them. We've got 46 of them, but I'll go as quick as possible so that we don't delay. Accoya Wood. So our associate partners for the event is, the first one is Accoya Wood. We have Areta, we have AGC Interpaint, AkzoNobel, Arkema, Exalta, Boston Valley Terracotta, Codina, Cosentino, Custom Metal Crafters, Dow, FXCollaborative, Euramax, FaçadesX, Fenestra Pro, FG Glass, Florim, Focky, Frankenschotter Fisher, Gamma Stone, Glassbell, Guardian Glass, Helio, HB Fuller, Hilti, Hoffman Facades, Hydro, Extrusions, ISD, Kingspan, Curare, Metawell, Neolith, Northern Facades, Omnimax, Safelex, Saint-Gobain Glass, Scene, Sherwin-Williams, Coil Coating, Shildan Group, Silkar Stone, Socotec, Testeral, Turkish Glass, Viracon, Vitro Architectural Glass, a luxury art facades partner, Laswet, a networking partner, Walter P. Moore, and those who are participating in the AIA credits. We are accredited for 8 AIA learning units. You can fill up your membership number when you leave at the end of the day, and our team will process the same. So we've been in North America since 2017. That was our first event in New York City. We've grown a little bit more in North America. We did an event in the West Coast in Seattle in March earlier this year. We did one in Toronto. And we've got a few more planned for next year. I've got one more left, a small one, end of the year in Dallas on the 7th of December. So we want to bring, I think, what we are doing in a little different way from the other events to North America. So facades are all about style and how do I say? So the building facade is basically the identity of the building. So it's a stylish, the most stylish element of the building. So we wanted to do more stylish event. So that's why this large kind of setup. It takes us some time to build all this, but our operations team has done a great job. But not to forget the content also. So we have a full day program today. You have the agendas on your tables, on your chairs, so you can see today's program. My colleague Susan has put forward an excellent program with the speakers for today. Different people are talking on different topics. So just to explain how this works, so the morning session is what we call a plenary session. The hall is going to be open. Post-lunch, the hall is going to split into 3 parts. So this is track A, right to your extreme left. This is track B, and that's track C. So you have the air walls coming in. So we have track A here, track B here, and track C there. Seating is on first come, first serve basis. So these doors over here will give you access to the respective tracks. So you can pick and choose your track beforehand. You can also switch between tracks, provided they are not full. So you can plan your day. We're not going to take any questions for today. all our presenters hopefully would be there in the networking break, so you can meet them one-to-one and ask them your questions. And I think we'll start today's agenda. My role ends here. I'll have to get into operational stuff. I'd like to call upon Erik Verboen, the Managing Director, Principal Leader of Building Enclosures for Walter P. Moore here in North America. So Erik will be our event host. Erik has been a former participant at this event. Walter P. Moore are also our cocktail sponsors for the end of the day. So without taking much of time, I'll call Erik on stage. I just realized one thing. We're not giving the goodie bags anymore, so the delegate badges should have a USB stick. The USB stick has the brochures of all our sponsors. All our sponsors have a booth outside over there. I would urge all of you to please meet them, interact with them. It's because of their support we are able to do such kind of grand events in probably the most expensive city in the world, at least for us as event organizers. So please support them. You never know, their solutions could be used in your next project. So without taking further time, I'd like to call upon Mr. Erik Verboen from Walter P. Moore on stage. Please, Erik, over to you.
Thank you, Ahmed. Great. So I think we're already running a little bit behind, so I'm going to try to keep my stuff succinct as possible. So thank you very much. It's great to see everybody here, all these smiling faces, a lot of friends in the industry. Always fantastic to have an event like this that we can all meet and commingle and have a drink at the end of the day. As Ahmed said, this is the 102nd edition of the event and the 4th event in New York City, which is really amazing. I wish we could have gotten the 100th spot, the century spot, and maybe could have celebrated that. But I understand that why Ahmed maybe put it in Mumbai, so we'll forgive him for that. But I do want to congratulate him on an amazing venue. Also, thank you, Ahmed and Susan, for allowing us, Walter P. Moore, to be an event networking sponsor. Yeah, a beautiful venue. There's views outside. You get the wonderful stench of New Jersey coming across. If you can't find me later, I'll probably be at the bowling alley with a pint of beer. So just to start. So last year, my good friend Attila Aryan from Schuko USA was here, and he was talking about the return after 2 years of being remote, and how we are sort of excited to be back together again, and that we're here again. I want to celebrate the fact we're here again for a 2nd year in a row, thriving certainly after a very uncertain sort of year following 2 years of the pandemic. So really happy to see that and hope everybody's doing well. This year, the program is focused primarily on New York City. And last year, if you were here, you'll remember that Attila sort of mentioned that we were in a unique spot to witness what New York City does best, which is reinvent itself. And certainly we've seen with the amount of work that continued through the pandemic and the amount of work that has started in the pandemic, that is a testament to how New York City renovates itself, how it reinvents itself, and how it is resilient. And so, we are focused today on resilience of enclosures. And resilience of enclosures and facades come in many different forms. We have a lot of unique speakers here today to talk about their experiences on the work that they do and how resilience plays a part in the work that they do. So these speakers, talk about a lot of different projects, a lot of different subjects, such as reinventing facades, renovating, restoration, minimizing carbon for enclosure systems, permanence, and whether that be, through durable materials, novel materials, or even creating works of art out of our facades that will stand the test of time. So I don't want to take any more time. I want to introduce and roll right into our first presenters. And we'll kickstart the day with a discussion on recladding, or the sort of revisioning of an existing building. So Heintges, you are probably all very aware of, is a very well-known international firm that focuses on highly customized, very well-detailed, high-performance facades for both new building and existing buildings. And to speak about the latter, we have Areta Pawlynsky and Delaney to speak about their experience with the recent project.
Can you hear me? Not so well. Okay. This is a little new to me, so bear with me. thank you to all of you that have come out so early today. It's quite impressive, especially our Heintges cheering section here. So Heintges is a firm of architects and engineers dedicated exclusively to building envelope. We are full services, providing technical detailing and design of facades, of roofing and waterproofing. We also get involved in enhanced inspections, such as special inspections and FISP in New York City. And we are also involved in building enclosure consulting. I just want to show some projects that we work throughout the world. We have offices in New York and in San Francisco. New construction includes the tower at PNC Plaza with Gensler in Pittsburgh, Mira Tower with Studio Gang in San Francisco, Stanford Chem, and the Woodside Neurosciences Institute with NEAD Architects. In Washington, D.C., the National Museum of African American History and Culture with a joint venture group of Freelon, Adjay, Davis Brody Bond, and Smith Group. And then we are increasingly involved in reclads of interesting projects. Here we have 100 Stockton Street, designed by Gensler in San Francisco. LaGuardia Community College in Long Island City, designed by Mitchell Jurgala Architects. And lastly, the United Nations headquarters renovation, where we acted not only as a facade consultant, but also the architect for facades. So let's expand on recladding by looking more closely at a case study that is fascinating in Washington, D.C., 555 Pennsylvania Avenue for Johns Hopkins University. Through the recladding of this building, we've had the opportunity to change its identity from a museum to a visible academic center, to improve the performance of its enclosure, and now we'll show you how this was executed. As you all know, it takes a village to design and execute a complicated project. And the village for this project is much broader than the names here on the screen. But since we are concentrating on the facades, the collaborators who informed and impacted the facades most are listed here. From the caring owner, Johns Hopkins University, to the design architect for the project, NEAD Architects, to the architect of record, Smith Group, to Lara, the structural engineer. I want to point out that many of the colleagues at NEAD, Heintges, and Lara had the joy of working on the original building, the museum, which began in 2003, and now improving it and renovating, re-identifying this building as an academic building. The location is prominent along Pennsylvania Avenue, close to the US Capitol, across the street from the West Building of the National Gallery, and directly adjacent to the Canadian Embassy. This is a photo of the original museum soon after its completion in 2008. As a museum, it showcased First Amendment and the role of journalism in First Amendment. The design team was led by James Stewart Polshek and Robert Young, and this is especially poignant with the passing of Jim Polshek last month. The organization of the design was in volumes referred to as bars, which step back from Pennsylvania Avenue. The first bar is the one that faces Pennsylvania Avenue and had a tablet dedicated to the First Amendment. The process of approaching this project was enhanced by the fact that there was so much collective knowledge in the team. And from NEAD, I want to just point out some of the names of people that were involved on the original museum and then continuing on Johns Hopkins. Kevin McClurkin, Felicia Berger, Kate Kulpa, and John Jordan. And from Lara, Dan Cecil, and from Heintges, myself. Now you see a rendering of the new exterior identity, which was skillfully developed under the leadership of Richard Olcott. Richard's reflections about Jim Polshek resonate as legacy here, and I quote, "Preservation, sensitivity to context, social responsibility, community engagement, respect for the environment. These were Jim's touchstones when no one else was talking about them. Now everyone is." On the screen, you see floor plans of before, above, and now below. The original museum's function involved exhibitry in an atrium space, and it was important to have the clearest, what was called window on the world, to view that. Hence, that window on the world was recessed with a terrace. In the new plan, you can see that additional floor space was able to be captured in this terrace zone and used for the functions of Johns Hopkins University new academic center, which include classrooms, conferences, meeting spaces, and a theater. This is the south elevation, a photograph soon after completion. And by choosing selective demolition of only the most visible portions of the facade and keeping the building structure, Johns Hopkins University thoughtfully considers embodied carbon, since the largest portion of embodied carbon in a building comes from building structure. This is a photo in process where the new slabs are extended out, and you can see the framing for the stone that wraps the exterior. Enniad's rendering of the final design, facade design, shows a renewed palette of materials. This establishes a strong identity for Johns Hopkins University in Washington, D.C., while tying to the surrounding historical context. The palette of materials was provided early in the approvals process, and I turn over to my colleague, Brian Delaney, for more detail.
Thank you, Areta. Just continuing that idea of how materiality can start to impact and influence the identity that this new Johns Hopkins University sort of presence creates along Pennsylvania Avenue. I think one of the important things or sort of successful aspects of what INEAD was able to do with the reclad of Bar 1 was its use of opaque, translucent, and transparent materials across 3 wall systems while maintaining the existing facade on the previous 2 bars, so Bar 2 and 3. We'll see that across the 3 wall types that we'll look at today. First being an open joint stone-clad rain screen system with a carbon and stainless steel backup. The second wall system will be a unitized custom step geometry curtain wall system with horizontally oriented IGUs that have a copper-colored mesh interlayer laminated into the outer light. And then the third wall system, as we see here, will be also a custom unitized curtain wall system that has sort of projecting horizontal laminated glass fins and a bronze-colored mesh interlayer that is laminated into those fins. So we'll start off with the first wall system, which is our open joint stone-clad rain screen system. I think one of the important things that Johns Hopkins did and the design team did was to start off with this sort of large swath of opaque area and really choose a material that ties in to the existing context. The material was a light rose Tennessee pink marble that was selected, and then adjacent, and really to sort of tie in that to the context, because a number of historic and contemporary projects along Pennsylvania Avenue, as well as the National Mall, use this material as well. And I think too that really that material starts to sort of set the foundation for how this material can really sort of weave in that presence, that new identity along Pennsylvania Avenue. So for our stone system, we're looking at 2 major panel types, our flat stone and then our beveled stone. We have sort of 2 variations of this beveled stone. You can see on the diagram on the right, all of the white area as well as the orange are all of our flat stone, with our yellow being our beveled stone. And we have 2 variations of that with a 4-foot wide bevel and then a 2-foot wide bevel. The stone panels are 1 foot 11 inches tall by 6 feet wide, and that's across the entirety of the facade with some unique monolithic corners. The challenge for this system was really to develop the backup structure in a way that would accommodate the existing planes of the new ZIM, both the existing structure and then also the existing slab edges where that structure was remaining. Doing that while also sort of looking at the idea of minimizing waste and materiality when selecting a stone thickness while still accommodating these bevels. So we started to come up with the HSS backup system that really sets outside of the thermal envelope with light penetrations to add to that performance, minimizing those disruptions. Creating a vertical HSS system outboard allows us to hang the panels on a horizontal track that has varying anchor types, stainless steel back cut anchors on the back side of these stone panels. And then those anchor depths allow that flexibility from going from a 3-inch stone in the field conditions and then a 4-inch thick stone at the beveled locations, as well as above and below, to address any visibility that may happen when viewing into that beveled void. We can start to see here some early VMU and constructability mock-ups where the architect and design team was really starting to see the effects of this natural material and also how that design intent starts to cast shadow across the sort of receiving surfaces of these bevels in different lighting conditions, different sky dome conditions at different times of the day, earlier morning, direct sunlight, and ending up with sort of low horizon sun shadow casting on the bottom right. We can start, so once that sort of early constructability mock-ups were completed, the project stone actually was awarded to our Brody and Associates, along with Holman and Bernard, as well as Tennessee Pink Marble Company to supply the stone. We can start to see here the really sort of true effects of that naturally material in combination with these adjacent curtain wall systems, as well as how the perimeter trim really starts to cast that shadow. And then on the facade, the stone above would actually cast that shadow as well. We continued on to the sort of dry lay and mock-up process. So once the materialities were selected, everything had gone through the shop drawing process. The architect and design team was able to go down to Tennessee Marble's facility and do a dry lay where they were hand selecting and shifting around the actual locations of where these stone panels exist to address any sort of concentrations and effects due to the sort of natural material. And then another interesting aspect that was able to be accomplished by Tennessee Pink Marble and the remainder of the stone construction team was these monolithic corner returns. We had three different types, really two different types to a reverse, but the biggest one was a 3-foot extent on either side of the corner, and that really started to create this sort of dynamic, crisp edge to create the massing for this volume. So looking at the second wall system here, we are getting into our curtain wall system. And this first curtain wall system really started to take on the challenge of the existing structure and the existing floor-to-floor heights from the new ZIM sort of grand triple height, quadruple height museum space in that atrium. So our floor-to-floor heights are 22 feet. So we needed to design a system that could accommodate that expansive spans, while also in plan sort of stepping back or staggering or sawtoothing in a way that was designed by the architect or by an EAD to follow some existing structure lines, some existing beams and columns, and then sort of stepping around this new projecting geometry. We can see that geometry in plan a little bit better here, how it's sort of stepping back, following along some of these existing beam lines, and then the new slab is built out to continue that angle. And then on the right, you can see that projecting volume we'll talk about in the next wall system. So here it gets into a little bit more detailing of how we sort of viewed this wall system, where we're looking at this step geometry, trying to maintain its sort of performance from an air and water standpoint, is sort of working portion of the vertical interlocks, the horizontal stack joints, maintaining that at the back of the wall system in a way that it's protected and it is easy and continuous across the angle of the slab edge. And this, allows this sort of complicated step geometry to work in the same fashion as a typical flat wall system.
There's only 12 minutes.
There's only 12 minutes.
Alongside this, we were also looking at material selection for the glazing to understand how the performance and aesthetic beauty would start to be added to the glazing. We looked at a range of samples from expanded metal meshes, fabric meshes, and ended up settling on a product by Safar, produced and fabricated by Krista Curva. This Safar mesh is integrated into that outer laminate. And this sample also, as well as for the project, also has a Solar Band 72 coating built into it. So we start to see here some of the constructability, or sort of some of the glass mock-ups that we viewed during trips to Guadalajara to Krista Curva's facility, really starting to look at the technical appearance and performance of this glass. And then we can see on the right that sort of dynamic mesh being integrated into the curtain wall system at the curtain wall contractor's facility, which is produced and fabricated by Tidewater Glazing with the help of United Architectural Metals. So once again, we continue to see how dynamic that material is, sort of allowing certain levels of translucency from the interior to the exterior while maintaining this color that blends into the identity of that sort of warmth and those bronzes and that natural stone. We can continue to see that here. And then in different daylighting, overcast, it becomes a little bit more neutral, changing that allowance of translucency. And then on the interior, that mesh is actually not coated. It's just the natural black surface of the mesh, which helps with a range of things from the solar comfort and solar performance of this wall type. And this is just to show some sort of scale of how large those 22-foot by 12-foot units are. So I'm going to carry through here. So our last wall system is the flat curtain wall system with 22-foot spans as well and 12-foot widths. The interesting aspect of this, what was challenging, is really working with the geometry of the facade to only capture at 2 levels and then suspend above and below to create a 3-foot 3 cantilever at the top for a parapet on the terrace, and then a 11-foot cantilever at the lower extent. You can start to see here in our detailing the challenges of that, really having to hang that lower unit off the new slab edge while pulling out kickers to grab the wind load connection for lateral for that cantilevered unit. So we also went with a bronze-coated mesh, 2-side coated for this one, for these horizontal fins that exist outboard of it. Also sort of really capturing the dynamic sort of depth of that material through the lighting and different overcast sky conditions. Also continuing into understanding the technical and quality performance from Krista Curva at their facility, and looking at the sort of struggles and then also successes of working with this material. Here we can start to see those actual fins and that curtain wall system from the PMU integrated into the performance mock-up. These fins are not actually installed on site yet as the project is ongoing.
Oh, good, the mic is working. I want to point out, these are pictures from when Museum was under construction, and at bar 2, that is the taller, darker in appearance, has white fins on it. And here's a detail from Enclose, the curtain wall contractor for the original project, and a view of the white fins. And here they are replaced, just the fin, not the facade, with the copper mesh laminated material to help pull the whole design together in the consistent palette.
So once all of that is designed, the challenges are sort of met and analyzed from this existing to sort of navigating the new structure, slab edges, and facade, sort of infill into these voids from the new ZIM. We look at some of the challenges of how that is actually executed. So we went through the process of the performance mock-up to look at how we designed the system, then how Tidewater and United Architectural Metals actually carried it out during their fabrication and shop drawing phases. We were not met without challenge. One major change is, you can see our detail on the left is where we looked at a pressure equalized dual sill system with the working portion of the mullions at the back to maintain that line of continuity, provide additional level of protection, whereas the actual contractor ended up going with the single leg system, and that line of the air and weather barrier actually follows the geometry of the stepped units. This creates a challenge because when you're actually transitioning planes perpendicular to the facade, your stack joint loses its ability to have a cavity to create compression against the air silk gasket. When we're doing that, you can see here on the right, they actually have a C channel that has 2 small points to compress that stack joint. And what we actually saw in the performance mock-up is water infiltration at every stack joint location or four-way location of this typical detail, all due to the lack of compression. But that's why we go through this mock-up process, so that we can work alongside the contractor, and the contractor and us can identify potential failures or potential issues that need to be addressed. Some solutions to that: they were able to increase that channel, flip it in the opposite direction, which you can see here on the left, to have a longer line of compression, and add additional baffles and sealant to reduce the risk of moisture infiltration. So looking at some more site challenges that we encountered or really started to see was the sheer scale of our stone wall system. These sometimes 3 and 4 inch panels, as well as the significant number of returns at interface conditions adjacent to bar 2 and bar 3. Or really, sorry, bar 2, my apologies. You can see it took 4 to 5 workers at times, having to hoist each panel up, hand set it in the right location, get it shimming and everything in place, as well as being able to work around some of the hurdles of the existing structure and how Brody and Holman and Bernard were able to anchor their system. But now we can see some of the sort of final selections and final viewing of the installed condition, to really start to understand how that natural light casts its shadows across these different bevel lengths. This is some more construction photos. You can see the beveled conditions, and then the leave-outs are just for the hoist, but they'll be infilled after the hoist is removed. This is on our western wall, where we also have a small sliver of our stepped geometry curtain wall system. Moving on to some of the hurdles with the next 2 curtain wall systems were the sheer size of these units, those 12 by 22 foot units being hoisted up on a small site, sometimes even having to block off the road and swing these units on site. They had to essentially load 5 or so units on site at a time and install those prior to getting the next shipment in, due to their shield scales and the minimal site access. 2 other challenges. One here on the left, dealing with existing structure, as well as the size of these units, having to preload a number of the slab conditions. You can see these large water tanks. I believe there was maybe 100 or so, or 200 across multiple floor plates to set the units. The units were around 4,000 pounds apiece. So having to set those units, empty the water, really set another unit, empty the water as we come across the facade. And you can also see here on the right that some of the corner units are wraps in these tighter areas underneath the terrace locations. The glass had to be installed actually in the field rather than in the fabrication facility. And these are some final shots of our curtain wall 2, or our flat wall system. These are those 11-foot tall cantilevers, really starting to see the scale of that being hung onto our dead and wind load anchors at the very top extent. And this is the final condition that we start to see that wall system today. As I mentioned earlier, the horizontal glass fins that have the bronze-coated mesh are not actually installed quite yet, but hopefully we see that in the coming few weeks. And then to wrap this up, this is, as Areta showed earlier, that one of those early renderings of the sort of design of this project. You can see the bar 2 in the back that had previously the white opaque fins, and now the bronze colored laminated fins. Now we can see also our bar 1 reclad with our stone system, our step geometry curtain wall, as well as our flat system with the horizontal laminated fins. And then as it's in progress today, now we can really start to see that transformation, that infill, and how this creates a completely different identity along Pennsylvania Avenue. And just want to thank everyone again from Zak's, as well as everyone for being here. Thank you.
Thank you for your attention. Hope you can visit it next year.
All right, thank you, Areta and Brian, for a really fantastic presentation on wonderful revisioning of an existing building. And thank you for the sort of honesty of the challenges that comes along with designing complex enclosures. I'm sure we all love to see those as opposed to just seeing the flashy images at the end of the day. So next up, I'm going to talk about the fact that resiliency is a term that's born out of ecology. And in the design world, it's become synonymous with the term adaptability and the need to involve people in the design of inclusive environments. Hailed as the most accessible museum in the United States, the US Olympic and Paralympic Museum is a shining example of adaptability in architecture through function and form. I'd like to invite Benjamin Martin, or Gilmartin, sorry, with Diller Scofidio Renfro to speak about this project.
Can you hear me okay? Okay. So thanks for coming out this morning. It's really exciting to be here and to follow our colleagues at Heintges, who we've count ourselves among the privileged to have done several successful projects with them at Lincoln Center, MoMA, and elsewhere. I'm Ben Gilmartin. I'm a partner of Diller Scofidio Renfro Architects here in New York. And I'm here today to tell the story of the US Olympic and Paralympic Museum. This is the first official place in America that tells the stories of the life, the struggles, the commitment, the endurance, and ultimately the extraordinary physical achievements of Olympic and Paralympic athletes, American athletes. And our architecture for the museum had to play a role in creating a sense of excitement around that struggle, that sense of movement, that sense of aspiration. Our site is in Colorado Springs. It's south of Denver in Colorado. And it's at the foot of the Rocky Mountains, which is truly an Olympic quality site or setting for the project. Colorado Springs calls itself Olympic City, America. It's the home of one of the US Olympic training centers at high altitude training, as well as US Air Force Academy and some extraordinary geographic settings like the Garden of the Gods. Our site initially was on the western edge of Colorado Springs downtown area, right along an active rail yard across from an amazing park, the Beautiful Park, and near the freeway. And thinking about an Olympic setting, when we first arrived and saw this was going to be our site, we had a moment of pause. There was sort of a cloud of dust that rose as the trains went by, and we said, is this really where we're going to put the Olympic Museum? But at the end of the Vermejo Street axis was going to be our museum, and it's truly on axis with Pikes Peak in the background. So it's a very dramatic site at the edge of town. Our first inclination in this funny sketch was not to stick the museum building at the end of the axis blocking it, but to create a two-part building that framed the view of Pikes Peak beyond as a kind of Olympic or a world-class setting, and to create an embracing plaza at the heart of the complex that would welcome visitors in. And so as we were exploring in the concept stage, we did many models and explorations of the form and massing of the building. We were very motivated to create a continuous universal pathway through the museum, in effect inspired by the Guggenheim Museum here in New York, so that everybody would have a common path, shared path through the museum experience from top to bottom. And then we looked at a lot of dynamic ideas about the internal structural expression of the building as well. And so these are additional versions of those model studies and the kind of evolution of a spiraling, pinwheeling form that ultimately was a building that would feel like it was coming out of its site, but poised to try to take flight. So a very aspirational and iconic expression. As we rationalized it through many further model studies, we created a series of stepping down rectangular gallery spaces that were enfolded in a kind of a pinwheel form or skin that expressed a sense of movement throughout the museum and externally as you saw it. And this is a model of the two-part site that I spoke about the initial concept renderings of the site. And you see the early evolution of a kind of metallic skin on the museum, as well as the northern site, a kind of a landform that contained the cafe, education spaces, and a connective piece along the western edge where the gift shop was, all framing that central plaza space. And finally, ultimately, we added a pedestrian connector bridge across the active rail yards to what's called America the Beautiful Park on the other side, and I'll speak a bit more about that right at the end of the presentation. So these are concept views of the museum, as I mentioned, framing the view of the mountains in the background, the kind of shimmering metallic skin, the way that the framed a very inviting, gracious arrival plaza with a circuitry of pathways across all the different levels, making the site fully universally accessible as well. Visualizations of the kind of overhanging form at the entrance of the building. It's kind of culminating moment that signifies where to enter the museum on the left. And that was overlooking the plaza space that we were creating that was meant to be a space that was active for visitors and locals throughout all the seasons. So the simple organization of the building was two levels of gallery spaces at the top, and then most of the lobby, retail, cafe, and other amenity spaces down around the plaza area at the bottom. The museum was organized around a grand central hall space that's a multi-story space of arrival that soars and provides a sense of orientation with daylight at the top. The visitor enters the museum at the bottom, moves through that central hall, takes a room-sized elevator to the top, and is presented with a view of Pikes Peak before you begin the museum journey. And then you pass through 2 floor cycles of continuously connected galleries that are interpretive exhibition spaces presenting the stories of Olympic and Paralympic athletes. And so just at a conceptual level, our organization of the spaces inside, and by the way, we think of our architecture as motivated by the spaces and programs inside, the structure, and the envelope becomes a kind of a garment that clads that. So that's why the importance of the expression of the building comes from the way that it's organized and the experience inside. But a movement from the heart of the building at arrival out to the perimeter through gallery spaces, transitioning down a quarter level, and then through the next gallery and on through 2 cycles. Overhead, a clear story light forms a kind of a trajectory from the point of arrival at the hall at the center out to the perimeter where there's a window back to the city. And that's a kind of a soft indication of a pathway of movement through the museum spaces that gives a kind of a pathfinding or a wayfinding sense of orientation. I won't dwell on this, but the gallery spaces, Journey to Excellence, athlete training, the lab is about technology. There's a recreation of the Parade of Nations, which is the opening ceremony to the Olympics. And then cycling down below, the Summer Games, Winter Games, galleries about the media, changing exhibitions, medaling, and they have medals from all of the Olympics throughout the years. And then passage through a theater with the greatest Olympic and Paralympic moments that's really supposed to get you charged up at the end. And finally, a return to the Hall of Fame at the bottom. Conceptually, the building was organized in our mind or the skin as an origami that folded from the central atrium space out in a series of petals that enfolded the gallery spaces to enclose them. And then again, between those petals were sort of daylight, seams of daylight. And that the daylighting at the right in the atrium space, clear story over the top, and a window at the perimeter back to the city. And you see a early model of this on the exterior of the building. Thinking about the cladding for the building, we were inspired by Olympic garments, the way that we think about the building as performing its structure like bones, its spaces, the sort of things that give it shape within, and then the outer skin as being a kind of elastic garment, almost like an Olympic costume, stretched over the body and expressing its straining and movement, much like an athlete, or at least taking inspiration from that. Secondarily, these kind of shark skin scales that gave Olympic swimmers an advantage until they were banned were sort of an inspiration for how we would begin to panelize the exterior of the building. And we did many studies of different panel shapes, but they had to be triangulated flat panels for this project that would cover curved surfaces. We looked at a kind of diamond shape with the idea that because the galleries are largely black box media spaces inside, the exterior skin had to play an expressive role in creating a sense of animation and movement, that the building always felt like it was changing and reacting as you moved around it as the daylight changed as well. So the kind of folded diamond panels that we created would present one facet up to highlight to the daylight and one facet down to shadow, and that patterning of light and shadow across the facade as the sun moved around and as you moved around would create a constant sense of variability and motion. We also created a tipped end to the panels so that they had a kind of scaling to them. I mentioned that shark tooth reference, and the scaling would give it an almost organic sense of orientation and movement across the surface. We looked at the way that these triangulated diamond panels would map over double curvature surfaces, the idea of putting ruling lines or Z-girts below that form the fastening substrate for the panels. And then we began to produce that geometry three-dimensionally in digital modeling. So the subdivision of the surfaces, the population with panels, the white areas of panelization are generally flat fields or slightly twisting surfaces. The yellows are hard bends or curves over the edges as it transitions along a fold line. And the pink panels form hems along the perimeter of facades so that there's clean edges of panelization. They feel like they resolve very naturally and organically to the form. This is the setting out of the geometry, subdivision of the surfaces across the entire exterior skin of the building. Again, that mapping of relatively flat surfaces, the knuckles, which are the yellow areas, the hem panels at the perimeter, the original Rhino model that we produced, the Grasshopper script used to parametrically control the panelization to subdivide in different ways and to optimize it. And you can see our efforts during that process, particularly under this double curved soffit over the entrance, to set out the geometry in a very clean way with clean edges where it meets the storefront entrance, at the fold lines under the soffit. And then we began a design assist effort with MG McGrath, who's a company that we work with a number of times on different projects, sharing a CATIA model. And in that model, we put the full building structure and all the overlaying layers of the facade, the cold rolled framing, and we mapped in the 3D point cloud as the steel was installed to ensure that the model perfectly conformed, at least at the structural level, to what was installed on site. And again, you can see variously kind of rotating around the model, the different features of its different exposures, and finally extracting one outer layer of panelization as a kind of a case study. So further, looking at the panelization, the panels themselves, these diamond-shaped folded panels, particularly at the folded knuckles where there's a kind of harder fold, the panels actually have flashing edges, that allow them to interlock and create a rain screen that sheds about 95% of the water to the exterior, and then those panels are able to be extracted, unfolded, and placed on cutting sheets. And this is one further look at that, of a kind of sliver of the panels. You see how there's a series of punches for registration pins. The panels actually were set in a sequence, and they pinned into each other to have a very precise alignment across the entire facade, because obviously something this bespoke can't get out of tolerance very much over the installation on the facade. So these are just some shots from MG McGrath's shop. The flat sheets of anodized aluminum placed on the laser bed, the laser cutting, which is CNC controlled, every panel with a label and a barcode so that you know its exact address, and then the CNC bending and forming of the panel edges and gutters to make their three-dimensional shape, both the soft crease through the middle, but all the edge forming and everything. I'm not being very technical in this presentation, but it's a pretty, the system is a range screen system. The structure, cold rolled framing, vapor barrier, sheathing, waterproofing, 2 inches of thermofiber insulation. The Z-girts that I showed previously set the panels off of the insulation and allow them to breathe a little bit, and then that's where they're installed in sequence and interlock with each other to flash out most of the water. And any water that gets behind is flashed out at the bottom. This was an on-site mock-up that we did because it's a very complicated assembly, particularly where these panels are installed meeting edges or meeting the glazing at windows and storefronts, things like that. So you see the waterproofing green behind, the Z-girts, the installation of the insulation, and the setting of panels in sequence. And those are those registration pins that I mentioned that allow them to register with each other very precisely with a slight amount of tolerance panel to panel. This is a special moment at the edge where we created a tapered edge at each facade around windows, a kind of a knife edge that we called the fingernail, which was composite panels that beveled back to the windows. And there's the complete mock-up. Meanwhile, while the mock-up was being built, you see it starting to appear over here in the corner there. This is just an overview of the construction on site. So the grading on site, the building of the foundation walls, the concrete cores, the steel superstructure of the building coming into realization. The introduction of the metal decks. The stud framing, sheathing, waterproofing. The introduction of those Z-girts running horizontally to mount the panels on. The insulation, and then the beginning installation of the panels. So these are just some photos during construction. Again, you see the steel superstructure, the structural studs that form the surfaces the panels are set off of. Again, insulation girts, panels going in sequence. This is on the southern facade, so you see the soffit below the vertical surface, and they're beginning to install the panels on when the surface turns over and begins to form a roof. And the installation under that double curvature facade over the entrance, which is really dramatic. I think it came out very, very nice as a kind of expression of both the kind of, you know, the aspirational quality of the building, but also as a gesture of here's where you enter the museum. I mentioned the reactivity of the panels. Colorado Springs has really amazing light. I mean, the daylight there is very strong. It's constantly changing. The weather is very volatile, and so there's a constant transformation of the climate. So you see these different daylighting conditions, light and shadow. So here's a completed museum sequence of photos. This was when it opened in 2020 during COVID, and I took the dangerous trip to go to the opening ceremony, but it was very exciting for us. The building, the plaza, the entrance, you see the way that the surfaces shimmer and react to the very dramatic quality of the sky. See how sometimes the scales form highlights, the kind of beautiful sort of movement of light, and sometimes they're forming shadows. Quickly, this is the central hall realized, the sequence of gallery spaces with those clear story lights. We didn't design the interior exhibition spaces. Those were designed by Gallagher Associates in Washington, D.C., our collaborators. The ramp transitions between levels, and at the transition to each gallery, a moment to step out of the gallery sequence back into the light of the central atrium space, to have a pause to reconnect with other people and to sort of take in the totality of the museum. The small northern piece is a grass roof structure, not unlike what we did at Lincoln Center or other projects that we've done that many others have done, that formed the cafe and education building. That had some natural risers that we built in to take you up to the cafe level that formed an invitation to sit on the plaza. And again, some more photos of the twisting expression of the building, the way that you see that the skin tightly tailored really does feel like it's elastically stretching on the bones of the building as the building is moving and trying to express itself. Here's that knife edge, or the fingernail as we called it, that wraps up between the different petals of the exterior shells with the glazing slots in between windows out of the galleries and down in the lobby spaces. And again, the museum, even though it's very unusual in this setting, it's very iconic, there's a way in which its geometry on the site, the sloped angles that it produces, the very soft rendition of gradients of light, makes it feel very sympathetic with its mountain setting, the very dramatic Rockies setting behind it. I'll add one coda briefly, and then I'll get off the podium, but this is adding the piece of the equation that's the pedestrian bridge, which is a pretty unique structure, and we worked with Arup on the development both of the museum and the pedestrian bridge. This was a connector as part of a larger master plan for the area where the museum formed a centerpiece, and it allowed the center of town to have a pedestrian connection to the America the Beautiful Park across the way, and a broader series of trails and bicycle paths that even connected ultimately to Denver. Our design for the bridge was very simple. It's a very shallow arch that crosses from one side over to the other, forming, in effect, an interlock between the museum and the park, a kind of coupling of those two spaces. This was an early rendering of it, making that park connection into the museum from the west across the rail yards. It's a 250-foot span. We called it the Rip Curl, as its nickname. And ascending up to it across the plaza of the museum was a circuitry of, again, universally accessible pathways that bring you to the bridge. Going one way, it frames a kind of iconic fountain in the park, and the other way, it frames a view back to the center of the city and interacts in a very nice way with the approach to the museum. And at night, it forms a kind of a vector of light that connects between the park and the city, which we thought was very nice. And even at the center, in a way, it makes a window looking onto the rail yards and the industrial history of Colorado Springs. The shape and plan was tailored to allow a continuous 8-foot pathway across the whole entire bridge as the structure curls over the top and leans in. The structure is effectively a truss structure with a stress skin panel system on the outside that stiffens it across this long, shallow span it's making, and it has tuned mass dampers that take down the vibration. This is a cut through the center of the bridge that shows the kind of primary 3 built-up chords of the truss that it makes. And then it looks like these are stone panels, but in the end, McGrath made a series of interior metal panels of aluminum with a coved base connecting to the walkway that allowed the structure, they could be removed to service the structure and inspect it when needed. Here are some photos of the bridge being fabricated by King Fabrications in Texas. These large built-up structural sections. Our markups on the steel in the shop when we visited make pretty. A big arch. Dry fitting the structure in the shop. And then filling, sanding, priming, painting in the shop, loading on the back of the truck. It came in 6 pieces to the site. And this is the park across from the museum, across the railroad tracks. welding up and connecting it all on site, and then grinding and finishing it, repainting it. And then ultimately lifting it with the crane up onto 2 robotically controlled movers that within one 8-hour window had to roll the bridge across all 12 active rail lines, deposit it on its pier on the west side and the pier foundation wall on the museum side. That was the topping out. This is the pier on the museum, on the park side with a kind of dramatic overlook onto the park. We used tension cables strung along the sides with extend mesh stretched between them to create the necessary protective barriers on the bridge so nobody drops anything on the train cars when they come by. And these are the mounting details, the installation. The large masts at the ends, at the entrances to the bridge that anchor the tension cables and the extend mesh. And then the museum and bridge together when the bridge opened in 2021. So that's what I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Benjamin. Really wonderful project and great example of a really articulated enclosure systems on a form that is truly, inspiring and dynamic in a way that mimics the sport itself, right? So when we think about resilient materials as designers, and we try to make a list of them, at the top of the list, we list the ones that are, really timeless in beauty and in durability. And at the top of that list is also terracotta. And we've been witnessing a resurgence in terracotta over the past few years, as you probably all are aware. You've seen a lot of projects using terracotta in innovative ways. And that's due in large part because of firms like Boston Valley Terracotta, who are really pushing the limits and pushing the boundaries of what could be done with the material. So I'd like to invite my friend John Krouse up to the stage to talk about his company and his work.
Thank you, Eric. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Zach, for receiving me. Ben, great job. Beautiful structure. I don't know if my slides are going to be as pretty as that. I'm trying to focus on New York City proper. This is one of the best cities in the world, and it features so much historic terracotta. You have this age-old material side by side with contemporary architecture, and it works because it's fired ceramic. So I'm just going to kind of run through some projects that we do in restoration because we think the greenest building is the one that's already built, and we got to reclad it, hopefully with the like-kind material, but also what architects are doing locally here in New York, designing with the material. It's a real flexible material because it's soft clay. So you can move it around with a pencil stick and tools and sculpt it. So architects 125 years ago knew of this quality of the material, and they leveraged it in the building construction trade because of its malleability and ability to mimic stone at half the cost of carved stone. So it was truly a poor man's stone when it was exploited about 125 years ago here in the States. But moving forward in a contemporary aspect, you can see how you can manipulate the clay in a similar fashion through lightweight thin extrusions, which are some experimental work that is being done at our ACA event. It's got such a strong history. Here in New York, 90 West Street survived the 9/11 attack, and the World Trade Tower actually collapsed on this building, and it stood on fire for 6 days before the FDNY fire department could put the fire out. And when the building engineers came in to inspect the structure, this structure actually passed. It didn't even phase it. Just a light pressure wash with mild detergent took all the carbon stains off from the flames licking out the windows. But that building is a gorgeous example by Case Gilbert here in New York of the durability and the testament to how strong the material is and how fire resistant it is. And over to the right is probably one of the most famous terracotta buildings that just happens to be in Buffalo, New York. And it's the Louis Sullivan masterpiece, the Guarantee Building, which this guy is a genius when it comes to ornament, and he was able to express his ideas using this material. That was basically his signature. One of the things that's really nice about working with ceramics today is most all suppliers are recycling that embodied energy that is used to produce the material. So really nothing goes to waste. All the scrap that comes off the material has a fair amount of energy tied up into it. We feel very proud of ourselves that we can actually recycle this material, sort it, grade it, and put it back into our clay mixture as a grog additive. So you don't have to feel bad about where the material is ending up. Probably one of our most exciting projects that we did recently was with SOM Architects and a whole team of characters that I can't even get into the list of people that were involved in this project because it was so large and such a massive undertaking. But at the top jewel of this building on the Moynihan train station is actually fired terracotta simulated to look like the granite below. So a lot of people don't know that, but that kind of showcases how the architects back then were able to actually mimic the stone and bring it in at a considerably less cost because of the level of ornamentation as opposed to hand carving all that. And I'll show you some examples of how we get into recreating these pieces. Don't really want to bore you with too many details, but from a distance, this is such an iconic building, and it made sense to retro the whole building and turn it into what it is today at Penn Station. And it's just exciting to see that the building did not get torn down and it was revitalized, and that we were part of that effort to make it look beautiful again. So it starts with just the facade inspection, which is done by dozens and dozens of facade engineers. Some are probably present in the room. On this particular job, we worked with Rick Vieira and his team at BCA, and they actually identify all the damaged parts that are typically due to steel expanding and breaking the material. The material itself is highly durable. It's typically the fastening systems that were used 100 years ago that where water gets in, you can get the steel expanding and then ultimately breaking the terracotta. So the trick is to go back and put it back together with a better system. And over the years, through preservation technology, facade engineers have developed much better systems to manage water getting into the product and to actually work with stainless steel as opposed to mild iron. But this is essentially how it starts out. We survey the building, we identify it with a tag. It looks simple from the ground, but when you get up on top of the piece, it gets a lot more complicated when you have to start cataloging. We start out with a foam model. Historically, this would have been made in plaster. Now we're able to leverage CNC technology and actually scan the historic ornament on the building and exactly reproduce the detailing of that part a little bit better than the hand technique that used to be used. So we were able to deliver what we would call slightly higher performance, higher tolerance parts now in restoration using this technique. A lot of the parts historically were hand-filled, where the mechanic filling the mold had to get his arm all the way down in there, so you didn't get really good compression on the clay in the mold. So with today's ability for us to work with the same material but slip cast it, we're able to pour liquid clay down into the mold, fill it up, time it, and then drain it out so we can control the wall thickness. But most importantly, we're actually getting a better fill on the mold. So we're producing a higher quality part with less potential defects in it from that hand pressing operation. And then once you get into a production mode, they just kind of, just start popping out like crazy. So I like that shot because it looks like a big sculptural element, and you don't usually get up close and personal to the ornament like that until it's on the building. You have a newfound respect for the scale of the parts. And you can see during the development phase of the glazing, we've gotten very good over the years at mimicking all these finishes that are on the buildings across the United States and especially in New York. This was a full-size prototype assembly that we submitted to the design team for approval, where we would have to mimic not only the base color, but also the little black glaze splatter coat to simulate the pattern that was on the historic material. There's also a fair amount of hand finishing that would go into the parts where we're line raking and tooling the part. But that's all part of the fun exercise of rebuilding buildings. And then this is the excellent example of the finished construction of the replacement parts that seamlessly fit in with the historic elements. I want to note that we only replaced about 30% of the historic fabric, so the goal is to be able to come down off the building and look up and not even know where the replacement parts are. That's, I think, a personal pride that our company has in working on these historic buildings. It's really important to get the detailing and the jointing right, and I feel like we were a total success on this project doing that. Again, working with a natural material, terracotta. You can see in the example of the gentleman holding the ball of clay in his hand, it's very soft and pliable and sticky, and you can mold it, pour it, slip cast it, extrude it, hydraulically press it. It's just a fabulous building material for architects to explore when it comes to designing and how you can manipulate the material. We also have an EPD document out, which is a very important item that you guys have to tick for LEEDs requirements. So I think all manufacturers are being requested to provide the EPD document that shows how much carbon is going into the product itself. So we do have the EPD on our website. Another great example, moving into more contemporary work now, is we did a project with Cook Fox and Borough Happold here in New York. In fact, I think Eric might have been a little bit involved with this early on. And we just had a really good time trying to figure out how we were going to bend these parts. So this was an early exercise for us to actually manipulate lightweight extrusions and figure out how to control the accuracy of bending the ceramic panels off the extruder within a tolerance that was acceptable to the entire design team. These are the profiles that were designed by Cook Fox for the project. Careful thought and attention went into the finish. It's right near the high line, so there's a lot of wrought iron and metal visible, so when you stand near the site and peer around, the finish is seamless with the accent of the metal that's present on that sky and the high walk around it. So it was really a great selection that they chose, and it didn't over-dominate the overall facade, and going nicely with the color of the anodize and the window trim. So all in all, I think it was a huge success for the design team. The owner was thrilled with the project, and the ability to manipulate the curves and control the tolerances were all well within the design intent. And we had a bunch of happy campers when we were all done. So feel free to walk by that building. It's on 512 West 22nd. Take a look at it for yourself. It's similar to what Ben was talking about when the sunlight comes across the ceramic glaze on the parts. It literally will change about 5 different colors within 10 minutes of the sun coming out and then passing across it. It's phenomenal. It goes anywhere from gold to silver to black to metallic. It's hard to describe until you see it in person, but moving on to another contemporary project that we finished recently with Sam Charney and Cook Fox. Again, actually that is not correct. This is a Fogarty Finger building. I apologize for that, Fogarty Finger, if you're out in the audience. This had a budget, and unfortunately, it did not allow us to do the radius panels. So you can see the difference between the elegance of the curve and the segmented system, although in keeping with the glass, it works. So even though it was a VE item, I still think they were able to pull it off and get a nice design. But the beauty of this job was the glaze that was selected is just nice and clean, and where it was positioned by the at the job site in Brooklyn next to the Dime Savings Bank, it was a perfect fit. These are some early mock-up developments to work out any constraints and details on the interlocking and connecting of the ceramic elements coming together. Quite a few intricate cuts had to be performed in order to pull off the design intent, but at the end of the day, we were able to illustrate that and make a successful connection there. And these are some installation photos, just giving you an idea of two of the accent colors that were used on the building. There's a dark gray and a off-white, and in combination, I think they did a good job of choosing those colors. So from a distance, the building reads real well. A lot of people could argue that the finish is almost too even. I know that's a big decision-making process when you get into this type of work. When you select that finish, you can go from a very clean, homogeneous, opaque glaze that's almost a commercial look, all the way into more of an art glaze that actually has a little bit more action to it. So a lot of thought has to be given to the finish when you guys are designing with this material, because you're going to end up living with it the rest of your life, so you don't want to make a mistake. And we're happy to accommodate as many submittals for finishes per whatever idea you have to develop that color. Also, we have the performance value of the material that I'd like to just briefly touch on. We hold an ACAW event once a year up at the University of Buffalo, which is a research-driven program in conjunction with architects and academia. And each year we bring a different team in that potentially is trying to further the performance of the material and how we can leverage terracotta going forward other than just a pretty facade. Everybody's seen this in the history books. In architecture, it's kind of boring, but we like to point out that terracotta is in this category as far as energy consumption, so you don't feel shy to design with it because it is a low intensive energy requirement to make the material. From clay pit to processing is a one-step process, so it doesn't go through multiple processes to actually come out of the factory. We fact-checked this document about 3 times because I'm under a lot of pressure to not oversell the material, but the true reality is that clay and terracotta have a very low embodied energy to make this stuff. That's why architects and designers have been working brick for thousands of years. They know it's a proven material. And last but not least, our personal favorite here in New York was the KPF masterpiece for SL Green and Heintges over at 1 Vanderbilt. This, I think, was a milestone for the city of New York, transitioning from glass high-rises to actually utilizing terracotta in a contemporary way in a large-scale building, super tall. And I think KPF really came up with an elegant design based on just tipping the angle at 8 degrees and cutting it, really brought the facade to life. So we're excited about seeing opaque areas of buildings utilizing ceramics now, because I think this is a long time coming, and there's an excellent opportunity for recladding in the city to actually start working with this material in a creative fashion to skin new buildings. Some of the challenges that the design team had with this project was to not overload and compromise the view of Grand Central. They did a great job of slicing the lower floor on an angle to allow the view, and also bringing in the accents of the Guastavino tiling system from Grand Central and replicating a large-scale version of that on the underside of the soffit. Just some factory shots and some early mock-up development working with the architect on that finish and color. This particular glaze, they were very particular about the glaze actually pooling and creating more density as it slid down the curvature of the inside of that profile. So there actually is a density gradient to that glaze that creates a special effect depending on how you see the light reflect off the panels. And then when, again, the beauty of working with ceramics is you're actually marrying a glass to a clay module, and that fusion of that glass onto the ceramic is a permanent bond that actually penetrates into the ceramic. So this is not a painted finish. This is a permanent finish, and providing it's not taking on water, and being that it's a rain screen application on a curtain wall, the longevity of this should go easily 100 years with very little maintenance, if not longer. Some more mock-up development, working with the design team. Obviously, a project of that size, you want to slow it down and understand all the detailing, which is very important. The decision-making on the color of the glaze, as you can see from left to right, they were narrowing it down to 3 final selections. They literally had 180 choices to go from, but I'm wrapping it up. Couple of construction photos, 56 floors. It's a little scary up there. And the beauty of the interior ceramic as a fit out is actually works quite nicely with the overall structure. So kudos to KPF and the design team and SL Green for pulling this project off. And thank you for having me.
Thanks, John. I could listen to that all day, although you had a limited time today, so I had to cut you off. All right, so great examples of how to use terracotta in a historic and contemporary way. Plug for the ACOL event he mentioned. Great event if your company is interested in experimenting with terracotta. Definitely talk to John about doing that. So. We as designers are often tasked with creating buildings that stand the test of time. And with that is the need to measure resilience and the ability to withstand the elements and forces imposed upon our projects and our facades, as well as remain safe, create buildings that remain safe for our occupants throughout its life. Fire is one of those elements that we are challenged with often on our projects, and we have specific individuals in the room today that will speak. Dan Popadynec from Socotec, who are experts in the challenges of designing for fire. So I'd like to welcome Dan and take it away.
Thank you very much. Hello, my name is Dan Popadynec. I am a principal and director of new building enclosures at Socotec. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak with you today. This presentation will be a little different than the last two. I'm going to talk more specifically and maybe a little bit more technically about some new requirements for facades and respective fire requirements, especially for New York City. And this is a New York City focused presentation. For those not familiar with my firm, Socotec is a multinational consultant firm here in the US. We include a facade group that has its legacy in Vidares, in CBI, IBA, and Israel Berger & Associates. I've been with the firm for now 17 years and in New York for 20. I'm a professional engineer, and I want to qualify this presentation. I am not a fire engineer. So that level of expertise I do not hold myself. My background in speaking with you today is really some active involvement with the building code development. Focused here in New York City, working and being on the committees that help develop the new building code for New York City. In just 12 days from now, November 7th, 2022, we have a new New York City building code, the 2022 building code. It will replace the 2014 code. This development of this building code started in 2017, and it's the third time that the DOB in the city has brought together a committee of architects, developers, builders, city officials from DOB, FDNY, and other industry experts, whose job was to review the code, frankly, section by section, line by line, and make appropriate changes and updates. These changes were reviewed. They were passed as a local law last year, Local Law 126, and had a 1-year period, which is almost up right now, before it's enacted. It's enacted in just 12 days from now. Specifically, my partners and I played a role in the Construction Requirements and Materials Committee. That's a big mouthful. What that means is certain technical chapters in the building code were reviewed by a committee that we hosted in our offices. And these chapters included several chapters that relate to fire requirements. We're talking about Chapter 14, exterior walls, 26 plastics, Chapter 7, Chapter 17, et cetera. But the key takeaway is that the New York City Building Code of 2022 is relatively consistent with IBC 2015. But where required, it deviates. During the course of the committee's work, a significant event occurred which brought to light, tragically, how codes address safety of building facades. I'm sure I wasn't the only person in this room who can recall that day in 2017 and some of the gut-wrenching feelings of horror and sorrow at the loss of life at the fire of Grenfell Tower. There were many questions we all asked ourselves, and we continue to ask. Why? Who's responsible? How do we avoid it? And could this happen here in New York City? Looking at this powerful image on the day, I want to add another question to that. Could the London Fire Brigade have stopped this fire before it spread over the entire building? Look at the water cannons at the base of the building. Look at the ladder. Look at what height on that building that equipment can reach. At the time of the event, I was very uninformed of the limitations of firefighting exterior fires on tall buildings. It was these questions that filled our office's conference rooms every other week when the DOB committee met. This lasted for several months. Keep in mind, during this time, there was a lot of media publication on the Grenfell fire, and only a few months later were official reports starting to be issued as to the cause and recommendations to avoid a repeat of the Grenfell fire. During that same time period, the committee was meeting, and our task was to review the New York City Building Code in light of what we knew. There is wisdom in the report, and I have a citing for it at the bottom right. The DOB, the Building Code Committee that we were a part of, tried to extract from that appropriate lessons learned and incorporate them into our code. So to quickly recap, we started with the 2009 IBC that turned into the 2014 Building Code. We've been using it for the last 7, 8 years. We have a new building code starting in two weeks, and it's informed by the Grenfell fire. We looked at prior codes. New York City had its own building code, the 1968 Building Code, before that the 1938 Building Code, which had more prescriptive requirements for how to protect facades from fire, what we call passive strategies. The FDNY chiefs who were part of our committee informed our group that fires that were raging back in the 1960s and prior did not burn as hot and as quickly as they do today due to the overabundance of combustible materials in buildings. Let's be clear, that's both in the building construction itself, as well as everything that fills it, the fit and finish, the furniture, the papers on our desks. The 1968 code exists in a world where most buildings lacked sprinklers, where most of our exterior walls were completely uninsulated or underinsulated, and where spandrels between floors were generally a 3-foot fire barrier, with a few exceptions. We looked at those old code provisions to see if there's anything that we removed in our current thinking of codes and should be brought back. It was debated whether the active fire suppressions in buildings can effectively fight a fire on the outside of a building. We heard opinions of firefighters, fire chiefs, and other industry experts in this regard. We had industry experts come into our office and present the history of, the use of, and the limitation of certain fire tests, including those mentioned here. While the debate continues on the best fire standard to use, the fire tests include only limited building conditions. They're not project specific. They use prescribed heat temperature curves, which is a fancy way to say how fast, how hot, and how quickly they burn is prescribed. With the outline being that these tests are supposed to be repeatable system to system, not necessarily representing the reality of fires today. And lastly, at the end of the fire test, somebody turns a knob and turns off the fire. The reliance on fire tests alone to validate the use of combustible materials in our exterior walls, as has been the trend with IBC over the last few years, was hotly debated. The committee sought out other experts in the field of fire engineering, fire testing, material science. We reached out to code officials in other jurisdictions, including the United Kingdom, to discuss their responses to Grenfell. Frankly, our conference room was packed every other Wednesday for these sessions. And by the way, packed conference room was like what we used to do pre-pandemic. The committee did not reach a consensus. There was differing opinions, and the DOB decided in their rules to take this to mediation. All parties were invited to submit position papers, and their testimony was heard. There emerged differing opinions. Let me share with you like a landscape of those opinions. Some participants pointed out the limit, strongly encouraged the following the IBC, the reliance on the NFPA 285 test standard, and the regulation of materials as described in IBC. New York City is no different than any other jurisdiction in the country which follows IBC. That was the opinion of some of the room. Others highlighted what I highlighted earlier, the limitation of firefighting equipment to fight fires from the outside, and somewhat advocated for a cap height on all combustible materials in our exterior walls greater than 75 feet, correlating to the firefighting equipment that we have currently today. Total ban. After the testimony was heard and the mediation process ended, the DOB mediated and issued its memorandum that introduced certain passive fire protection measures from the older codes, including the fire blocking requirements, still rely on the NFPA 285 test report of the IBC, but include certain conditions, as was highlighted by experts, where combustible materials should not be permitted. In a sense, the DOB decided to follow its own path. In this way, it's deviating from IBC, and for the next code cycle, and maybe beyond, we will have different requirements here in New York City than anywhere else IBC occurs, until there are changes to other codes. The solution involved accountability, and I see if some of my clients and some friends who are architects, there is a responsibility of architects who prescribe the use of materials in buildings. They will need to submit plans outlining those combustible materials, clearly identifying which jobs have combustible materials in their exterior walls and which ones do not. That has not been clear to this point. There's a role for special inspectors in the new code. We will be inspecting any job and signing a separate Tier 1 for combustible materials for projects which contain them in the exterior walls. And recognizing how we design buildings in New York City using delegated design, there is a responsibility of the delegated professional engineer to interpret test reports like the NFPA 285 report, incorporate them into details, and solicit outside expertise to enable a proper design that is both diligent to the tested assembly, appropriate, and safe. For me to understand the code with fire protection required me to put it all in one sheet, and I'm sharing with this sheet here. This is the 2014 building code. The DOB recognized that the building code is very challenging to understand, especially relating to fire protections. It's scattered amongst 4 or 5 different chapters. There existed in the 2000 building code, what I would dub loopholes, ways of getting around requirements just by following the path around codes. So do what you want. The DOB understood that this did not enable the industry to move forward. So they have adjusted the code to eliminate these cross-referencing loopholes and instead cross-reference sections to make the code enforceable. Some things are not changing. The goalposts are not being moved. Specifically, what is combustible yesterday will be combustible 2 weeks from now per the code. We're not changing the definition of combustible materials. We're not going to, the DOB in its building bulletin issued early September, just a month ago, clarified that the NFPA 285 test report will not be changed to suit New York City. We will follow the same test standards as the rest of the country or world. And lastly is, given the constraint on development sites in New York City, how tightly we build on these very tight lots, the DOB is not changing fire separation distance requirements, firewall hourly ratings, or percentage openings on lot line walls. We want to encourage development, but do it safely. Terminology in codes matters a lot. That's how you created those loopholes. They've introduced more terms and used them more consistently, including a term for the first time on fenestration, windows, doors, and other glazed openings. The requirements I'm speaking about today mostly apply to walls, not fenestration. We're going to use the word exterior wall covering, the second definition there, which relates to everything outboard, I don't even know how to use the pointer, outboard of the studs, including the exterior sheathing board, insulation, waterproofing flashings, and the veneer. It's in these materials that the focus of the DOB has in respect to cavity flow from the lessons from Grenfell. Here are the strategies that the new code follows. Compartmentalization, raising the bar on some performance standards, the reliance on testing, and where appropriate, banning of materials. To raise the bar on fire performance, specifically the protection of occupants from walls containing plastic insulation, the thermal barrier has been increased from 15 minutes to 20 minutes. So we're going to use a little thicker wall board in our buildings under the new code, the 5/8 type X board. During the committee meetings, the FDNY highlighted several balcony fires in New York City that spread to adjacent wall surface, especially when they contain combustible materials. We're talking about insulation behind metal panel, insulation behind other veneers. The 2022 building code prohibits combustible materials at, under, and around balconies on new buildings. 12 feet up, 3 feet wide. I've already seen in our practice, on the earliest schematic design sets, how the choices in facade materials, which are done at that stage, on residential construction that have balconies, is impacted by this term, where before a selection of facade materials could have been used, and now we have to deal with this particular requirement that prohibits or bans combustible materials next to balconies. Balcony fires have raged from balcony to balcony, and so the distances between balconies, specifically on adjacent properties, has been increased to mitigate that risk. Exciting development in the new code is that timber is now a permissible material for building structures. We're talking about cross-laminated timber, mass timber, SCL. But in keeping with this, exterior walls containing combustible materials is prohibited for obvious reasons. As a baseline to understand the building code, without getting to specific materials like EIFS, composite metal panels, high-pressure laminates, etc., the old code and this current code still maintains a limitation of these materials on hard-to-reach areas, like lot lines, to 40 feet above grade and 10% of the wall area by floor. In a sense, the DOB and the FDNY have coordinated and understood that these materials, and these could be these porcelain materials or other materials on a facade, any materials containing that are not otherwise regulated may be limited in their application. I've spoken a lot here, but I've heard from colleagues, from clients, from people I speak to in the industry, some basic questions. I'd like to address them here. Because there's some confusion out there. And when you read codes, you can read them different ways. And ultimately, the arbiter of this is the Department of Buildings. But the questions are, did the exterior walls with no combustible materials still need to be fire blocked per this new code? And the answer is no. If you look at the detail of the picture on the right, it shows a block wall with a roll-on air-water barrier, mineral insulation, face brick. Let's just assume that there's not a combustible material in that assembly. Does the new code say that has to be fire block? The answer is likely no. Why likely? I read the code, I've been involved in this, I read this no, but it'd be great for that client who's relying on that to submit a CCD1 DOB to confirm as much, just to be safe. I'm going to highlight a few sections, not that anybody's taking notes, but the new code requirements are indicated on the right. These are the 2022 New York City building code references. If you want to read the section, then it addresses the question. Now, a common detail amongst some of the people in this room are curtain walls and unitized panels. Do the gaskets and rubbers that we do use in these curtain walls trigger an NFPA 285 test and/or the fire blocking requirements? And the answer is no. There are exceptions in the code, both for windows, openings, fenestration, as well as when the air-water barrier is the only the combustible material in the wall. Not to say that if you fill the curtain wall with a foam plastic insulation, yes, you have a 285 trigger. You have a fire blocking trigger. Or if you use certain types of veneers, you'll have that trigger. But in a typical curtain wall where the only thing combustible are these rubber, the gaskets, anything that's a polymer, the polyamide of the thermal break, these are things that have been exempted from both the NFPA 285, the fire blocking, and the special inspection. Where is fire blocking required? Key takeaway, if you're going to remember anything from it, 3 locations. At the slab line for 8 inches height, on every one of the openings in that wall, and it changes in occupancy horizontally and vertically. These are where we're going to need to fire block the exterior wall from the inboard surface through the veneer. Vendor question. I've passed NFPA 285 and I have a test report in my hand. Isn't that enough? It used to be. No longer. The check is, did that NFPA 285 test report test with fire blocking in its assembly? The answer is yes. You can use it, and maybe the adjustment of the location of fire blocking can be an acceptable deviation. If that test report lacks the fire block, the DOB made clear in its memo last month, those systems will need to be retested. And that means testing them with fire blocking at horizontals. This is the test assembly, a picture of it. It's the NFPA 285 has the window on the first floor, thermal gauges on the top, fire blocking across the floor line, around the window, and perhaps if you want to include the break-in occupancy, a vertical fire block in a prescribed location. That's a big deal. Fire blocking is not inexpensive. It takes time. It takes money. I'm running out of time here, but I want to highlight, and this is the most important slide, that fire blocking, which is now a code requirement, does not necessarily have to negatively impact other performance of walls, whether it be water management, thermal continuity, continuous insulation, air and airflow. We need to look at this holistically and find solutions that meet our requirements. I want to end with a final note that codes represent the minimal standards to which you can legally build a building. All of us in the room practice our art of building and designing and building facades. I hope this presentation today was not too technical, but provided you the background context of how we got to where we stand today, which in 2 weeks' time is our new building code. And that we continue to build safe, sustainable, and high-performing facades. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. That was really insightful insight into the process of code and code changes and in relation to fire. Anybody else getting hot in here? Like sweating now after seeing that? I am. In pursuit of performance, beauty, and permanence in our buildings, and as we develop our facades, we're looking for holistic approaches to how we design assemblies. And our jobs are made easier by companies like FaçadeX, who offer a wealth of materials and holistic solutions that we can utilize within our material palette. So I'd like to invite Matt Capone up here from FaçadeX, who will give a Pechacucha style presentation.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much, guys. My name is Matt Capone. My company is FaçadeX. So this is my world of facades. It is getting hot in here for me because we're talking about things that are very much about code compliance, but also about balancing of beauty, aesthetics, economics. So here we have Alvaro Siza's first building in the United States. It actually employed technology of stone, a veneer system. So we really have to figure out how conformance meets with the economic requirements of projects and speed and ease of installation. So Alvaro's first project here was originally all based on dimensional stone, but through process and through other requirements beyond code and fire, here we have requirements to be met. So my question on every project, or the mission I feel like we have to meet or accomplish, is what is good enough and what is cheap enough. And I don't mean to use those words sort of as a joke, but this is about an economic strategy to build good buildings, to build durable, and of course to build safe. So here we have a project with a thin stone look rain screen facade, balancing a kit of parts. And so our world is really about this kit of out of the box. These tiles were 18 by 36 inches, and we pre-designed the building to have one cut zone. So as much as we can is really about prefabrication and the use of beautiful materials. So you can see these tiny little clips. You see the flag, everything made in the USA. This is a fired ceramic pressed product with a semi-concealed clip. So for us, again, it is about that balance between aesthetic and price to deliver it, to get it installed on the building. Here we see, actually peeling the onion back, behind the facade, we have a thin adjustable system, but behind that is a structural insulated sheathing. So this product has been on the market now for some years and really is based around optimizing the facade speed and install. So here we have a critical operating room suite, Hartford Healthcare. This system is now the base of design for all projects within the Hartford Healthcare system. Structural insulated, waterproof, fire resistant, of course, and basically you could cover this material with anything. That, of course, NFPA required, and we talked about this, but this is ACM. We're also lowering the cavity, and so you're able to direct apply cladding to this substrate, and you're eliminating these types of cavities. So it's an advantage that can be done for more aggressive timelines and critical path, which was essential in that. And so we have projects now up to 21, 25 floors being done over type 1 and type 2 light gauge metal framing. So there's a lot of potential in how these integrated systems really can work to the advantage of developers, builders, and also to architects within that kit. Everything here was made in the USA up till now. A little shout out to the Germans. So this is a product that we use from Germany. It's a single wall commercial plank terracotta, so with integrated hooks built in. So again, we're about the kit of parts. We can still create beautiful colors, textures, grooves, and even cascading aesthetic. But when we look at it, it's all about installed, done in place. And so it's a very simple vertical hook system. So if we can play with this kit, we still have a lot of opportunity. So that's about new construction. Also, we're doing a lot of this local law facade replacement. So I call this new facade. This is like your prototypical building in New York post-war, single white brick, block backup with no insulation. And so this needed a new life. It wanted stone. The idea was, how can this be stone? How can it be thin, light? How can we get the insulation in there? And ultimately, they did arrive at a thin porcelain. And so this look was crafted to bring the building a new identity. But also, you can see here, this image is not, it's not pixelated. That was the design, to sort of create their own custom pattern to replicate a stone veining from a distance. And as I said, this building wanted to be stone. Well, here we have the first floor, and now the first floor is a stone. The next floors up are utilizing, again, the Germans, they're utilizing these undercut anchors. And as we get to the roof, we actually used a semi-concealed system with the clip that you saw. So it's about bringing value from the street up and how we can do this. That project could be open walls for 3 months. This is one that the bricks had to come down, and already in the same day, because it's steel studs, it had to be covered and watertight with occupants and a temporary window. So think about in the morning, your demo, in the afternoon, you're doing the waterproofing and the sheathing, and then ultimately this got a really close set ACM panel system. So you're very efficient, effective. This is affordable housing project. We have lots of these in place. This was seen as a victory, but still was a major battle in terms of the demo and replacement and removal of all the bricks and everything you find behind. So now we're working on several projects in Boston and New York City, which are not looking to take away the bricks. They're looking to create an overclad solution. And so we're working with partners to develop, I would say, a poor man's unitized facade, which is essentially light gauge metal framing with windows in place, structural sheathing already on board, and windows in place, and cladding sort of optional, however that works. But typically it's low and mid-rise that we're looking to work on this. So fairly simple solution for buildings that really can't afford a full-on unitized, complete approach. So that's the fire hose. Ahmed only gave me 6 minutes, so thank you. I hope you visit us, and let's take a break.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a chance to get a coffee or something to drink. We're starting back our second session, so please take a seat. As our energy codes and standards are becoming more stringent, we're relying more on the opaque area of our facades to enhance the performance of our building. Beyond form making, massing, composition, we're looking at innovative ways to exploit the opaque through new materials and novel fabrication. Most of those fabrications consist of multiple materials, and we're having to consider embodied carbon as one of those metrics that we have to measure our success of our projects by. And one of the firms that is leading the way in tracking embodied carbon and exploiting the use of materials with limited embodied carbon or minimal embodied carbon is SOM. And I'd like to invite Chris Cooper, a design partner at SOM, to talk about his experience.
All right. Thanks so much. I'm really happy to be here and happy to see so many familiar faces in the audience. This is great. Yes, I'm a design partner at SOM, and so I spend a lot of time thinking about how we should be focusing our work and what how we should be guiding that design. So bear with me, I have to start with some context. We are all very aware that man-made emissions are dramatically increasing, and those emissions are disrupting our natural carbon cycle. This is the context that we are working in today. And what we might not all be perfectly aware of is that we're not going to solve this by leveling off our emissions, but we can only solve this through a dramatic reduction in emissions. So an 80% reduction. And with that, we can actually stabilize greenhouse gas concentrations. So there's a goal, there's targets out there, and there's a strategy, which is that we have to get 80% reductions by the year 2050. This is a serious, serious attempt. And that 80% reduction has to happen across all sectors. So we're all contributing to this, and that's transportation, industry. And I think all in this room understand that 40% of that comes from us, comes from our industry, right? So nearly 30% is just the operation of the buildings that we build. And an additional 10%, the important part of the story here, is the construction of those buildings. So embodied carbon. So we have to think about, we are all implicated in this, and we have to think about the performance of our buildings as well as the materials that we use. So there are great targets being set, some policy being put in place. We know local law 97. It sets a goal of this, a requirement essentially that we have to be operating with emissions that are 1/5 of what we were operating with in 2005. 1/5. So 2005, it's a line in the sand that's drawn. It's a point to measure from. This is what New York City skyline looked like in 2005. It's changed dramatically. So it's not just the operation of these buildings that has to change, but it's also how we build, because that is just as much the contributor. So, the unfortunate truth of that is that the targets are fantastic, but they're not enough. We have to be thinking about the operational carbon and the embodied carbon. So, how do we, this group, design for a better future? This, again, is the context that we all have to be thinking that we are in and work our way out of. So, there is good news that what we're doing makes a difference. And the facade is critical. It's the first line of defense. It sets the kind of upper bound of the performance of the building, and gives us the potential for energy, the best energy performance of the building. So as we think about design, as we think about designing facades, we need to think about this balance between what we know of, the identity, the image, but also the performance of that facade. Now, as a designer, as an architect, it's easy to bias one over the other. And we often start with the image. But my point here today is if we start with the image, then it's all over. We haven't gotten anywhere. And so we have to find that balance between the identity, the image, and the performance, which means that we have to think about this at the very beginning. And so we have to set up a process where we are evaluating the performance all the way through the design phase and ultimately, and even after the completion of the project. So also as an architect, I really want to show recent work. So I'm going to talk about 2 recent projects, but within this lens and within this context that we're working. 2 projects, both office buildings, very different attitudes, very different approaches, very different identities. The first is a federal research project that is in Cambridge. And it's a headquarters for a research facility. The outward identity is very much intended to be a formal identity, a federal identity, a high-tech identity. And so we think about the design of the facade from that point of view. And as we set up the design of the facade, we actually started with the floor plate, all about efficiency. Essentially, a very robust, large floor plate for office, but it's attenuated and oriented so that we could maximize the north facade and maximize the south facade, where we could control the light most effectively. And then the east and west are reduced to their most narrow, where the light is low and less controllable in terms of heat gain and glare. And then the facade is calibrated for each of those orientations. So by setting a pure orientation, by attenuating the north and south, we could make a big difference in thinking about each facade separately, independently. North facade is essentially a glass facade. South facade, deep horizontal projections. East and west, vertical projections. And so, but with that, we worked with Atelier 10 throughout the whole process to maximize daylight, but also reduce solar gain. And we were able to really calculate and evaluate the performance of those facades based on the solar angles. And it worked. It actually gives us an effective balance of the floor plates. So the image of the building is completely intertwined with the performance of the building. And the aspiration is that the image and the performance are connected. And I'm excited to share, what is becoming a reality. And the construction is just finishing up. And these sun shades, which are based on solar angles and based on reducing glare, also have this great play with light. So it becomes a beautiful facade as well as a high-performing facade. Just some note of what it is. This is Fabrica built us a beautiful wall, and it's a curtain wall panel, a very high performing, well sealed enclosure. We have a 3-foot module. 2 of them together make a 6-foot panel. Triple glazing, a fundamental of the performance of this wall. And then we see the aluminum plates, which are shaped and sculpted to provide the perfect reduction of light. And that becomes really, I think, a quite exquisite and beautiful figure. And what you see, interestingly, is that they work. You see the shadow, it really does. The glass line is midway through and stays essentially in shade on those east and west facades. And it allows us to have this very open north and south facade, really harvesting a lot of daylight. Essentially the same component that is our vertical fin we bring on the horizontal. So it's all trying to use one single material and one single profile, but oriented appropriately for each orientation. And that gives us a different look on each face, but they start to tie together by unifying with single material. So we see the south versus the west in this case. And the west facade, which has an opacity and a really great play with the light. And the north that becomes almost entirely glass. And so it's the combination of these that actually give you the identity for the project. So this facade is heavily machined, very precise, meant to be an image of engineering. And I want to compare that to a very different project, and this is one that's here in New York City. A small boutique office building. And here we had very different design drivers, very different inspiration that we were pulling from. And one is the context, recognizing that we're here in an urban context, an infill building, a small office building that wants to have some identity of its own, across the street from FIT, and in a context of a legacy of masonry buildings in New York City. And those buildings have a very consistent identity that we relate to and that resonates for us, and that's this grid-like, warehouse-like masonry frame with punched openings. So for us, the concept of this building for its identity and for how it wanted to resonate in the neighborhood was to try to design a modern masonry building. Trying to manage that depth, that texture, but to do that in a unique and inherently modern way. So the floor plate is very straightforward. It's almost an 8,000 square foot office building. It really is a small office plate, but we push the core to the back and have a concrete frame around the exterior. And in the spirit of a modern masonry building, essentially the cladding just is an expression of that masonry frame. And so in a very simple way, we have a masonry rain screen, terracotta. We've been hearing about the wonderful benefits of terracotta. This was produced by Shildan, who I imagine is here as well. And we simply clad the slab and the columns as a frame. And that gives us this wonderful openness on the inside. And so it is modern masonry, but it also opens up with more glass. And so the relationship is a direct one-to-one, frame on the outside, window on the inside. Simple 10-foot module, wonderful for an office or for benching. But we're able to do floor-to-ceiling glazing. And this wall is also a triple glazed wall. And it's interesting in trying to think about the performance of this. In this case, doing the analysis again with Atelier 10 along the way, we realized that triple glazing allowed us to eliminate the perimeter fin tube. So we took away a whole system, which is a kind of financial offset, allowed us to afford actually the triple glazing, but it also is a carbon offset between the two. So a whole system of the building was able to disappear, and we were able to get this openness and this glassiness. And the system is almost dumb simple, which is so beautiful. It is like a masonry building. It's a series of components that are assembled on the site to create the exterior wall. So we have our structure. We put an intermediate infill pier to get the spacing right so that we could have single windows. And it's simply a rain screen of terracotta, one profile. There's an economy of means here. One simple profile makes the whole building, floor and column. And then that profile was cut, mitered in the shop, and so it comes together to make this what we think is quite an elegant, very simple frame. And we obsessed, of course, on the quality of the terracotta. My friend and colleague, Jamie Carpenter, taught me how to appreciate the relationship of a material to light, and we spent a lot of time trying to find the right black that would reflect light in the right way. And so we get this great play of the material that sometimes is quite bright, sometimes is quite dark, and that has a great relationship, I think, to the glass, which has that same quality of sometimes being quite dark, sometimes being quite bright. So there's this wonderful interplay. It's not a contrast of a graphic frame. It's actually becomes a whole system that works together, and the materials, we think, have an interplay together. And we use that one single profile to become the identity of the project and to even become the detailing of the project as we come down to the base. And we repeat that detail and that profile in different ways to become a more textured figure. There's a real simplicity to this building and to this wall, which I think is an important lesson in all of these. So here we have this building which has a kind of almost an artisanal appearance to it, but works to be, again, a modern masonry facade. And it's interesting to see that paired with such a different project, which is intended to be this machined, tech-forward image. And so, working through the materiality, one is really able to establish such different identities. Both of them have a wonderful play with light. Both of them try to add depth to their facade. Both of them, though, also are trying to be very high-performing facades. And so I want to switch actually to some metrics and to some evaluation of these facades from a different point of view than the image and the outward identity. And so we compared, and this is an important part of what I'd like to say, is that we are recognizing that we have to think about the metrics of the facades. These now are both built. We're evaluating afterwards, obviously, but we have to set up a course where we are evaluating this through the whole process. So 2 facades, one curtain wall, one infill window wall, simple cladding of the structure. And they, very interestingly, have very analogous performances. the triple glazing is consistent between the two. The insulation is almost consistent between the two. But what is intriguing is that their performance from the U factor is actually quite similar. So very different facades, performances end up being relatively similar. And what is also interesting is that we then tried to evaluate their performance relative to operational carbon. So calculating heat gains, heat losses over the course of an entire year, translating that to energy, and then translating that to emissions. And I actually will ask you to focus down. These numbers are accumulation of 60 years. So this is a grand total. And we are presuming, which I think is a fairly fair assumption, that we are working towards a greening of our grid. And so if we take an assumption about a sequence of the greening of the grid, then we get down to a different, smaller number. Now, these are not taking into account the source of energy in Cambridge versus the source of energy in New York. We're trying to make this an apples to apples comparison. And what is important is we're trying to make this kind of apples to apples comparison for all of our projects, not just one or two. And so in a relative way, there may be imperfections in the calculations, but in a relative way, we're able to evaluate our facades one next to another. And what's, again, very surprising about these two facades from an operational carbon point of view is that they operate pretty similarly. Now, the story changes when we start to look at embodied carbon, right? All of you are thinking, that's a lot of aluminum in that facade. And it's true. And so there is a difference. We see a difference in these facades and how they perform. And so here, this is south facade. So there's not a lot of aluminum in this facade, but the south facade of the Cambridge building, but it's still a significant increase from the terracotta rain screen. And we all can do some of this math in our heads, but we understand that translates out very directly, right? So here we're going across the country in flight. Here we're just going to the south, and so there is a difference, and this is per square meter. And spoiler alert, there's a lot of square meters on these buildings, and when we look at the east and west facade, which have our exquisite vertical shading devices, the numbers are very different, right? So we've been talking about 80% reductions. Well, we can start to see that here, and for context, now we're flying across the globe. So, this is not a mea culpa, but more a realization that we have to do more with less. That there is a takeaway here. We have to think about designing our buildings not just for their thermal performance, but also taking into account the operational carbon charge to get there. And that is equally part of the performance of the wall. And so, it is maybe a simple statement, but I think it's upon all of us to think about doing more with less, and to think about doing that in the beginning, in the design process, all the way through. So as we think about, again, this balance of facade design, it's not abandoning identity, and it's not abandoning the beauty, it's not abandoning the image of the building, but it's recognizing that we have to evaluate the performance and have that be a feedback loop into how we are working. And most importantly, that feedback loop has to happen at the very beginning. It has to happen throughout the design process. So in some ways, this is a plea to all of us to provide the numbers, provide the data, to be a part of this conversation throughout the whole design process. And I think that there is, that's the aspiration. We have to make big change. We are actually a part of the problem, but we can also be part of the solution. And it is through this setting up of the importance of this and thinking about the relationship and the dialogue and the conversation from beginning to end. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. That's a fantastic presentation. I think it's fantastic that SOM is focusing on trying to achieve that feedback loop in the project and tracking embodied carbon within all the projects they do. I know a lot of other companies, including my own, is trying to do that, and I think it's a very valiant effort, and it's something we need to do holistically to really track our carbon and to really, see a future in reducing it. So, Chris had presented a lot of good examples of some fantastic projects and how the embodied carbon and the operational carbon is impacted by the choice of materials and the performance. I would argue that when we do this, and I'm throwing myself in the mix here, that we're looking often at the key materials in the facade systems, the cladding, the insulation, the extrusions, right? But a lot of times what's often missed is the smaller pieces, right? The pieces that are just as important, but also play a very important role in the making of our enclosure systems, but maybe get overlooked in the tracking of embodied carbon. So I'm inviting Stanley Yee from Dow to come and present his company's research on low embodied carbon or zero embodied carbon silicones. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really much appreciate it. Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you, Chris, for such a wonderful presentation to kind of tee up this conversation. Yes, it's about every little step that we can take, and of course, going through the presentation that we are AIA accredited. You'll get your continuing education units, and of course. I stand here before you as a representative of Dow. It takes a village. We all know that it takes a village to get this done. A great team of people that have contributed to this effort, and hopefully this 15 minutes would do just justice. And bar none, there's a group of us already outside in the next hall during the next break. We welcome to continue the dialogue in sharing it. As Chris mentioned earlier, we are part of the contribution, right? This is by 2040, 2/3 of the global building stock will be buildings that already exist, and they will all be emitting greenhouse gases. So we are part of creating the status quo, and we are also part of the solution. And I didn't have the wonderful pie chart that was, but again, just without reiterating and without driving it home, is the built environment is 40%, and of that 40%, we have 1/3 of it is going to be the embodied carbon is going to be embodied, and the other 2/3 of that is operational. And we have this opportunity to positively impact on both sides, and it's just a driver towards net zero emissions. It's global government targets that are starting to take this approach because of the awareness. World Green Building Councils are taking this proactive approach to drive the community and the industry this way. The green building certification programs are coming on board, and professionals like you in this, architectural associations, building owners, and property developers are taking ownership of this issue and driving us towards this, and driving the community to step up and starting to make a positive impact. And this is how we embarked on our own journey, is understanding that this is the journey that the industry needs to embark on, is we took a very realistic look at our own operations, and being backward integrated all the way back to the mining of the raw materials that make silicones, we had the opportunity to really make a positive impact and really take a look at how we can reduce our own carbon footprint, and with our solutions also influence the performance side. So to Chris's point, it's about the identity and the performance, and being able to kind of balance that, provide the balance and enable that through the architectural and design community. And we did that by ensuring sustainably mined materials and raw materials, and ensuring that we take a look at our fuel source and away from carbon sources and more towards renewables, be it solar, be it wind, be it hydro. And with all of that, that influences our core materials, and then looking at our own operations through our finishing plants at each step of the way and being able to reduce it. And we were able, with our own operations, with 2 operations, we were able to reduce our own carbon footprint or carbon emissions anywhere between the range of about 50 and 63%. That's just looking inward. And then but don't just take my word for it or our word for it. We decided we're going to be very transparent about this. We're going to share this openly with industry. Why? Because it is required, it is demanded. Not only because it's the right thing to do, but it's because it's the required thing to do. Absolute transparency. We're going to share what we have done, how we came with those calculations, and those are all grounded in ISO standards. So that everybody can go to the standards. We follow those calculations. We go through the methodologies, and we not only just follow the ISO standards. We asked a third party to check our work to make sure that we did it right and that we're consistent. And whatever message that we're sharing out there has some validity. And we took the extra step beyond that and asked another third party to provide us a certificate, the PAS 2060 certificate that validates not only our carbon reductions in our operations, but the hard look that we took at our own value chain to be able to take the next step with insets and arrive at a declaration of carbon neutrality for our silicone solutions for the built environment. And all this is all packaged within a carbon neutrality program, again, with published EPDs, in line with industry-accepted PCRs, validated and reaffirmed through certification program PAS 2060. And of course, this all dovetails because it needs to all kind of converge eventually through global green building certification programs, right? We have BREEAM, we have DGNB, we have Singapore, we have the Singapore Green Building Council. Of course, here in North America, more ubiquitous is going to be the LEED program. And all of this folds into that because we have the documentations, we have the certification, they're all third-party validated. And this is what the driver is. Again, it's about ensuring that we share with absolute transparency that we have followed the calculations, we have done our life cycle assessment in accordance with how everybody else is going to do it or how everybody else wants to do it, and are readily publishing our EPDs. And that brings us to the solution, right? Because we've actually taken all the steps, we've reduced our own footprint, and then we get to silicone. And the ability to be able to provide and offer the industry. And I gave a tickler last year, and we're really happy that we're able to launch it this year, is the industry's first carbon neutral silicones for facades. And what this entails is being able to offer carbon neutrality certificates for 3 different applications that we talked about already today through our previous speakers, and especially with Chris's presentation earlier: structural glazing sealants, insulating glass sealants, and weather seals. These are 3 fundamentals. Lots of products that fall into these categories. We're happy to go into detail with them, but these are the 3 fundamental products that enable not just the identity of the building enclosure, but the performance, as Chris mentioned earlier. And being able to provide a carbon neutrality certificate on a project-by-project basis, be able to offer that at a global level for those same product categories and specific products, and enable the project to be able to show the client and customer base that green building certifications can be accomplished. And this starts folding into the whole fabric and the conversation about how are we going to positively influence and impact our own industry's footprint. And the methodology that we do is really trying to keep it as simple as possible, because this is a new concept, a novel concept, but we're trying to simplify it by just come to us. Get us involved earlier in your design stage, and we can have a conversation about your carbon neutrality or carbon reduction goals. Talk about how we can collectively accomplish that through insetting, offsetting, or selective materials. Through our distribution program, or whether they're direct supply arrangements, arrange what those commercial implications might be, and in the end, be able to provide not just the design community, not just the construction community, but the entire built environment community with a carbon neutrality certificate, at least as it relates to our silicone. But again, a solution that influences the design and construction of your building facades. And we talked a little bit about embodied carbon, and that's the footprint, but there's the operational side, right? It's just that we've taken care of the 1/3, now we got the 2/3 we need to figure in. How does the silicone influence the operational side? Because again, as previous speakers mentioned, we have to look at the long game as well as the front end game. And how we influence that is, again, through the influence and enabling of design and design flexibility, and the choices that can be made between structurally glazed applications and captured applications, not just from a performance perspective, but from a material choice perspective and a material reduction perspective. And this is all not just a new concept, it's all predicated on 50 years of experience that we've already provided the design and construction community with our silicone solutions, all proven, durable, enhanced and superior weatherability, superior adhesion and strength over time. And it continues. 50 years plus is what we just celebrated last year. And it's about that, and it's about how that enables and influences design. Not only on the thermal side, where we can appreciate anywhere between, if you can make a comparison between two different systems that are structurally glazed versus captured, all things being equal, we have to kind of equalize and make sure that we're comparing apples to apples, or at least types of apples, Granny Smith versus Golden Delicious. That we can appreciate anywhere between 10 and 25% reduction on thermal losses, just by making a simple choice of it's going to be structurally glazed. It's not going to be captured because there's going to be reduced thermal bridging or thermal movement between the outside and the inside, or losses from the inside out. Pivot back to materials, but it's not just about thermal performance. When you choose structurally glazed, you can actually use less materials. Again, comparing apples to apples, you can take advantage of the efficiencies that are garnered through composite action with structural glazing. You can actually experience and see a reduction in use of aluminum or use of metal framing. And that's on top of, aside from requiring it for aesthetic or other performative factors and requirements, is the potential reduction of just exposed metal. And when you don't have the exposed metals, you take out the gasket components that kind of separate and ensure that you don't have metal to glass contact on your exterior. So that ultimately can result in a reduction of materials. It happens to be materials with a very significant carbon footprint of anywhere between up to 15%. So think about it. Introduction said smaller components, but the smaller components can have a significant impact on the bigger components. And this is where this 15% reduction potential is. And then when you start doing the math, and I promise with the 2 minutes I have left here, I'm not going to do any math, but with the math, we're able to start seeing reductions in the embodied carbon, of not just because of this silicone, but because of the entire system. And When we look at those types of reductions, particularly just really simple at a high level between captured system and structurally glazed system, can be a reduction of 30 kilograms per square meter of facade. It's not a bad number, and I really like the way that the previous speaker kind of framed it with flights from between points A and B. I may borrow that because it was really well done. This is, when you have a 10,000 square meter, 1,000 square foot facade, that's 30,000 kilograms of equivalent carbon dioxide. Now we're not talking about chump change anymore. We really start talking about making an impact. And with that impact, it is completely consistent with our own goals. It's a reflection of our own values, particularly our sustainability pillar, where we ourselves have made, from our own operations, made the commitment that by 2050, that we will decarbonize our operations by 2050 with a 30% reduction by 2030 compared to our own emissions in 2005. What does that mean? It's just that we are not only talking the talk, we are walking it, and we're living it, and we're living it in partnership and in collaboration with everybody in this room and beyond, because we truly believe that we have to lead by example. We have to be able to provide materials that address the problems of today. And we have that advantage and capability through our backward integrated operations by providing this carbon neutral silicones for facade program for 3 different levels of silicone applications, which are ubiquitous in our facade design and construction. Provided as a global service, because it makes no sense to just do it at a regional level. We really have to attack this at a global level. It's trusted and verified, and through a PS 2060 program, and to be able to address our global needs to reduce our carbon footprint and to reduce the operational carbon that we expend through our built environment. With that, thank you very much for your time. And if any questions and comments, certainly happy to see you at our table outside.
Thank you, Stan. That was fantastic, and great that Dow was taking a leadership role in sort of tracking and trying to reduce their impact. I mentioned in my welcome that one of the ways that resilience can be achieved in our enclosure systems is creating an enclosure system that is also a piece of art, something that goes beyond creating an enclosure, beyond providing thermal performance or views or comfort, but one that creates a unique experience for the users. That's really a success. James Carpenter Design Associates have been doing this for 40 years, merging art, engineering, architecture, and the environment. And I'd like to invite James and Joseph Welker up to speak about their work.
Thank you very much. Delighted to be here to speak to you and show you a project here in New York. But I would like to just quickly introduce ourselves to you from the point of view of how, basically as a practice, how we sort of began getting involved in glass and light in particular. And I'm just showing you a project that was done literally about 40 years ago, which is a series of films on water, tracking the migration of salmon, and sort of a deep interest in how light interacts with transparent materials. These early films really were the beginning of our interest in glass and working with glass, and led to working with Corning Glass in the early 1970s, a company that we continue to work with today. And this idea of capturing nature and how light behaves in nature underlies our work, whether it's, in this instance, more of an art, sculpture, or artwork, or whether it's in a smaller built project. This is actually a glass bridge done in the 70s in California, designed for that. But the notion here is using the environment and the material glass to sort of activate an experience, how you experience an ecology or how you experience a particular environment. And as you can see here, it sort of leads you onto this glass platform through a particular space. Light is basically activating your entire moment of time crossing this bridge or crossing this, this type of space. So these types of things are consistent in when we think about becoming involved in a project. Of course, this is Hearst, right up here on near 57th Street. And I only brought this project to bear here in the sense that taking those film projects and working with light in an active way. Some of you may have been into this building where when you walk into the building, there's about a 30-foot high water element made out of cast glass. And we were involved in this in the design and sort of the engineering part of it with Foster. The whole notion here is gathering daylight, bringing daylight down, a massive periscope projecting light back out towards the street. So you're using and magnifying the experience of daylight in the space. Simultaneously, by running water, chilled water over the surface, that particular element, glass element, not only a part of your movement through the space and moving daylight, in fact, is the cooling device for the lobby. It chills the air and cools the air. So there are ways where glass, not just in facade construction, but in elements within buildings, can actually contribute enormously, both to the environmental impact of the space and the, obviously, individual experience of a space that completely change how you think about an urban environment. So that's fundamentally what we think about in the studio. And literally just 100 yards away from this particular project, we had the opportunity to work on a complex of spaces for the Nordstrom Corporation here in New York. And here you have 57th Street to 58th Street, a building that runs all the way through the block. We'll be speaking primarily about the piece to the left-hand side. And the idea here is a client who fundamentally owns a condominium at the base of an 1,800-foot tall tower. They obviously want their own identity and distinguish themselves from the tower overhead. And we began working on this project. There's both historic buildings as well as the main piece, which is the element that runs through block. And the only point I want to make here before I give this over to Joe to speak about some of the development of the glass is that 57th Street used to be Soho, fundamentally, if you think about it. The whole street was lined with these artist studios for musicians or painters, artists. That's why Carnegie Hall is here. These types of buildings were everywhere in the city. And what was of interest to us was really at the beginning of thinking about this project is this idea of the bay window, how you revisit that idea and revisit it in this scale. These are all double height spaces as painters' studios. So this really led us to some of the initial thinking about the facade that we're talking about, which is down in this area here up on 57th Street. So that'll lead you into some of these initial design thoughts on the facade of the building.
So as Jamie noted in his early work, there's different canvases and opportunities that present themselves. Obviously, anybody that's worked in New York knows that you're pretty limited, and Jamie started to articulate some of the complex real estate transactions that Nordstrom got themselves into. So this investigation in the studio was really about how you work with glass and maximize those apertures and the height, the double height spaces, and maximize the presence of light, not only in telegraphing it into the interior of the building, but also in the materials itself. So here's an early set of studies just investigating different shapes. Obviously, these are cylinders that were cut, looking at ways that you could start to shape the glass itself to like articulate, maybe even like get some energy performance out of it. But really kind of studying the way the light interacts with the material and think about in the context of the opportunity on 57th and 58th Street and a through block, 200 feet, and the Manhattan street grid to really maximize the presence of daylight, not just on the surface, but also in the interior of the building. So here's another set of studies that look at it under different conditions. And this is a set of plans that investigated ways that you could potentially kind of like articulate some of those shapes, the cylindrical volumes into an actual working enclosure that allowed you to occupy the space a little bit, potentially similar to the lofts that Jamie was describing. So you could stand within these zones and look up and down the street, potentially. So each one of those zones, if you can imagine, like depending on the amplitude of these studies, you could really feel like you're part of the street. Not just that you're inside the space and seeing light, but you're also part of the light coming from above. So we started to articulate that a little bit in the studies and computer models in the studio to how that translates into a floor-to-floor of 17.5 feet. And what can you do as an attachment system to minimize that so you get the maximum gain and penetration of light into the space? So this is an early study that just really looked at what the opportunities were, trying to capture some amount of volume and depth. I mean, if you think back to the videos that Jamie showed early on, you can imagine this just being a vertical stream of water, of light that comes down the face of the building and also moves inside. So here's another iteration that looked at a single layer system, a single glass system, a series of bent panels that may have different expressions on them, like different surface treatments, maybe a fret, acid etch, different textures. So we studied a number of these iterations trying to understand and think about how this works, potentially not from just the public realm and the street experience for people outside the store, but also the people within the store itself. So here's another set of studies that starts to look a little bit harder too at ways that you could layer the elements together and really kind of activate, almost like a theater. I think about it as a stage, activate the internal kind of workings of the building to the exterior. So then this is stepping back and saying, okay, in the context of the overall system, how does this express itself on 57th Street? So in many ways, this was the primary facade. It's adjacent to a historic structure on the right, to the east, the Art Student League, and one of the kind of masonry buildings that we're very familiar with that Chris was speaking to earlier in New York, punched window, brick building.
So just one thing to say is how we work in the studio in terms of developing things is that often rely on physical models, often made in glass at different scales. Beginning to develop this case for the wall itself, Nordstrom wall, going from small scale models up to, like quarter scale models, up to full scale elements in our studio where you can start understanding what this is like to experience when you step into one of these curves and actually are able to look down on 57th Street, which is really right below you when you're in one of these elements. But models are actually critical to everything we're doing in the studio and how you can really start understanding the level of light. I mean, what's going to start happening with these elements, particular coatings on them or finishes that you add to the glass. And then probably most importantly, and sort of relative to the previous speaker's talk, obviously we're at a project like this, you're sort of erring on the identity side of Chris's juxtaposition of identity or performance. But obviously performance is part and parcel of this exercise as well. So you're talking about 17 to 18 foot high floor-to-floor heights. And these curves obviously are structural. So there are no mullions, basically. There's basically just an aluminum extrusion that acts as a coupling device between the curved panels. So there's an enormous saving in terms of actual hardware, metal being used on the space. And the loading, of course, because it's more of a sine wave, the load is basically carried by the glass, wind loading. As you can see here, positive, negative pressure, and handrail pressure. So applying that to this type of space, it's really this idea of connecting between the panels, and then most importantly, this notion of, which Joe will go into in more detail, how we bring daylight into the building. Obviously, this is the ceiling package generally within a retail space, enormous amount of material and equipment in the ceiling. But by doing this constant sort of stepping down, allowing the light to have much, much deeper penetration into the space is critical. And then similarly, you'll see, because it is a through block space, the moment you enter the building, you're actually looking directly out to 58th Street.
This is backing up a little bit from the standard floor to floor, where the 17.5 feet I was describing, down to the ground floor on the 57th Streets. So this is the street level entry. And Nordstrom was very interested in putting prominently in their kind of front of their store, this is considered the front door along 57th Street, their shoes, because that's how they got their start in. So one of the things they did, which was in addition to kind of engaging us, which was an aggressive proposition, was to open up an opening in the floor. So they took their maximum, real estate opportunity here along 57th Street, and they created a stair, and they brought light and views down into the lower level, which became their shoe hall. So they really kind of brought the street level into the store itself, both for views, but also they started to curve an entry into it. So you can start to see it in some of these diagrams. This is kind of backing up from the project a little bit and looking at Broadway, 58th Street here, 57th Street here. And this is the through block that I was trying to describe earlier, the 200 feet. So relative to the thing we were just highlighting, the shoes, there's 2 stairs that are on either side. So that allows views and kind of a public theater that happens on the upper floors to very much start your journey into the store at the ground floor. So here's a series of diagrams that kind of click through what they made as a series of decisions within the spaces themselves. I think what we were trying to do in many ways was take the glass canvas that was on the exterior of the building and bring it to the inside. So there's a vertical wall here that's 7 stories that goes all the way through their set of spaces. There's a series of very lightweight, delicate elements that were kind of riffs on the original studies of the glass. It's a chainmail mesh material that holds light in it, but also allows views and kind of visibility through the entire store. They were very interested in this big organizing space because one of the difficult things for them was having a vertical assemblage of retail spaces. So it was really important to have verticality and light kind of moving people and circulating people through the entire store. So I'm clicking down through here into like some of the lower floors. This is specifically a 3rd floor where you can see that vertical escalator wall. In general, we tried to make moves where there was circulation that had light and elements that held a degree of luminosity and light on its surface. So this was removing the piece, the facade on the 57th and 58th Street and just seeing those vendor shops I was describing there, there's chainmail. This is the overall expanse of the glass along both 57th and 58th Street. And the other piece that's worth pointing out is like, this is a historic facade. So there was a number of efforts in this project to preserve elements of the existing fabric and make them work with a new existing construction. So all these new floor plates were built around a leased building, which is here on 58th and Broadway, another leased building for them on 57th Street, connecting them through to a building that was the original Goodyear tire factory, and maintaining that facade and connecting up the floor plates. So a lot of what we did on the inside of the store was really trying to get a series of elements that organized and gave you orientation within that overall footprint and the overall set of spaces. This is kind of trying to describe the vertical element here. This was a optical aluminum that was slightly perforated to allow raking light to become visible on this vertical plane. It also gives them a canvas in which they can project different colored lights. And that was repeated on the entries on either side. So if you're ever along 57th Street side on the north side and you're walking down, what you'll see is a series of elements that really kind of magnify and redirect views of what's being merchandised in the store itself, but also give them a way to literally stage. They hang things here. There's a series of displays, in addition to the theater I was trying to describe, where people move up and down these stairs between the shoe areas and some of the other areas of the store.
So yeah, yes, theater was probably one of the primary motivations for this project, the whole idea of theatrical presence of a bay window where you stand in that bay, look down the street, vice versa, people on the street are looking up at you. But here we are, this is obviously with Permis de Lisa. This is up in Connecticut. Some of the first panels we worked on were over in Italy, actually. And then these were brought over to Connecticut to just do some of the test units as we move forward on the project. A very early mock-up. Joe was explaining the whole interior utilizes this chainmail mesh, which is, of course, another wave pattern hanging in front of the glass that sort of shields it and gives it a little bit more of a spatial reading when you're in the space. These mock-ups were used, obviously, not just for visual purposes, but also just for testing shipping, complex shapes across in large numbers, making sure that was safely managed. Lighting done here and done in Italy to work on it. Specialty suction machine, of course, for handling the curved panels, to lift them up and put them into position. And then I guess, sort of the crux of the matter here in terms of how the panels go together. So again, this is this idea. This is essentially your mullion, which doesn't have any perpendicular depth to the wall itself. This piece right here. This is your mullion, but it's literally just a flat 2 channels that just connect the 2 glass units together as they drop down into the key slot here. So just giving you the whole sense of this going in. Something you're all familiar with, I'm sure. And then finally, here's this view, right?
So there's the overall facade, and you kind of see the energy and activity that's reflected in the facade surface itself. And then you can also start to see some of the daylight that really transmits all the way into the floor plate. This is a view along 58th Street. I think one of the things that is quite dynamic about this facade is the ability to occupy it when you're along these areas, but also the way that it really reflects the sky and the light presence throughout the day. So you get lines of light on these surfaces that we saw in early studies. So in many ways, what we were really trying to enhance was the presence of light in the street. And as you move around it, you always have some degree of that line of light, even like the weather in the last 24 hours where you get some overcast conditions, you'll still have a presence of light on the surface. So that was one of the things that we really tried to do on the exterior, and then bring it as much as you could into the interior spaces. So here you see a set of images that start to look at what the layouts and display are with the inside. You can see the physical reality of that shaped ceiling you saw in some of our earlier studies. So you really taper it off and allow a maximum amount of light penetration inside and an activation along the street.
And I think that this is probably sort of the key image of the design from the point of view of engaging the street and engaging the individual in the building itself, is that if you step into one of these bay curvatures, you could literally look down and see the East River or look towards the Hudson River. So you really project it out over the street, and vice versa. If somebody's out here walking along, you see that activity in the facade of the building. So this whole notion of sort of activating the street, activating this environment, then bringing this whole idea of the light. Joe was just mentioning bouncing the light on these different shelves, and then all the columns in the ceiling basically all have this sort of detail to it. So the column looks like it's sort of penetrating up into an illuminated world above that ceiling. But and this is some of just the interior things of bringing light into the building at all different heights, and that sort of main entry below. So it's it's obviously a major identity for the company itself, but it has a very wonderful, from our point of view, fluidity to it, and sort of position like within the city to sort of activate this cultural domain that's up in this neighborhood with Lincoln Center and Jazz at Lincoln Center and other elements there. But that's the last slide, but thank you very much.
Thanks, James. Thanks, Joe. Thank you both. That was really fascinating presentation on a really engaging facade system. I wish we all could entertain using these guys to work on all our projects. Both James and Joe mentioned the terms stage and theater in the context of their work, and there's really no greater theater or stage than Times Square here in the city. And if you ever get a chance, or if you've been there recently, and take a seat at the stairs of the TKTS booth there, you'll really notice a fascinating sort of sense of activity happening there at the corner at 1568 Broadway, where a really heroic feat of resilience and preservation is happening, as well as a really heroic piece of architecture with the tower that's being built there for TSX. I mentioned there's a bit of preservation here. There's resilience. They're engaging. They're reviving a theater. That's part of the project. And the new facade of the tower is showcasing some of the newest technology in facades and media facades. So I'd like to invite Michael Signorilli from Pavery McGovern to lead a panel discussion with some of the key individuals involved in this project. Yeah. Are we? Oh, they're getting mic'd. Okay.
Maybe you can read them one by one.
Sure. Actually, I don't know if I have all the names with me right now, but I will do that. I'll make.
Save time. Yeah.
Great. All right. So the panelists include William Mondera, CEO, co-owner of Mancini Duffy. Roberto Garcia, Associate Principal at Perkins Eastman. Benjamin Alper, a Principal at Severud. And Robert Israel, Executive Vice President of L&L Holdings Company. So guys, please come up on stage, have a seat. Make sure your mics work. Not yet. Okay, gotcha. All right. And we're just waiting on our panel leader. James and Joe did so good on time that we weren't prepared for an early start. All right. I'll leave it to you, Michael.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Yeah. So to start, we're going to have Robert Israel introduce the project, and then from there, the L&L marketing team has developed a short video just to get everyone into the context of the project.
Thanks, Michael. Hi, I'm Robert Israel. I'm an Executive Vice President for L&L Holding. And thank you guys for coming today. Appreciate the opportunity to sort of introduce TSX Broadway to all of you. I assume most of you have been to Times Square. If not, you should go. And it's a very important crossroads of the world. And picture somebody like yourself buying an asset worth over $1 billion and then putting together a partnership that we're going to decide to actually knock that asset down that was only built less than 30 years ago, and then build the newest iconic property in Times Square with a net worth of almost $3 billion. When someone first approached me with this project, I had to do a double take. I had to actually relook at the drawings because somebody sent me actually this set of drawings to assure with the design team that we're actually going to lift a 1,700-seat landmark theater that weighed approximately 14 million pounds. While in and around it and underneath it, we had to support and assure that we could do this safely. Number one, preserve the iconic landmark theater, as well as preserve what we call the retained slab of the project. And we'll further explain this in the presentation, but in order to comply with today's zoning laws and maintain our overbuilt condition, build 84,000 square feet more than today's zoning law would allow us to do. So a very, very complex set of circumstances. And the folks around me today are the iconic design team, not all of them, but some of them, that helped me do this, helped my team and the partnership team do this project. And we've actually done it. We've actually lifted the theater successfully with little or no damage to the actual theater. We're in the midst of actually finishing the project. We're topped off. Curtain wall and facade is ongoing, as well as the interior renovations of the project are ongoing. And we look to actually have the property open for business sometime first, second quarter of next year. So at this time, I'll turn it back over to Michael, and I hope you guys enjoy our presentation.
Thanks, Robert.
There's only one place that gets 137 million people a year. There's only one corner in the world that gets 400,000 people a day. There's only one Times Square, and there's only one TSX. The name TSX, that X represents this intersection of so much of what's going on in the whole world. It's not just the intersection of 7th Avenue and Broadway. It's the intersection of media, it's entertainment. There is retail, there is restaurants, there are hotels. Why not put it all together? It's very hard for us to even try to describe what this complex is because there's so much. There is a theater everyone is going to want to be playing and performing in the Palace Theater. Think about who performed there, who sang there. Whether it was Groucho Marx or Liza Minnelli or Frank Sinatra or Tony Bennett. I mean, the greatest performers all wanted to perform and sing on the stage of the Palace Theater. How could you actually take a Broadway theater that's landmarked and jack that theater up 30 feet in the air when you have on top of it a 45-story hotel? The way we design the hotel, it's floor-to-ceiling glass, so the views, of course, are unobstructed, to the ball drop in Times Square. And there's about 90,000 feet of retail space. Ceilings range from 12 to 14 feet. Our certificate of occupancy allows us to put 15 million people through that space a year. So think about it. In a good year, Yankee Stadium gets 4 million people during the season. There's 15 million people through that space. This building was built for the purpose that it's going to be used. There's a 4,000 square foot stage. It's only 30 feet up, so it's at a very, very good elevation, so people on the street, you can really see it. It's the epicenter of entertainment. There's only one New York, there's only one Times Square, there's only one TSX.
Now, Robert, there aren't a lot of developers who have the stomach to jack portions of a building, let alone a landmark structure. So run through really what was your team thinking in terms of the challenges, and was it difficult to get Landmark to buy in to this whole process of elevating this landmark space?
Well, yes, absolutely. It was a challenge. And actually, to stand there and have the vision to actually do this is absolutely incredible. But the actual permission in order to do this was twofold. First of all, we needed to gain the permission of the theater owner, which was the Nederlander organization, right? And this is one of their gems, if not their gem, of all their portfolio of theaters. So we needed to get their buy-in, which we did. And then as we got that buy-in, and as we continued to work with our design team, we employed the multiple consultants in order to help us through the design issues that we had, and also coming up with our landmark approval. Dealing with the Landmarks Commission is a unique talent. If you've ever done it, you know what you need to do. You've got to have the right consulting team in order to manage that process. We did. We brought PPPW, who was our landmark architect, who helped us through that process. We had multiple consultants as well who are more than capable of discussing and meeting with landmarks in a way that was, we brought landmarks on as part of our team, essentially. That's really the way we approached it. We've done multiple projects like this within the LNL organization. 195 Broadway, 222 Broadway are all landmark properties that we have experience in managing the landmarks preservation process. We view them as one of our partners, and that's the way we approach the project in order for us to be collaborative with them and get the approval that ultimately we did.
Now, the project itself, as we talked about earlier, it relied heavily on modifying the existing floor plate, demoing down to the 15th floor, elevating the theater, all in an attempt to gain more FAR for the building. What were some of the initial challenges that led to the development of the current massing that we're currently constructing?
Well, the most important development associated with the retained slab project is obviously, if you're really familiar with that zoning law, you need to have those slab areas that you maintain, which is 25% of the existing slab areas. So we had a building that was approximately 550,000 gross square feet, so we had to maintain approximately 90,000 square feet of it. In order to do that safely, and not only we had to employ multiple structural engineers, Severud was one of our consultants, but also we had a structural engineer who strictly dealt with shoring and stability, that constantly was part of the team, part of the discussions with how we were going to actually design the structure, as well as how we were actually going to build it logistically. that was the most important aspect, because not only do we need to build with speed, but we also build with safety. And that was the most important aspect of the project, and the most difficult. Up until the last 2 floors of the building, and even beyond that, as we finished the superstructure, topped off the building, in order for them to come back down and remove all of the old structure that we properly stabilized, was a huge logistical effort as part of the project that we did with our contractor PMG, our subcontractor Breeze Demolition, and Howard Shapiro and Associates, and Severud. And then that included all the way down to the foundation, in coordination with the foundation contractor, Urban Engineering, as well as Langen Engineering, who's our SOE contractor. All those parties were constantly involved in this project. Not only at the beginning of the project, when you normally do demolition, excavation, and foundation work, but throughout the process, throughout the lifting process. They're constantly involved in these decisions, because until we lifted the theater, we couldn't complete the structure. And until we completed the superstructure of the building, and until we included the truss work of this major concrete truss that Ben from Severud will talk to you about, we weren't finished with the demolition, the rules, and the excavation and foundations of the project. So a plethora of activities that normally is linear in this project was not at all, was all done parallel.
Now, when retaining that existing theater, did you, Roberto, see any challenges with developing the massing and also the overall geometry of the new tower?
One of the strategies used for the additional FAR bonus was to make use of this program for thermal envelope called Zone Green, which requires the building to perform at the opaque areas to perform at 20% better than minimum code requirements, and overall to perform 10% better than code requirements. So what that means is we had to really dissect the curtain wall system and look at all options for making it work better than minimum. And also behind all the opaque cladding systems, such as the metal panel, we really had to beef up the insulation behind that to get within the range and compliance of Zone Green.
One of the things we had to look at as well, because this was a renovation project and a retained slab project, was while we're able to keep all the existing FAR, the existing building geometry and massing didn't necessarily work for what we were trying to do. So in the zoning process, we used a lot of the Midtown zoning is probably one of the most complicated ones in the world. We used what's called compensating setbacks to make up for other areas where we did need to penetrate the sky exposure plan. So it was a pretty complicated project. And although what's on the screen doesn't have my signature and stamp on it, it's on there. So you can imagine I spent a few nights making sure, up in bed making sure we had it right.
Jumping to the theater, jacking Ben, the existing building itself obviously has certain assumptions that need to be made, different building movements for the lower level, which has the existing structure in the theater, and then the upper level, which has also different movements for the new unitized curtain wall system. Walk us through the structural systems on the job and the complexity.
Sure. Do you want to cue that video? I think that probably, that probably shows a little bit of the detail. As Robert said, it's a renovation project. So we demolished the existing building down to the 16th floor. Okay. We demolished the existing building down to the 16th floor, retaining really the below 16 as retained slab. We had different creative ways of doing that. But you can see the issue with the theater is that that area in red is actually the existing transfer truss system that was built in the 1990s when the building was built. So what happened is that as the theater was lifted, it would be lifted into the existing transfer structure. So what we had to do is we had to put in a new transfer structure above the existing to be able to make that pocket for the theater. In doing so, we were given less physical space to do it in terms of height. And also the original transfer structure was done in steel. We were directed to use a concrete system for various reasons. Obviously, lifting a heavy steel truss in the middle of Times Square would be difficult. So as we looked at doing that system, we ended up with a concrete system, a post-tension girder system. And that girder system uses post-tension strands to jack in segments. So we have 5 segments, and we would jack those post-tension girders.
And once we created that, this is really for the next slide. Once we created that pocket, we were able to lift the theater. But in terms of the movements, that PT system, that post-tension system, a normal beam would have deflected several inches, but a post-tension beam jacked in stages can reduce the total deflection to about 1/4 of an inch to 1/2 of an inch above. And then once the theater was lifted, it was lifted just seamlessly into that pocket. So really, we had no movements to worry about in terms of the facade.
Everybody should realize we lifted this theater to 30 feet. Not 6 inches, not 8 inches, 30 feet in 6-inch increments.
And what was the rate of the lift, Ben?
We lifted about 5 inches an hour, which for us was pretty quick. I think when we first started, they said they're going to get 2 inches an hour, and then we got to 5 inches an hour, and that really is 5 inches and a half an hour. And then the next half an hour they take to reset all the jacks, so we can do the next lift. So really, it's 5 inches and a half an hour, which was pretty speedy for us, I thought, Robert.
And when we set out to, when we actually were buying this project with Urban, we bought the theater lift. It's a design build. He actually designed the lifting mechanisms, obviously in coordination with Severud and Shapiro. But when we bought it, the interesting story about this was he was very, very steadfast that he was going to be old-fashioned about this. The way that they were going to lift this theater was going to be with walkie-talkies, a bunch of manpower at each jack, and actually jacking them, with radios. Yeah, move this one a little bit, move that one a little bit. By the time we actually got around to doing the lift, we had a $1 million control center that was delivered to our site from Ohio, which we called the NOC, and actually delivered that to the cellar level, where we actually digitally controlled all of the lifting mechanisms through the hydraulic jacking that we prepared and set in place, and then moved in 6-inch increments. Right. So it just shows you how, yes, everybody likes to be old-fashioned, but here in New York City, we've moved into the digital age.
Right, and we had
moved faster than traffic on the Cross Bronx too.
Right. Probably the case. We had a total of 34 jacking points with 4 jacks in each, all controlled, like Robert said, with a single set of manifolds off one system. So it was done. It went pretty smoothly, I'd say.
Not without issue, but we all worked together. During the lifting process, we had over 50 people on site that was directly attributable to the lifting process, and then the inspections that would go on after every 6-inch increment. We cleared the site, at least from the lower half of the site. The only people who were involved with the lifting process were allowed on site from a safety perspective and just from an overall sort of consultant perspective. So that each process, each 6-inch increment was a very detailed process that was reviewed and approved by all of the design community as well as the landmarks community, and we adhere to that process.
I think one important thing to note on top of that, Robert, is prior to even jacking up this theater, all the soft demo and prep that needed to go into place with the top of the theater slab itself. Coordinating the waterproofing, we're essentially turning that existing slab into a roof and transferring all the water off of that roof, tying back in the drains, making sure that that space itself remains intact while we are doing the overall lift and demo taking place above.
Absolutely, and Ben can go in more detail, but we installed this truss, which is essentially, the building is designed with a tabletop, which is our truss, which is an area from the 12th to the 16th floor. And we have 4 what we call super columns, which are the legs, right? The tabletop and the legs that drive down to the bedrock. Directly below that, in order to create the pocket that Ben was speaking about, is we actually hung the structure, because we had to actually hang that structure, the 4 floors below, from 12 to 8. Once we did that, those 4 floors are then hung, and then we're able to create that pocket to lift the theater into. So pretty crazy amount of steps in order to do that, pretty crazy amount of coordination and structure to design around, and stability and shoring to do.
And Ben, how involved was Landmarks with the jacking process, ensuring the QC procedures were implemented accordingly?
Yeah, they were, as you can imagine, very involved throughout the process. We had a lot of steps in place to make sure that we can monitor the theater. As Robert said, there were a lot of people standing under there. We were standing under the theater as it was lifting. And we had a computer that was monitoring devices throughout the theater. Anything you could think of was being monitored. Acceleration and the tilt and just anything, digital crack gauges, everything was monitored throughout the process. And we had instantaneous feeds on everything. One thing that I thought was interesting is we mounted a total station to the underside of the theater that was actually rising with the theater. So as opposed to putting a toll station elsewhere and sort of shooting points, because it was rising with the theater, it could give us relative rise, and if things were going a little bit low or a little bit high, it was giving us that relative height because it was actually riding with the theater up. And we monitored that throughout, and we learned along the way. But because we weren't just worried about cracking a facade, which was important. We didn't want to crack the 100-year-old brick facade. But we also were trying not to crack the plaster that's historic in the inside of the theater.
Yeah, we went through great lengths to prepare and stabilize any of the historic plaster, and we went through a whole survey process, analyzing all of that landmark plaster, restorative plaster work that was required, number one, prior to the lift, because that was one of the sort of agreements we had with Landmarks and the Nederlander family, was that we would protect their theater in order for it to be ready to be moved and to be lifted. So the work, in order for us to do that, to prepare all of the plaster, all of the tendons, that there was terracotta structure as well behind that plaster, was exhaustive. And we worked with the team, with PMG and our subcontractor, and the design team to collaborate to actually finish that work, get a sign off, get an approval that we were ready to lift, and we actually lifted. So that process took almost 2 years to prepare the theater for its lift.
Yeah. And every time we would lift, we had like Robert said, there were a lot of consultants. Every time we lifted, we had 15 or 20 firms that had to come out and look at different parts of the building and give us the thumbs up before we proceeded. So it was a full review of the theater, outside, inside, literally every time we'd lift.
Now, with all the complexities on the inside and jacking up the theater space, it's easy to forget about what we're doing on the outside of the building over this space, the LED screen components. Robert, do you want to talk a little bit about the theater partnership in developing that
sure. So
feature wall?
The LEDs, if anybody knows Times Square, they know that Times Square has changed over the last 20 years when we're talking about LEDs. It used to be a billboard signages, now it's all LEDs. And when the project is completed, we will have one of the largest LED screens available on our building. Approximately 18,000 square feet of just the main display, which is what you're looking at right there, both on the right-hand side is the truss work that's ongoing as we speak. And then ultimately what the finished product will look like is to the right. A huge LED that will be available for everybody to see, not only sort of just on an everyday basis, but it also will be utilized when there's a performance in our stage area, which has a 30 by 30 foot approximate stage door, which will open in less than a minute. So that will allow us to have performances both indoors in a stage space and then outdoors within a minute, providing a performance to the outside world at Times Square for all of the ability to have all of Times Square to look at that type of performance. Again, if you think about Times Square for a moment, approximately these are pre-pandemic numbers, 350 to 375,000 people a day pass by our corner. We're almost back to that. I think we're about 85% of the way back to that now. If you talk to the Times Square Alliance and the business district's numbers. So all of those eyeballs will be on this corner, and all of those folks every day will be able to see this sign. That's why we did what we did. That's why we've designed an LED sign package like we have. We have that signage. We also have now, as it relates to facade, we also have a facade lighting package, which we call our LED facade lighting, which is from floors 9 through 47 that wrap the western, southern, and northern elevations of the property at a sort of floor-by-floor basis. They are going to be illuminated. They're not going to be as clear as sort of the base LED perspective, but you will be able to see imagery from, not only will be tied to all of our signage, will be tied from the main display and then up into the mid-level display and then up through the building. You'll be able to read that whole signage package to understand how whatever advertisements, whatever content we want to put there will be able to be displayed in multiple levels, and you can see those areas for 10, 20 blocks to the south, 10, 20 blocks to the north. Just an incredible signage package that we're going to be delivering to the building. Now, if you're looking at the image right now, this is that door package that I was talking about. Again, each leaf weighs approximately 42,000 pounds. The total doors weigh 84,000 pounds, and they open in less than 60 seconds. And I think, do we have the video that will take us through that? Or is it just a picture of the doors? Sorry. There is a video out there that I offer all. TSX Broadway has its own website. You can see those doors actually open in the video that we've done for the marketing of the property. But there's nothing like this. This is our game changer that separates us from any other property in Times Square. The doors themselves and actually the space itself within that's enclosed by the doors, the stage. We're hoping to see that in all of the New Year's celebrations ongoing once we open the property for 50 years to come.
I think this image itself doesn't serve it enough justice, right? Just looking at the sheer scale of our LED screen in context to the adjacent building, I mean, it's going to be very impressive once it's complete.
Absolutely.
Now, Roberto, we touched a little bit earlier on the zone green compliance for the added FAR. Do you want to talk through some of the facade types and how we actually achieved the thermal performance on the project?
So the building is cladded basically with a traditional curtain wall, two types, one that clads most of the hotel, which is in green, and then we wanted to create an aesthetic vertical element on the west facade that takes basically to help connect the main display up the building, up to the crown display at the top, which is also a 3-sided LED display so you can see from the west, north, and south. The metal panel portion of the building clads the opaque section, and so we needed to carefully map the U value and R value of every component of the building because we have to show zone green compliance. So whereas, let's say, for example, traditionally you may only need 2.5 inches of insulation, we had to go to 5 inches of insulation. With the curtain wall, it's a little trickier, but we'll get into this further in the presentation, but we actually looked very closely during the VMU and PMU phase of the project at how we can improve the U value of the curtain wall, and we'll get into more details about that. But essentially, that is the difficulty. Addressing the zoning issue that Bill brought up at the very top, and is just slightly able to be perceived, we actually penetrate the zoning envelope. And we had to actually tilt the facade back 2 degrees after the 47th floor to stay within that envelope. So there were many challenges in the project from a zoning perspective as well as from a performance perspective.
And as you can imagine, that square footage we gained from this is extremely, extremely valuable. So there was a lot of back and forth between my firm and Robert's firm, and Roberto's firm, sorry, about how we can actually preserve these things and make sure that we're really getting everything we can out of it.
Bill, can you remind me, what was this, by us complying with zone green, what did we reap from that?
It was significant. It was, I want to say, it was like.
Well, in terms of the minutia of it, you can subtract 8 inches of the facade thickness, right, and that counts towards additional FAR. So if you imagine 8 inches around the entire building on every floor can be added to the project.
Yeah, it was somewhere in the neighborhood of 5,000 square feet, but it was significant on a project of this magnitude.
Which I know everything that says 5,000 square feet is not that much, but if you get into the details of our design of our project and our building, this building was designed down to the square inch.
Now, transitioning from the bid set, which was I believe the 50% DD set, what we're seeing on the CM side right now is, design drawings, they're becoming, more schematic, more narratives are developed, and the real extent of the design is developed during the design assist once the subcontractor is brought on board. Walk us through some of the challenges we had early on with bringing the subcontractor on board. How did we still maintain to achieve the design intent currently? There were a lot of added features that need to be included into this, the LED nodes, operables.
So as you can see, the design detail on the left has like a skirt at the base of the curtain wall within the hotel rooms. But when we did our energy analysis, we needed to really beef up the performance. And you can see in the shop drawing on the right that we had to add insulation behind the opaque portion of the curtain wall within the skirt itself. So basically every nook and cranny that we can stuff insulation into, we did. So the curtain wall has a shadow box system rather than a regular spandrel system. So we had some visual depth to the system. But we also, like I said, added insulation on the backside. But then with the introduction of the LED nodes, that's basically a leak point of thermal continuity between the exterior and the interior, which we had to address. And we put it underneath the stack joint because one of the main points of the signage was that we didn't want static LED signs, but we wanted to connect them all with these LEDs, right? So as Robert described, we can actually do imagery to bring it all up. And so in this detail, we have to look at how do we install the LEDs, and from a maintenance point of view and performance point of view.
And on top of that, from the design assist process, were there any aesthetic features that came out of the process iteratively that you felt benefited the project from the initial bid set?
So initially we had a framed operable window. And when we saw it in the VMU, we thought, and everyone thought, it really did not look like what the project should have. So when we removed the metal frame, it actually ended up performing better in U value. And then we looked at, and that introduced what's called like an edge glass protector, which is that metal piece just below the glass to protect the glass from being struck. That used to be a continuous metal piece all the way back, and then it would get a little thermal break connection, mechanical connection. But when we looked at that piece, we realized that what if we took just the metal piece on the outside, crimped it to a plastic piece on the inside for the mechanical connection, so we would break that continuity of material, and that also helped the U value. So we really dissected this wherever possible to get a better performing system.
Now, one thing that was also developed during the design assist process was the assessment and understanding of the building movements at the existing level and the overbuild. On the screen right now, we're looking at the stack joints, which Gamma, the curtain wall manufacturer, provided studies for, looking at the overall building movements once the slabs were loaded. Ben, do you want to talk us through some of the initial assumptions that were being made during this process?
Sure, yeah. I mean, I think we spent a lot of time working together, going through the building movements, again, not only about the PT girder when we were going to have movements up and down there, but we do have some long spans. It is a concrete building, so we have some creep and shrinkage that really had to be assessed in addition to the thermal and other construction tolerances. And that was really, we really worked together through that to try to limit the stack joint. I don't know if Roberto, if you want to add anything to that.
So this just shows 4 dimensions, but there was actually almost a dozen different dimensions as you go up the building in terms of deflection. But we didn't want to have varying widths of joints. So we decided that from the 16 above, we would take the worst case scenario and create a consistent joint width. And then 15 and below, we went to a different joint width, which was greater actually. So we had 2 inches on the bottom and 1.5 above.
Now, these images right now of the exterior, this is a good sense of the different facade types that we have on the project. On the left-hand side, you see the unitized curtain wall. On the right-hand side is our shear wall, where we're actually implementing in some of the rain screen metal panels. In terms of the QC process, initially during the bid set, I believe your team had a unitized metal panel that wrapped around the shear wall. Once we changed and modified to this rain screen system, in terms of quality, thermal performance, what were the overall concerns that the team had?
Well, with the pouring of curtain of a concrete shear wall, you have to anticipate that it's not going to be a plumb condition. So we worked closely with Gamma to try to allow their system to have some reactional ability to the undulations of the concrete. And we think we successfully achieved that so that we would not lose in that thickness of insulation that pretty much we were just hitting with a very small margin, that if anything was any deviation, we would potentially be out of compliance. So we worked very closely with both the contractors and with the subs to make sure that the intended installation can be achieved.
And I think with the intended installation, I mean, there was a lot of complexity with the overall logistic process and how we actually did the phasing and sequencing of the install. For the new unitized curtain wall, we began the install on the 16th floor, worked our way up due to the post-tension beam. And then after that, we went back down to the lower levels, which were the existing building from 9 to 15. We implemented a tuck panel on that 15th floor. And after that, we have the lower levels of the building and the storefronts. Right here, this image, this is the shear wall in terms of the system that we just talked about. The team is utilizing a monorail system to install the rain screen panel, the waterproofing. In terms of the transition in between the rain screen panel and the unitized curtain wall, talk us through some of the design issues that we initially developed at that point and worked through with Gamma.
So the benefit here was that we got one contractor to do both the metal panels and the curtain wall, which was Gamma. So it was much more easier to look at those transition conditions. For example, when the curtain wall met the metal panel, how to get that waterproofing detail to seamlessly transition between one system and another. If it had been 2 different contractors, it would have been a lot harder to coordinate that. but also where we have, in this instance, we have a shear wall, so we have a very strong substrate to waterproof against and to terminate the current wall against. At other locations, we had stud wall. And so with that, it was essentially the same waterproofing detail, but we had to have a tighter tolerance because where the studs ended and the current wall ended, we still had to maintain that insulation thickness, transitioning from the metal panel to the current wall.
And I think also on top of that, there was some complexity that we had to deal with for the LED nodes, where we had shear wall conditions where the LED nodes were flying behind it. So developing a maintenance program and a point of access through the shear wall to do future maintenance on this LED node, that was critical for us.
So in the VMU actually, we actually put in the LED nodes. We actually installed them and we ran through how do you replace it? How do you replace it? How do you remove the waterproofing in the current wall, re-input in a new LED, re-caulk it, to make sure that when it's up on the building, it can actually be done and not destroy it in the process, right? So we couldn't have something so rigidly installed that the tools necessary to remove it would damage the current wall. So we did it, I think, 3 times before we
actually had the head of my tech services group on the lift with the Gamma electrician and the Gamma 580 installer, doing several different mock-ups. Like I said, I think we did it 3 times to assure that in the air, off a lift, that we could easily exchange the LED, what we call puck, in and out of the actual curtain wall frame. Obviously, it's important that that system functions. Obviously, we've told everybody that they have the ability to display imagery on the facade of the building. It's very crucial that that system operate and can be maintained throughout the life of the property. That's how we feel we've achieved that in order. We did those mock-ups, and we have a very robust testing protocol in order to assure that, number one, when the panels are actually fabricated in the plant, the pucks are tested. When they reach the project site, they're tested before they actually go up in the building, and before they're hoisted out onto the facade of the building, they're tested. And then once we've completed a complete floor, we test them again. A very robust process that we've developed with Roberto, the electrical engineer of the project, and our lighting designers.
Yeah. Now, jumping to the mock-ups, during the initial design assist, we developed a series of mock-ups. I believe this job had 6 in total, plus also the LED screen, so 7 mock-ups, full glass mock-ups. Talk us through the iterative process of developing the extent and scope of the mock-up and why it was important to validate the visual prior to proceeding with the performance mock-up.
So, I mean, the most important thing that we did, obviously, we first chose the glass. That was our major component of, we did full-size light inspections on rooftops with the subcontractor Gamma. We chose the glass based on Roberto's input, Mancini Duffy's input, and ownership input as well. I had parties from my organization and our partners review the rooftop glass samples. Once we chose that, we then, together, collaboratively with Gamma, decided on what elevations we were going to do and what amount of mock-up would actually complete. We had a full set of mock-up drawings that were provided to the contractor, and hence what you see on the screen now is one of those elevations that we actually created. So it was a very complicated process that we chose what we were going to mock up from an elevation perspective and what type of moving parts and pieces we wanted to ensure that we had visibility on as well as part of these mock-ups.
This was one of the early ones, I believe, as well.
This is one of the early ones where you can see we saw the frame around the operable window, which we decided we didn't like and to take out. But I also want to point out the profile of this mock-up. These are basically the standard hotel rooms in the building. And what the client wanted to achieve is this is Times Square, right? You don't want to just go up to a flat facade and look and be able to only look in one direction. So we actually created these kind of bay window projections so that you can look in 3 directions.
It also creates, if you look at the plans of the room and you actually go stand now in the building, those ins and outs of that curtain wall actually create an area in the room itself, which is a very efficiently designed room, approximately 230, 240 square feet. As we all know, New York City hotel rooms are small, but they're efficient. And in order for us to be efficient, we've created this, I'll call it nook, where you're able to actually sit on a full height glass elevation that you actually feel like you're almost outside the room. And it's a very nice, comfortable place to actually, there's a table there and you can actually sit and do work there, do whatever you want, relax. But that is one of the key elements of the design of the room, which allowed us to actually keep the room size the way we actually wanted it to.
And what you don't see from this picture is that these mock-ups all did have an interior component to it, so we were able to go in there and see exactly what the sill conditions were, beauty cap conditions, and we through the process made some changes over it to get it to what it is now.
So in this VMU, one of the things we noticed, this was actually the solved condition, but the original lighting, what we wanted to avoid was black holes in the presentation of the imagery. And at the corners, particularly, we have these at 4 inches on center, and it was very tricky to how to get the last node and then the first node around the corner to also be 4 inches apart, so that when you're seeing imagery go up, that didn't end up being a dark spot. And that was also one of the components that revealed itself in the first VMU when we saw the dark spot and realized that we would have a hole on every floor.
Yeah, and one of the challenges with that, Roberto, was also developing the procedures of the dark node. So where we're pigtailing these units together, we're integrating in also a dark node which stays lit from the interior to actually daisy chain the pigtails.
Right. So what Michael's referring to with the dark node is we actually have these panels come with the lighting installed, and then you have the next panel, and we have to connect one run to the next run, but the system cannot, the tail of that system is not long enough to get to the next one, so we have to introduce another connection of a node that's concealed within the system, so you actually have like an LED that's not going to function, so it's the dark node to bridge between panels.
These are images of the PMU and also the testing and assessment of those LED nodes.
Right. So the LED nodes are both in the current wall and on the middle panel on the south facade.
And this is where we have the issues behind the shear wall that we discussed earlier. And in these images, you can actually see the modified redesign for the zero sideline vent at this point after we remove the frame. Now, was there anything that you felt was brought forward during the performance testing that was carried through in terms of QC that was implemented to the actual built product at the end of the day?
I think, well, the weak point in the current wall was at the LED lights. And so when we had this propeller, performance mock-up shooting water at the facade actually passed in terms of at the glazing. It really was at the nodes where we saw water getting in. And so we really had to look at, even the tube where the light nodes are angled down, so any water that gets in actually works its way out of the system. So that kind of weakness revealed itself in the PMU.
So here's some more images of the dynamic testing during the mock-ups. And we have some time for Q&A if anyone has any questions.
Mike?
Yeah.
They need a mic or something?
For your wiring there within those LEDs, were you limited by your capacity as far as like voltage drop or runs? Could you just speak to how often you had to include a home run going through those systems, and if that was an additional area of risk, or was the risk really limited to just the LEDs?
No, there was certainly a voltage drop, and I think there are 4 home runs on each floor. I think we could only do a certain number of panels before we needed to have a home run. So we had to locate in some of the hotel rooms a box hidden in the ceiling for that.
So to further his comment, we have over 250 access door locations to access these dark node locations in order for us to be able to maintain the system correctly. So they're both located in normal access door locations in a sheetrock column, as well as, unfortunately, because of the layout of the building, in shower locations where we have waterproof access doors in order for us to be able to maintain the system. So again, with this project, nothing is sort of easy. Everything becomes overly complex.
Was there any consideration for double skin facade at any point for energy efficiency? I've seen a lot of double skin facades over in Europe, but I really don't see them being considered here in the States at all.
in terms of being able to achieve the zone green thermal envelope requirements, we didn't see the need to take it to that level, because once we did the analysis with what we had, I mean, we did have to, add the usual bells and whistles like argon gas, thermally broken facade. So if we were still falling short of the goal for zone green, then we'd certainly have to take it to that level.
Hi, I wanted to know what you might have to say about the air sealing on this facade, and in particular in relationship to how you built it. Did you have crews working on it by hand from the outside, or was everything supposed to be loaded into place and snapped into place with a crane, and then you're only working from the inside?
Yeah, so for us, this is Michael Pavarini again. Logistically, everything was set via spider crane from the floor, except for where we have the rain screen system on the exterior. That we had 2 or 3 jumps with the monorail system, I believe 3 at the end for the top of house. And then also the top of house where we have the screen wall, that was set also with the crane. We tried to limit the amount of crane picks, so everything, modules, everything fit into the hoist and was loaded to the floors directly to limit that need and just utilize the spider crane from the floors.
And 90% of those panels are floor installed, or as Michael indicated, monorail installed. We definitely didn't want to use it. Our panels were large, but they were not big enough where it deemed we couldn't floor install them.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks all. That was amazing. Insert mind-blown emoji here, right? Really wonderful example of preservation and sort of new facade technologies. So really glad you guys got a chance to present that for us. We have a lunch now coming up, and then our rooms are going to be split for the next session. A, B, and C. So pick your session you want to join, or pick your room. We'll be back here at 1:40. And the panelists and all the speakers should come up who are left to receive their. Can I have the photographer? Yeah.
Thank you, and welcome everyone to track B. So I would like to welcome the first speaker, Sebastian Claussnitzer. He's an associate at Bjarke Ingels Group, and he's going to talk about Google HQ designing the 5th facade. Please come up.
Hi everyone, thank you for coming. I'm very excited to share some of the work we've been doing with Google over the past 9 years. But before I get started, I would, this work would have clearly not been possible with a long list of collaborators. And of course, there's just going to call out a few that are facade related. There's obviously Google, the client, but they also really acted a little almost like a consultant in many places working along us. There's obviously Studio Heatherwick, which was the design collaborator. Facade Engineers is Arab. Louis Uberlot was the daylight consultant, and Adamson the AOR. So today's presentation I've kind of structured around 4 ideas that shape the project. The first one is reuse. The idea of creating a building that is flexible, sort of with the goal to be able to use it for a long time. A building that is productive. One of the main ideas was to utilize the sun, both for daylight, but also to generate energy. Reduce, the idea of circular resources. And really the idea here we will see is that there was a lot of water and waste diversion happening. And then the idea of healthy places using red list free materials, which I think was one of the biggest achievements of the project. To give you a little bit of context, the project is located south of San Francisco, which most people casually refer to as Silicon Valley, more specifically in the city of Mountain View. Here you can see an aerial of the site. Mountain View is kind of to the west. You can see the original Googleplex in the background. And then in the front, we have NASA and Hangar 1. And the two projects, which we really treat more as one project, are kind of the ones highlighted here in red. One is called Charleston East, and the other one is called Google Bayview. And the projects are roughly 1.7 million square feet. So Moffett Hangar 1 was really a key inspiration for the project. And it is an open structure that was kind of used in many different ways over the years. It started as a hangar for airships and was later used for smaller aircrafts. Then NASA rented it, and now Google is trying to find a way to reuse the space. And so it really was like the idea that we started from. It was like, how can we create the most flexible office space for Google that would work for them for a long time, that they can adapt in different ways? Because they also acknowledge that, you know, technology is changing, the way we work is changing and rapidly advancing. And, you know, there could be a scenario where there's no more offices needed in the future. And so the idea was really that it could be turned into a prototyping lab, or it could turn into an exhibition center. You know, can a building then be used later down as a data center or even as a factory? And so this is kind of where the idea of a 100-year building came from, that can really adapt with the client needs. And the goal to use it as long as possible. And sort of one of the Google director of the built environment called it like, you know, we really don't know what the future will bring. We don't know how we're going to be working. And I think everyone learned that lesson very quickly recently. So here's a little bit about the concept of the building. So the idea really started from the desk first, and then sort of like building up into neighborhoods, communities, and then, you know, into cities or towns. And what's quite fascinating is that when you take 3,000 people and you try to put them on one level, you're actually getting a whole, you know, a sea of desks. And that then kind of gets even more extreme once you start to pepper in the conference and support spaces needed, and then your sea is even bigger. And so we took all the support spaces and kind of started to stack them under the program. And that's was sort of the idea, to put them where, you know, put the spaces that need less light where there is less light. We then took all these building blocks and kind of started to push them apart, started to step them towards the center so that you would get views out. And then kind of created those courtyards that serve as a connection to, you know, connecting the office back down to the support spaces or the office spaces. And then, of course, it's not a building yet, so we put some columns in. Some columns in and kind of draped over a roof. Here comes the roof, and sort of the idea was that these geometries that then these slits is basically where there's daylight coming into the building, and then the whole building was covered in PV panels. And so really coming back to the idea of a productive building, we really try to use the sunlight as much as possible. So one was to use it for, you know, for energy generation, but also for daylight to the greatest extent possible. So I kind of want to start talking a little bit about daylight. This is a picture inside of the Bayview project, and you can kind of see the draping roof as it, like, the trusses between start to create those openings, and these openings is those clear stories are basically how the entire office space is lit. And just to give you a little bit of a reference of scale, we're talking about a floor plate that is roughly 600 by 600 feet in plan. This is like an earlier section kind of showing how you know, the low angle sun can get in, and how we're keeping it out with a solar shading system, but also the idea that we try to fine tune the overhangs to kind of drive the daylight as much as possible. And what I think is really fascinating about the geometry is that you have clear stories in almost every single direction. And what is also quite fascinating, that almost in every single part of the building, you always have 2 directions, like 2 orientations, but in some you even have up to 4. So you get actually you get quite a variety of lighting conditions. In the morning you may get diffuse light from the north. In the east the shades will be down, but in the west you kind of get views out, and you can create a very balanced daylight level inside the building. And then also one thing is that the shade system was actually calibrated, and I think our daylight consultants worked very hard to get the customization going for that. But it was very important, since the tech company glare on computer screens was a very frequent discussions, that was something that could not be had. But the idea was that some of the shades can stay open as long as they don't hit a desk, and that you get a ray of light into these courtyards. And our daylight consultant described it as the Indiana Jones moment. Obviously, a problem is when you put glass into a building, which makes sense from a daylight perspective, but then, it is a threat to birds. And so what's quite it's not mandatory, but we did actually cover almost the entire glazing with bird-safe glazing, and that's something that Google just voluntarily does to be, a little bit ahead of the game. And we also try to have some fun with it. As you can see here, we in certain areas we hit some word puzzles, and we decoded secret messages into binary code. So if you ever go, you can try to figure out what it says. So another benefit of this tall structure is that in a moderate climate is that we can use the height of the building to let the warm air rise up. So we can actually do some air purging at the top. And also Bayview is actually one of the largest geothermal installations in the US, with almost 100 miles of piles used for geothermal heating and cooling. And when you compare this to a conventional building, the system actually reduces their CO2 emissions by about 50%. So this is the building seen from a helicopter, and I'll take you a little bit more through how we constructed the building. So starting from the structure, this is kind of, you standing inside of the structural model. It's a computer simulation, and you can kind of see that we have those tensile bays that span between the clerestory trusses and between those slender columns. Each bay size is actually 100 by 100 feet, so I think anything you see may be bigger than you're expecting it to be in a normal office building. And what's quite fascinating is that actually, because the structure is mainly working in tension, that each of the member is only 8 inch in diameter. Clearly, there were a lot of seismic discussions, and I'm not going to spare you for today, but it was clearly a very challenging project. So this is a typical bay, and I wanted to take you a little bit more through the through kind of the build-up of one of those nodes and the systems we kind of used. And you'll actually notice that a lot of the systems are fairly standard. So starting with a steel structure, we then had acoustic decking with installations in the flutes. And obviously, if you build a giant space with a lot of people, acoustics are a big concern. And it is actually quite a pleasant space. And it doesn't feel like an airport. It really feels like a intimate office building when you are inside from an acoustic perspective. We then added some standing seam. And it's insulated, obviously, and this will be serving as the substrate for the PVs. And then here you can see the glazing as a unitized curtain wall system. And we added those stainless steel overhangs to provide shading. And you can kind of see that, where the daylight opening is the greatest, the extent of those overhangs is the deepest. And then as it tapers, as the daylight opening closes down, the extent of the overhangs is also reduced. So one way of trying to balance also, put materials where they're needed. And then clearly all those glass photovoltaic panels required also a lot of maintenance and other long discussions. Here you can see an early diagram of the analysis. What I actually find quite fascinating, that even in the north of the building, we're still getting a pretty reasonable, we can harvest a reasonable amount of energy from those PV cells. And to give you a little bit of a ballpark, it's actually a 7 megawatt installed power array, and it's providing roughly 40% of the actual energy needs. And the PV system was obviously also a big part of achieving LEED Platinum on this project. So one of the key criteria, because we obviously have those draping roofs, was that the PV panels can adapt to the to the curvature of the roof. So we have been working with a company out of Switzerland to kind of come up with these, or we've been using their system of these dragon scale PV panels that can be used in the curvature. And the idea was also, though, to not only have PVs on the building, but also to show what is actually possible and how to use PVs in a kind of visual, pleasant way. And here you can kind of see one of the earlier studies, kind of a comparison of a standard PV compared to the bespoke product that we came up with to kind of get a good visual appearance. And you can see it's quite a difference. One thing that we also did is we exchanged the top layer of the PVs to have a textured glass, and that was not only an aesthetic decision, but that also helped to harvest more energy and make the cells more energy efficient. There were also numerous studies done to kind of check out that we're not sending rays to our neighbors or the cars at the intersection of the street. So a lot of reflectivity studies were done to kind of vet out the system. In total, there are approximately 90,000 of these silver panels installed, and due to the geothermal piles and the energy efficiency of the building, some of these buildings are also energy-only buildings, including electric buildings only, including all the commercial kitchens, which is, again, something we're now seeing adapted in codes, but Google has already decided to implement some of these things ahead of the curve. Of course, when the sun is not shining, which in sunny California is quite often, we're also collecting all the rainwater, and this is an earlier study of kind of seeing, how the water is flowing, and that was one of the big problems of the roof, was obviously to balancing all the constraints in the project, including rainwater, structural constraints, trying to keep the daylight openings functional, and so forth. And so we use a lot of parametric tools to do that. Bayview has its own on-site system to collect, treat, and reuse all stormwater and wastewater, which I think is also quite aggressive and trying to really be ahead of the curve. And this is actually one of the largest projects in the world to achieve the living building certification for the water pedal, which basically requires all water to be treated on site. Here you can kind of see it's not only, these ponds are also used as part of the system, so it's not only a functional thing, but what's kind of nice is that it can even be experienced by the users of the building and kind of integrated into the landscape. Now, in the past couple remaining minutes, I'll take you a little bit inside of the building. So here you can see kind of the buildup of the different things. We talked a lot about the fifth facade, but obviously it's an office building, so the office mezzanines and the ground floor was also an important thing that we spent a lot of time working on. Here you can kind of see how the floor plates are stepping inside. And so basically you'll have conference rooms under these tables, and on top, you'll have the desks. And what's kind of interesting about it is that actually the roof and the floor plate system are structurally independent. So in the future, if really someone decided that offices are not happening anymore, because everyone works remote or whatever the future will be, you can actually remove all of these plates and you could create a big empty space for other uses. So the floors are actually a tray system built out of CLT, cross-laminated timber, sitting on a steel frame, which was also something that was a little bit an invention and adventure. So you can see there's actually no metal decking. Unfortunately, and everyone was really excited because the CLT also was the finished surface, and it kind of gave a warmth to the building. And it's the permanent formwork. We did want to eliminate the concrete for carbon reduction ideas, but the city was not so on board with that idea just yet. So hence we have some concrete. Under the trays, we have conference rooms. And again, the idea that we put the spaces that need less daylight into places where we have less daylight. And a lot of the construction we also try to keep as modular as possible. So hopefully you can take things apart in the future. And also all of the lumber actually, which I find also quite fascinating, is actually from SFC, responsibly managed forests. Here you can see it's a giant 40-foot piece of timber ready to be shipped to site from the factory. The least visible achievement in the project, I find, is actually we try to have everything red list free, every single element, and you can clearly not see that, but the idea is kind of, and it's actually one of the biggest projects to be, to receive the Healthy Materials Pedal from the Living Building Challenge by the International Living Future Institute. So we actually vetted 6,800 materials, not me personally, but the team, to kind of make sure that there is no red list component in them. And I think that's, the idea was sort of to not only create healthier places for the workers, but the idea was also to take materials that are harmful to people out of the supply chain, and Google took a pretty big leap forward. And just to give you one example, the whole curtain wall system, the paint system had to be redesigned to be chromate free, and then the paint system as well had to be changed, and it was done on 6,800 materials to this extent. And so this is really the idea of, at least the beginning of the idea of circular resources. One of the things that was also done is that 90% of the construction was diverted from landfill. We have timber that was from responsible managed sources. There's on-site water treatment. Everything was to be diverted as much as possible from landfills, and the idea was to keep toxic materials out of the supply chain, that even in the future when you have to recycle things, that we can get more and more of these things out of the system. And now to end this presentation, I wanted to share a few words from Bjarke, Ingels, Thomas Heatherwick, and Michelle Kaufman from Google with you.
So there were things which were really at the limits of what construction would ever let you do. But the biggest one that we did make happen was the breaking down the separation between building and power generation.
And suddenly it was the photovoltaic panel itself was no longer some technical installation that you hide on the roof. It became this kind of beautiful material of the building. Every single photon is turned to good use, either for the perfect levels of daylight inside the building, and all the excess photons are converted into power.
How do we make buildings that will be vibrant decades from now?
Could we think about the design of something that connects with people's feelings? Emotion is a function.
It's not some kind of finished tombstone. It's a living, working laboratory.
Buildings that last do so not because they're perfect, but because people care about them enough to continue to change them.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. It's a great project and fascinating to see how it went from concept to the actual building. So our next speaker today is Tommaso Bitossi from Transsolar. He's an associate director, and his presentation is about facades, efficiency of the past, simplicity of the present, resiliency of the future.
Okay, hi everybody.
I like to start with this picture, first of all, because I like her very much, and also she really tells the story of how happy she is close to an AC unit. But there was a sentence which really, it's very important to me: facade demand by air conditioning to define modern architecture. We created an international style with fully glazed facades. The moment AC came into a building, because they gave us this understanding that we have an infinite amount of energy and we can have fully glazed facades, you're going to have an AC unit or somewhere else, which is going to balance all the gains, and we are all going to be happy. And we understood that this is not actually true. So the flat iron, we all know, we love this building, 1902, 50% window-to-wall ratio, operable windows, awnings as exterior shading, very narrow floor plate, cross ventilation. Then AC came in, and in 1952, this is one of the first air-conditioned building. Although the floor plate here is still pretty narrow, which we like for natural daylight, the facade becomes sealed. There's no operable windows anymore. It's mostly 100% curtain wall glazed. There are interior shading, which so already you question, is that real transparency? And then suddenly carbon emissions, operational and embodied carbon, they start going up. This is one of our buildings. We are in 2009 now. We were in 2009 at the time. It's Manitoba Hydro, one of our most famous building with KPMG architects, and I called it Beyond AC with Efficiency. So we are in Manitoba, in Canada. It's extremely cold, and we made it to reach efficiency with a double facade. Double facade meaning we have two facades. And that was the price of efficiency, of bringing a 100% glazed building to an efficient level. So we actually have operable windows, we have interior shading, so actually you can go down to 80% opacity when the shading is down. But this is what it took. And we love this building, and don't get me wrong. 2019, 10 years after we did, together with Studio 2050, again, the architects, what I call Beyond AC with Sufficiency, before efficiency. So we have a single layer facade. We also have a 3-story high building. That's, of course, another difference. We are in Germany, not as cold as in Canada. And we really approach this point of efficiency from the angle of make it simple. It's going to be efficient. So the journey of the next 17.2 minutes is, again, I created this narrative of efficiency as something that, in my opinion, is already in the past. Everything has to be efficient now, we know. The present is very much focusing on simplicity, as we have seen in this conference today, which makes me very happy, and also resiliency, another keyword. I mean, those are all buzzwords in a way, but we use them to communicate what we think. So is efficiency and simplicity, again, the point, or is resiliency the point? So efficiency, again, the result of Manitoba Hydro was pretty impressive. In 2009, we were down to 88 kilowatt hour per square meter per year against the average Canadian, which was much, much higher. Another point that I really want to make clear is that there is no facade without building. There is always a connection in between the facade and the entire what we call climate concept. That's why we designed the facade this way. You can stand inside the facade, you see the operable shading down, which, as I was saying before, brings the opacity down to almost 80%. But then you see how the air goes through the facade, through the building, and then up to a solar chimney in summer. So again, this notion of the facade, which is designed together with all the rest, including the mechanical systems. There is a strong relationship in between facade and mechanical systems that we always have to keep in mind. We have 2 layers of facades, which is a bit complicated, but we try to make it as simple as possible. So if the outer layer is on actuators, and you have a 15% of actuators that they broke down every year, and so they have to replace it at the end of the year. The inner side of the facade is manually operable. So we send a pop-up notification to what at the time was Windows XP. Now, I hope they updated the system, where we say, Mechanical ventilation is off. This building is now 100% passive. If you don't open the window, it's on you. And so, again, you engage, you give control. So, yes, I heard this morning already that if you bring in an operable window, you reduce the thermal performance of the envelope, yeah, but you also bring more satisfaction from a user perspective, and you bring outside air in, which for me, it's a human right. To have outside air inside the building and control is extremely important, and too many times we forget that part. As a building, although took us, and again, this is one of our most successful projects, it took us a couple of years to fine-tune the systems. There was a certain complexity, and especially this was in the hydronics of the entire system, which go back to the point of efficiency is very important on the paper, but it's more important in operation. And so monitoring, it's extremely important. Fine-tuning is extremely important, but also simplicity is extremely important to translate an idea on a paper and efficiency on the paper into reality. So to reduce the performance gap that many times we create because we are making things too complicated. And then we fast forward in 2019, again, in this narrative, I'm talking about simplicity. This is a office headquarter of Alnatura in Germany, and we decided to focus on embodied carbon, not only on operational carbon, on embodied carbon, that again, I heard many times today, which is fantastic. We know that the operational carbon is something, the embodied carbon is also something extremely important. So we said, first of all, let's not talk about 100% glazing everywhere. So the southern facade, which is the long facade, is more or less 35% transparent. And we don't talk about window to wall ratio anymore. We talk about window in the wall, like this is a punched window, very easy, like the flat iron. The western facade instead is 100% glazed, but has, and you don't see them here, exterior blinds. Again, they go down a couple of hours at the end of the day. So it basically becomes 100%, well, 80% again, 60, it depends on the performance, 60, 70% opaque when the blind is down for a couple of hours at the end of the day. And we said, this facade has to have one layer, potentially has to be monolithic, which we didn't really make it. The less pieces, the better. And so we said we do it in rammed earth. So what you see here, we try to do it monolithic, but then the thickness of the wall would have been too much. And so the embodied carbon wouldn't have worked anymore. So we said we have rammed earth, and then we have a layer of interior insulation. And so what we bring with insulation and with the envelope overall is the envelope, of course. We reduce transmission, but also we bring in a certain passive performance, thermal mass, humidity buffering. So this facade is actually doing passive dehumidification and humidification because it's the hygroscopic of rammed earth. And then we bring in also radiant wall. So basically, instead of having it in the floor or in the ceiling, we have it in the wall. And you see how we are using basically we are bringing in hot water and cold water so that the facade is also actively heating and cooling the building. Punched window to the right, again, connected, but it's a window. And again, this makes sense only in the bigger picture of a climate concept. So we have operable window. And really for daylight, in this case, we could push it down to 35% on the long sides because we had a skylight at the top, which could bring down diffuse light to the entire floor plate so that we could reduce the transparency of the facade in the southern, especially, exposure. Okay, so in the second part of the presentation, I'm not bringing you answers because there are not correct answers. I'm more sharing my thought process when it comes to facade and facade performance and resiliency and the future, where we are going. I have been working in Transsolar for 7 years in Europe, and I moved here right before the pandemic. It's great. So in 2019, and I started working more with the mindset of North America since I was here. And there is a my background comes from passive house. So passive house is triple glazing, super high performance. You think about thermal energy. And instead, in North America, there is a bit more of an all-electric building, which is great, and also thinking about EUI and operational costs. So all the electricity goes into one bucket. And this changed a bit how I was thinking about the performance of the facade and why we really need it. So this was one project, which is a beautiful project we have been working with Dixo and MJMA. It's the extension of the Dillon Gym in Princeton campus. And there is lots of renovation. This is the only little part of the extension which is new, again, thinking about the overall embodied carbon of the project. And the idea was to have a fully glazed cube, basically. Now, it's not fully glazed anymore, but the first thing I said is we have to have triple glazing. We have to have a super high performance shading. I'm not gonna back up on these two pieces. And the shading is fantastically, in my opinion, integrated. So you see the eastern facade and the western is on the other side with vertical fins, and then this beautiful overhang to the south so that you could really have a transparent facade shaded in summer, and you could run on a treadmill looking outside. I mean, I wonder why you don't go running outside, but whatever. That was the vision of the gym. So when it comes to double versus triple glazing, of course, we have been asked, so but what are the benefits? And we did very variants. I mean, we can focus on the first one and the last one, kind of parametric study. And we try to really give the big picture of why do we need triple glazing. So it's not only cost and CO2 emissions and site energy, it's also comfort, it's also peak reduction of the mechanical system, but at the end, the success metrics that really interested the client, Princeton, and also the architect were site energy, CO2 emissions, and costs. And honestly, switching from double to triple glazing, keeping the window to wall ratio constant, was giving us a 10 to 12% reduction, which was not so exciting. It was not very easy to sell. And also a cost reduction of $800 per year that from a pure economic was a return on investment, which was far away in the future. So we decided to keep double glazing. And double glazing, which I struggled a lot with the idea of it, but that's where we ended up. And then again, very recently, we are now completing the design of this museum in Nova Scotia. This is a museum, but we have an atrium which is north-facing and is, I would say, 80% transparent. And again, what I said is we need to go triple glazing. Now, this time I had the zero carbon building certification, so the Canadian Green Building Council on my side, because if you see here, we did another parametric study, and the green bar is EUI, which I translate in operational carbon, and the blue bar is the TEDI, which is thermal energy. Now you see how thermal energy from the baseline up to adding triple glazing and performance and triple glazing is swinging much more than the EUI. And at the end, only having triple glazing everywhere would reach the Canadian Green Building Council target of the TEDI, but the EUI wouldn't change, so the operational carbon of the entire project wouldn't change that much. This was April 2022, and 2 months later, as if they heard us, the Canadian Green Building Council changed completely direction and said, the TEDI is not a requirement anymore. You don't have a TEDI target, which means that you don't need to invest in triple glazing anymore. If you have a restricted budget, as we all have, decide to invest perhaps into a geothermal system or something else which is having a better impact on the operational carbon rather than triple glazing, which is exactly the conclusion of that study I showed you before. So then I wonder, is double versus triple glazing an overrated debate? Again, I work a lot in Germany, and in Germany, triple glazing is cheaper than double glazing from a cost perspective, because everybody started asking about it, and now triple glazing costs less. But here, triple glazing is more expensive, so you always talk about it, and then apparently, there's not that much of a difference. Well, if you look at thermal energy, there is a big difference. There is a 16 to 30% reduction from double to triple glazing. Of course, the more glass you have, the more you benefit out of going triple glazing, as I heard many times. But when you put it in perspective of UI, again, relative savings, again, this goes down to 3 to 5% because plug loads are actually now driving our UI and operational carbon. So again, this becomes less appealing. So we started asking, why don't we refocus, as we are doing in this conference, our attention more on the overall performance of the facade. We don't talk about air tightness. It sounds like it's not a sexy topic like double versus triple glazing, but it's essential. Window to wall ratio, even more essential. I still see too much glass, and that's my personal opinion. And of course, solar control. Those are actually very important. And if you start then putting together everything which concerns the performance of the facade, then now even in the using UI as a success metric, then you can really appreciate a business as usual facade versus a very high performance facade at the end. EUI-wise, can go down to up to 26% of operational carbon and energy reduction. But what about carbon? Going back to double to triple glazing, at the end of the day, what we want to do is to create beautiful buildings which are comfortable and sustainable in a way. Now, it is much cheaper to offset carbon with a PV panel rather than switching from double to triple glazing. That's another point which I'm like, so again, is it double and triple glazing an overrated discussion? On the other hand, for PV, you need space, which you might not have. So you might want to invest on triple glazing to reduce carbon because you don't have other choice. You don't have space for PV. But what about the carbon that goes into the facade? We have seen many times today, which is great, the embodied carbon of facade. But I want to tell you, sometimes I feel like we are trying to solve a problem we created. We are trying to reduce the embodied carbon of a fully glazed facade with glazing which goes from floor to ceiling. And if you see this study, a double facade which floor to ceiling glazing is at the end, at the very bottom. If you have a concrete facade or a brick facade or a lightweight facade or a timber facade which has a negative embodied carbon, that is even better. So, do we want to reduce the embodied carbon of the facade by reducing the amount of glass, or are we trying to keep the same amount of glass and trying to make better glass out of the market? That is the question that it's stuck into my mind. And then, just as a conclusion, to structure my thoughts in a way, I thought there are so many other qualitative benefits that we never include in, well, rarely, or you need someone who does it specifically. In our life cycle cost assessment, for example, which are the qualitative benefits. And I have heard this many times today. Of course, the higher the performance of the facade, the higher the comfort close to the facade. Downdraft, for example. This is not only why you want to have triple glazing, because triple glazing leads to less downdrafts, but also because you want to have less window to wall ratio. System selections. If you have a high-performance facade of triple glazing, you don't need a fin tube, which again is rebalancing immediately the cost and the green premium of going triple glazing. But again, having less window to wall ratio is even better. And then radiant floors, for example. You cannot have radiant floors unless you have a very high-performance solar control outside of the facade. Acoustic. And finally, resiliency. So I'm going to spend 1 minute here. We did a study just to understand what is even resiliency. I mean, resiliency is another word we honestly rarely know what really means. But we created a catastrophic scenario in New York. So we took the coldest week, which is the blue line at the bottom, and then we repeated it for 2 weeks. And then we compared a low-performance facade, which is really the line that goes down as soon as you have a blackout, so you don't have mechanical systems, nothing is working, outside is cold, your low-performance facade goes down. Then you have a 50% facade, which is the orange and the green. The orange is double, and the green is triple. You see that the 50% window to wall ratio is really bringing that passive swinging in between the comfort range of 68 and 79. Again, double and triple. Triple is better, but not that better. And then you go to red, which is 100% window-to-wall ratio, triple glazing with no shading. And now we see that in winter, even if you have triple glazing and you don't have a cooling system, then you have spikes up to 90 Fahrenheit, which for me, it's not resilient enough in a way. Thank you.
All right, thank you for this presentation. Very interesting question to think about when it comes to facades. Our next speaker is Arturo Lugo from AFXCollaborative Powder Coatings, and he's an architectural specification sales representative. And his presentation is about switching to powder.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm excited to be here and propose the inclusion of powder coatings in coating specifications and metal specifications. So just to start with the basic definition, powder coatings is a protective and decorative coating that is manufactured and applied fully as a solid. There's no liquids, no solvents included in either manufacturing, cleaning, or application. Just to go over your basic, there's gonna be a formula. All the solid material is gonna be extruded into a sheet that is gonna be broken down and ground to be able to be sprayed by electrostatic application, cured in an oven to be able to be cross-linked and create the coating, the final coating film. It's applied as a single coat. So we're presented as architects with a building, and we have a vast array of choices of coatings to be applied and substrate to be coated. So I'm talking specifically about coated materials that go into the building. We've been talking about terracotta, other materials. This is exclusively on coated building materials, sheetrock, concrete, facade elements made of aluminum, steel. And we have choices. So the basic choices on coatings over these materials are powder coatings. They're shop applied in a controlled environment, and they conform to a durability standard. Liquid coatings are also known, PVDF, Kynar coatings. They're also shop applied in an environmental controlled setting, and they also conform to durability standards that we're gonna discuss in a minute. Cold coatings, very similar. The difference is that they're not gonna be necessarily sprayed applied, and they go onto flat surfaces, and you're able to mold them. And then field paintings. Field paintings do not conform to a durability standard, and they contain solvents. They're applied on the field, so they do count towards sustainability, towards credits for LEED. In the market, there's a push towards more sustainable options. And this is driven by government legislations or organizational legislations, corporate commitments. Any manufacturer, architect firm, developer is gonna drive some commitments to responsibilities, environmental responsibilities, and to create a more economical way and more of a efficient way of construction. So switching to powder, and I'm gonna present the topics. It's a more environmentally friendly, a better performance, and also a more convenient, easier application process. These are the three pillars that we're gonna discuss: sustainability, performance, and the process itself. So talking about performance, there are industry standards on the durability, on measuring durability of coatings. We know, for example, in North America, it's very use the AMA standards. In Europe, Qualicode, there's German standards like GSB. Coatings are measured using industry standards, organizational standards that include real-life scenarios where UV exposure is critical. Just transporting that to a reality, you have a building facade that for the next 30 to 50 years is going to be taking UV radiation constantly, so you want color performance, integrity performance. Chemical exposure, we have in any city, de-icing, road de-icing, we have contamination that is gonna affect that coating film, humidity, high temperatures. At the end of the day, for example, discussing the North America driven specification, mostly use AMA. What we want to do is preserve the decorative and the integrity of the coating. We don't want that coating to lose color, we don't want that coating to lose gloss, and we don't want that coating to shock. Each one of the categories under AMA, 2603, 2604, and 2605, determines the length of time and the severity of the test that it's subjected to, that coating. So, for example, we see that in an AMA 2603, the basic specification, there are no real measurements of color degradation or gloss degradation. When you go into the maximum, you have a 10-year test on Florida for fading. More than 5 deltas are not allowed on testing. And we're gonna see a video on the next, on how 5 deltas can shift visually on a coating. And also measure the integrity of that coating, that coating doesn't peel, that coating doesn't crack, that it doesn't become brittle through time. So for that, all coatings, liquid and powder coatings, they're subjected to these tests. One of the most strict tests that it's done is the corrosion resistance. It's done for 4,000 hours on a coated aluminum application. This is a graphic view of, for example, the AMA specification and the Qualico equivalent on 100% color on day 1, and through the years, how much color and how abrupt that color and gloss is gonna fade, how long it's gonna be tested, and how long it's supposed to last. So when we see on our left what 5 deltas mean, that means that you start with a color, and within 10 years, the minimum standard is that it's not allowed to go over that visual 5 deltas of shift. So you can visually see the degradation on the minimum visual view. We don't want to get to that point. That's why we have this as a minimum. And then we have to identify what each manufacturer, each liquid coating, powder, or coil alternative represents in terms of color degradation and loss degradation. There are several ways that coatings manufacturers achieve each one of the standards. One of them is the resin. So for example, when we talk about resins, is we are going to improve the resin within each one to achieve each one of the AMAs. There are resins that are very well known, PVDF, Kynar, FEB, Lumiflon. They're different. They're just a brand or a type of resin to achieve each one of the AMAs classifications. The other one is color, which is the one that I really want to get into. So color, as you see, the durability is increased and the color selection remains into the neutral colors versus the selection available from each manufacturer on AMA 2604 and AMA 2603 keeps increasing. So that means that if you want to do a coating in any color, you want a fire red, you can select on AMA 2603 any color in this scenario. Any type of color, solid, any type of technical metallic, let's say. As you keep going to 2604s, those colors are gonna be reduced. Every manufacturer is gonna eliminate the vivid colors. We do that because we've tested those raw materials that go into the film, and we know that they're gonna fade at a certain point. at the 5-year or 10 years. So we're gonna reduce the availability of those coatings. When we go to AMA 2605, that it's truly meant for high-rise buildings, exteriors in high coastal areas, for example, the color selection is gonna remain neutral. So that's where you're gonna get, for example, your most buildings that we have in New York City, they're gonna remain into the neutral tones. So to understand more in depth, the application and the easy accessibility of these coatings, you have to understand the building supply chain of a project, of a tower. The application of powder coatings is a global scenario versus liquid coatings, for example, that they're more available in North America or in US. In Europe, they're not available, or in South America. Powder coatings are available all over the world globally through a network of approved coaters. To go along the AMA, AkzoNobel has 3 main product categories. No 20 product categories, 3 product categories that they each one have their own AMA representation. So Interpon D1000 is for 2603 coatings, Interpon D2000 for 2605, and so on. There's brochure colors, and most of the projects that we work are custom colors as well. And they have their warranty. So we see here a difference between the minimum AMA testing that we talk about 10 years on AMA 2605. For example, the basic line of AMA 2603, since we don't want to get to the worst case scenario, is that it's guaranteed for 10 years. So that means that there are safety factors included. So there are colors that we know that they're not gonna perform, or they're gonna perform well. We're gonna guarantee them on the AMA 2603, and so on. They keep growing. And we also have some typical specifications on uses that can be applied these coatings. There's a vast array in powder coatings that are available. Different glosses, from full gloss at 80%. There's also to matte products. There's also smooth surfaces. There are mixed colors. That means multi-color specs to create colors like stone effects. There are metallics, textures, and wood grains that are available on this. So as a corporation, AkzoNobel has some goals, global goals to comply with. One of them is the carbon emissions that we've been seeing all day. The idea in 2023, they have to be reduced to 50%. How do we do that? Well, by creating single film products that they don't have multiple applications through the coating process, through the aluminum coating process. Also, 100% of the waste to be recycled or reclaimed. That means that when a project is being applied, all the powder that falls onto the ground is recycled and reused on the parts as well. And so we talk about no VOCs. That's what we have today on powder coatings. They contain absolutely no VOCs, no waste. So we have improved all formulas to be applied at 100% capacity. Every single box that it's transported to the job site can be applied into the substrate. Single coat, low cure, and different product selection for each one of the categories. And for the future, recycled coatings and sustainable packaging as well. Our coatings contain these studies backed up by EPD from raw material all the way through application, and they're available. How do I include this specification or this type of coatings in the specification? Well, we can provide either the brochure colors that we have, the stock colors, or create the own custom specification, custom color for the project. We can do that all around the world. We have colleagues all around the world working on specifications of powder coating. What we want to do is determine the corrosivity of the site. That's important because we mentioned that it's a single coat application, so we rely on a good pretreatment of that aluminum, and that aluminum maintains a full film around the edges as well. Determine the product that is going to be applied, and make sure that the maintenance and the application is done per the specifications. What we want to achieve is move from a very basic specification, just mentioning the color, to a full specification when we include as much information as possible of the basis of design, so we can ensure a basis for the project. We have a vast number of applications, case studies that we can provide. We have them in our Arcello and our website, and they're available all over the world. And that's it.
Thank you. Thank you for this very informative presentation. The next speaker is Miguel Silva. He's head of specification at Accsys, and he will be talking about future-proofing your projects.
So thank you so much for having us today. My name is Miguel from Accsys, and I'll try my best to turn these 15 minutes valuable to yourself. So today we'll be speaking about Accsys, who we are and what we are capable to do. We'll be speaking about non-combustible membranes, breather and vapor, permeable, vapor not permeable, technologies ready, how can we use to save lives. We'll be also speaking about prefabrication on the facades and how can we benefit from this technology. And Accsys is a European manufacturer driven by client needs. And we love to be really deeply connected with and working with the designers, with the architects, with the facade consultants during design, and even with the installers at site and at factory. And in the last years, we became to realize that we are more than a consultancy service rather than a product. This is some examples of some examples that we have in different facade typology: curtain wall, stick curtain wall unitized system, brick facade, standard range screen cladding precasts. Also some projects in all around Middle East as well, quite challenged projects. And also some, and it's a proud to be part of the youth seminars as well, some in the US. And this is real. This is something that are keeping on happening. Unfortunately, January in New York City, unfortunately 17 deaths this year, August last month, China, last year, Thailand, Norway, Italy, almost a big disaster, and UK, we all know. And I believe we as a manufacturer, and we as a facade community, architects, facade consultants, we need to solve that. We need to minimize the fire episodes in our facades. And what Accsys, what we have done. And we, since 2011, we come up with a technology that we are able to control water, we are able to control air, and control air as well, and water vapor, moisture, and using non-combustible solutions that minimize horizontal and vertical connectivity. Okay, so here it is some pictures from a standard cladding where we have the waterproofing vapor permeable outside, inside the vapor not permeable inside. Here it is a section, standard section from a rain screen or a brick, that we have a cavity first prior to the water and then represented the membranes. Here it shows the product with the fixing and sealing accessories. And going specifically for each one of the systems, and it's important to say that we are shifting, this is feasible because we are shifting from polypropylene and polyethylene technology to a pure fiberglass technology. And it allows us with confidence to achieve a waterproofing vapor permeable system. And there are incremental advantage. We are able to achieve high mechanical properties, tensile and adhere, and especially the breather, the waterproofing are exposed to the wind. They're exposed to the wind load. So it is something that it's an advantage. UV resistance, and also, again, with confidence, it's possible to achieve an airtight vapor control barrier. Both systems have achieved the highest class in terms of fire, on EN 1351, AACTM 84, and today we'll give an overview. And also sustainability, such a great topic talked today, and it's obvious that we need to change our behavior, especially on the construction, and on both systems we have achieved LEED 4.1, BREEAM and ME code, and no VOCs, any organic heavy metals on the product. And as overall, having one of the big advantages having the both systems, they are fully tested compatibles, and it's a matter of also predictability, minimize the human error, and both systems are using the same fixing and sealing accessories, and they are installed exactly using the same methodology. And this allow us, and again, having one system provider for the entire envelope, the entire wall, and allowing us to have one weatherproofing design since early stage. Then we follow that stage through the tender, and we allow us to have one benchmark, one quality control on both systems from the day one till it's a matter of integration, end-to-end process. Resultant in one facade warranty, and for us, what is the most important? One future-proof solution to the end user. And we believe that the membranes are a small piece of a big puzzle, and it doesn't matter if I have really nice product, really nice, if they are not complete. And means complete for us that all the substrates that we will have in my application, in my facade, it's tested. We do not have a design fault, we will not have a lack of efficiency when we are sealing the perforations, when we are sealing different types of penetration that we have in our facade. And as an example, this is an application internally with the vapor not permeable membrane on the concrete. And as you know, concrete it is one of the most difficult substrates to adhere. It is porous. It's irregular, by the way, on the top of the slab. So during the winter, we have cold temperatures, and the adhesion are laying down. And with the differential movement that we have in our slab, we may have, I'm pretty sure that yes, we'll have a lack of adhesion on the substrate. And again, we'll have a lack of efficiency in our facade in terms of moisture transfer and in terms of air tightness. And this is a pure example about why it's so important to have the membrane all along with all the components in order to achieve really efficiency. And in addition to be complete, we really believe, and again, not only the membrane, but along the entire system with all the fixing and sealing tapes, and we have tested in one of the most rigorous fire tests, that's EN 1351. And we tested the membrane standalone, and then we deeply test them to replicate at the end-use application in the worst-case scenario conditions. So we have brought to the testing the fixing tapes, the sealing tapes. We also have at site a membrane overlap. We tested the membrane overlap, completely exposed it to the fire. If we realize there are a lot of perforations, electrical boxes, so we end up to exaggerate and apply 2 bits horizontally and 2 bits vertically, completely exposed to the fire. To understand if there are a fire, we will have connectivity, it will spread, and no, with confidence, we have achieved a system that we could trust and reply our end-use application. It's important to share that we also did the ACTM84 on both systems. The results are really good as well. And also what I could share is in one of the projects that we work in Saudi Arabia, we have applied one of our systems in the top of combustible systems and wrapping up, and then the results are even the same. So it allows us to say that the membranes, beside water, air, and vapor, they are fireproofing my facade. This is a full-scale mock-up, VS84, really quite similar to an FPA 285. And again, in this stats, it's replicated the facade as it will be installed, with the cladding, with the cavity barriers, with the sheeting, with the insulation, and it's measured the capacity that the fire has to reach to the next level. Okay, so and we are part of these full-scale mock-ups with all kinds. So, but I think what is important in conclusion that we should test and retest and collect data and make sure that our facade will behave, and it will work if we have a fire. Okay. So, beside fire, we believe that it's one of our challenges working with the designers and facade consultants. That is, facades becomes more and more challenged, curved twists, we are producing energy, so it is really a challenge. And prefabrication technology allowing us to play and minimize the complexity and improve even the productivity. And why we should consider prefabrication? And there are 4 advantages, there are more, but I think I would like to highlight this 4. Water, raining, moisture, humidity, wind, so it's almost irrelevant because the solutions are applied in factory. So in terms of scaffolding, less space to work in a perforation or whatever, it's almost, we don't depend on that site constraints. And again, with that technology, we are able to minimize the complexity and minimize the human errors. And this allowing us less dependent on workmanship. And to finalize, we boost. We really potentiate our production at site and at factory. So really fast, this technology, its use is a reliable EPDM behind. It's a membrane with a life expectancy more than 50 years. There are past experience membranes completely exposed to the UV, really fantastic results. Elongation 400%, really flexible with low temperatures and high temperatures, and UV resistance. And using this membrane and using with the prefabrication technology allow us to play a lot with, we do have standard projects, but we do have complex projects and complex perforation. So it allows us to play a lot, and today we just brought some case studies to give you at least an overview about the possibilities. As you could see, self-adhesive bands, clip, corners, frames, 3-dimensional pieces. And the first example is, it looks really simple, and it is. It's a punched windows in a precast wall. But when we studied in detail the sections, lateral jambs, the window seeder, and the sill, we realized that there are a lot of corners. And when we have corners, we need to cut. When we need to cut, we need to overlap. Then there are always a weak point on the corner. And what we did here, we try to understand where and the budget, always with a fixed budget. And then we understood from the project that the windows will vary only on the width, The height will be always the same. So, and then the solution found for us, it was to produce a prefab half frame on the left and a prefab solution on the right, a sleeve, and then at site we play with a standard membrane to achieve a bigger membrane, a bigger window or a smaller window. As you could see on the corners, vulcanized at factory, we have no weak points, and again, minimizing the combustibility, and as you could see here, productivity, and as you could see here, at site, we apply one bead all around the sleeve. We don't need to cut, we don't need to overlap, we don't need to pick up the roll to the scaffolding. Just really simple, and obvious that we are minimizing the complexity and pushing for productivity. The second example is a Norman Foster project that were difficult to hear was, they were a crossing between curtain walls, and this crossing has this three-dimensional piece, and as you could see on the piece itself, we have 8 weak points. At site, if we don't have a solution like this, we will put a ball of a sealant, and after some time it will get dry. With a differential movement it will crack and we may have a leak. So we studied and we produced the X piece here, and on the top we produced a V shape, and we delivered this to this facade contractor. And between the crossings, again simplifying, we solved the complex corner, and then between the X we use standard membrane. The third example, and it's important that there are examples, and I'll be here all the day talking about prefabrication, but at least they use all the same technology, the same vulcanization, and it's almost possible, almost everything. Here it is a curtain wall where we have a prefab perforation, and again, at site, it was not that easy. And then what we end up was, because of they were having a problem that they were not able to install this in factory, we reached to a conclusion that the best option was to be installed at site. Then we have produced half of a frame, half of a sleeve with different angles. Then we studied going detail, and again minimizing, because here there are 2 weak points, minimizing the human error and boosting our productivity. Okay? And that's all. And I believe that it's important to say that Accsys could help on your projects. We could use non-combustible membranes that protecting our buildings. And to be honest with you, there will be engineers and architects that will choose something, and there will be engineers and facade consultants that will choose future-proof the building, future-proof the construction, and the end users, and even your individual and corporate liability. We spoke today about prefabrication on facades and how can we help to minimize the complexity and boost our productivity. So thank you so much for having us today. And it was a pleasure to be here on stage. So it's join us outside and have a nice day. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your presentation on a very important subject. Next speaker is Tansu Kumru. She's vice chairman at Turkish Glass, and her presentation is about Turkish Glass, solution partner for today and tomorrow.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here on behalf of Turkish Glass. Last year, we were also here, and we are very excited to be with you again. Today, I will introduce you to Turkish Glass, a powerful force in the global glass industry. Then I will explain how Turkish Glass develops solutions for the most demanding projects all around the world. Turkish Glass is the association representing the glass manufacturers and glass processors of Turkey. Today, Turkey is a glass production hub for the world with its high production capacity and wide product range. Our importance as a center for glass has been further boosted after the supply chain challenges. The Turkish glass sector is a large and powerful ecosystem with its manufacturers and processors. They are interdependent and support each other to increase efficiency and reduce cost without compromising quality. Turkey has many years of experience in the glass industry with an architectural glass production capacity of 200 million square meters per year. This amount is close to half of the United States' yearly architectural glass consumption. Turkish glass combines high production capacity with superior quality and a wide product range. We are able to respond all your needs, such as insulation, decoration, safety, security, and noise control for residential and commercial buildings. We also have a coated glass product range with different solar factors together with maximum light transmittance. Having all these capabilities, Turkey exports glass products to 175 countries all over the world. How did we achieve this success? Every project is a valuable journey for the Turkish glass ecosystem. This journey begins with a project-specific glass consultancy of a Turkish glass manufacturer. As a glass consultant for your projects, we are identifying the right glass solutions according to the specific needs of your building. We do this by undertaking detailed technical calculations to determine the ideal glass type and thickness. Then the Turkish glass processors continue on this journey by supplying the right glass with the best quality and the optimum price. We believe that each project has its own unique story. As a solution partner for your projects, Turkish glass with its powerful ecosystem is always with you from the beginning to the end of your project. Turkish glass is not only the solution partner of today, but also tomorrow. For this purpose, we are continuously developing new products in our R&D centers to support the unlimited creativity of architects. Our goal is to meet all your needs in the glass business. In addition to our white-coated glass portfolio, ranging from the standard low-V to high-performance temperable solar control low-V glass, we have a strong offering of ultra-clear float and laminated glass, patterned glass mirror, and bird-friendly glass with the most advanced technologies. Moreover, Turkish glass has created a BIM smart objects for its products. All our product ranges are now available as a BIM smart object. In addition to our wide product range, both the glass manufacturers and glass processors of Turkey continually invest to increase their production capacities with the latest technologies. For instance, we use a special control system which provides online visual inspection for optical distortion of all type to get the perfect tempering quality. We strongly believe that glass is a miraculous material. with its transparency, 100% infinite recyclability, and the solutions it offers to reduce global warming. Glass has been improving the quality of life everywhere in the past, present, and will continue to enhance life in the future. As a result, the United Nations declared 2022 as the International Year of Glass to shine a light on the role of glass in our societies and show how glass can contribute to sustainable development. Turkish Glass has made a big contribution to this process by working with the International Commission on Glass. We strongly believe that the International Year of Glass is an important step towards a more sustainable future. Turkish Glass is constantly working to develop more efficient and less energy-intensive production models. We have integrated advanced glass furnace technologies into our operations and generate electricity through the recovery of waste heat. We also produce our electricity thanks to the solar panels we set up on the manufacturing facilities, roofs of manufacturing facilities. Our coated glass products and triple glazing units enable maximum energy savings in buildings. Turkish Glass closes the loop by investing in glass recycling ecosystems. In addition to contributing to the future of our planet with our sustainable glass products and technologies, we are well aware of the importance of punctuality in construction industry. We know all too well that time equals money in our business. How do we meet our commitments for on-time delivery? In our project management approach, it's crucial to understand project needs in light of specifications, including timelines, locations, and the process complexity of glass units. Now I will explain in detail 3 important projects that demonstrate our punctuality, product range, and quality. The Istanbul Airport project, which was completed in 2 years, has a total of 1 million square meters of glass units, half of which were used for facades and the other half for interiors. We developed a new temperable solar control Lowy glass with 58% light transmittance and 0.32 solar factor value to match the project requirements. In the skylights, temperable solar control Lowy glass 4127 was used. The facade glazing concurrently ensures maximum energy efficiency, safety, security, and noise control. Thanks to the world-class resources of the Turkish glass ecosystem, we not only completed all glazing with on-time delivery, but also developed custom-coated glass to meet the specific needs of this project. Istanbul, long renowned as a capital of history, culture, art, and science, is now also establishing a reputation as a center of finance with the International Financial Center project, which has a project area of 690,000 square meters. The Istanbul Financial Center project was completed in 1 year and 8 months with a total of 1.7 million square meters of glass units, including IG units, mirror tempered and laminated glass. Due to extraordinary efforts of all involved, this project was finalized in the middle of the pandemic, overcoming supply chain restrictions. As everyone knows, faster processing brings undesired defects in quality. In order to guarantee the quality, we have integrated European and American standards and have been running total quality management systems aligned as EN, ASTM, and ISO. A candidate for LEED Gold certification, this project exemplifies respect for the environment. One of the challenging parts of the International Financial Center project is Vakıf Bank Towers. In this project, there are 2,760 different types of triangle glass units with various sizes and angles. In addition, 11,000 glass units have a wide variety of characteristics. These include gradual, non-gradual, 20, 30, or 50% footprints on their surfaces with 5-sided and 6-sided units. This was a high complexity project that needed to be completed in 1.5 years during pandemic conditions. All glass units was delivered on time and delivered as defined, and really this required end-to-end planning and cooperation between glass manufacturer and processor, sophisticated machine infrastructure, and expert skills of the Turkish glass ecosystem. You can see a wide variety of residential and commercial projects completed by Turkish glass all around the world with customized glass solutions. From Turkey, I would like to show some of our unique projects. Our goal is to be the solution partner for more projects in the United States. In many European countries, Turkish glass has a signature for the most demanding projects. In addition to Turkey, Europe, and the United States, we also continue to engage in projects in many other locations. To sum up, the main aim of Turkish glass is to add value to the environment and human life with its advanced glass solutions. Turkish glass is both the solution partner of today and tomorrow for construction professionals. We believe that together we will reshape the future of the construction industry. Welcome to the age of Turkish glass.
Thank you for the presentation with some great projects. So this concludes the presentation part of the session. We're moving on to the panel discussion right now. So the panel moderator is Samir Kumar, the founding partner at Techne, and I will be introducing the other people from the panels.
We have a pretty fantastic panel here. Introduce Charlie Whitney from Turner Construction. He's the vice president and managing partner. We have Roman Schieber from Knippers Helbig, associate director and the head of the facades group. We have Shresh Nagpal from Elementa Engineering, the managing principal. And most importantly, we have Flora Bao from Bjarke Ingels group. She's a senior project manager there. And I think what is the most amazing thing about this panel, at least for me, is that we have a really nice, diverse group of voices here. We have an architect, we have an environmental specialist, a facade specialist, and someone representing sort of the construction side of things, which I think represents all the important voices that that matter in the early stage of project development, which is our focus today. With the conversations around here are, refreshing, because I think finally we're all talking about the most sort of pressing problem at hand, which is that of global warming and the resulting climate change. I think we all know, and it has been said many times before, that as parts of the building, design, construction world, we all need to do our part. We all need to learn new tools. We all need to change our ways of thinking and evolve beyond how we have been doing things. And that this is not a matter of choice anymore, of course. And I think we all also understand that that the way to do this is really to innovate. It is really like we have no choice but to get out of our comfort zones and put ourselves out there and find solutions that are yet unknown. So through this whole process, what I think the important part about this panel that I would like to get into is that with this question of innovation, with this situation, the scenario of innovation, there come a lot of risks, right? Because we are in the world of the unknown. And I'm really interested in sort of exploring that duality between innovation and risk, between the sort of the two sides for each one of us as we are sort of entering or we have been in the midst of this phase of transition from talking about operational carbon towards whole life carbon, right? And so, I would like to start this out. I want to start with Flora, but I'm going to pose a similar question to all the panelists starting. It's a two-part question. I think it starts out by asking you what you think is going to be sort of the main field of innovation within your discipline, and how do you think of risk if you put yourself in a place of the unknown? So how do you position yourself on innovation versus risk duality?
Sounds good. So thank you very much, Samir, for bringing this topic. I think it's something that a lot of us are, it's great to see all the talks that has happened today. And I've been in this room for this afternoon, and it's great to see all the new products that's also out there. And I think that, I'm trained as an architect. I'm now a project manager. And, for me, my interface is with architects, designers, and on the other side is the client. So that is my main focus. So to answer your question in that regard, I think that, it's great to see, that it's nice that we are all very much specialists in our own field, right? We're the architects, or you're the engineer, or you're the mechanical engineer versus the plumbing engineer. And we're all very separated in that way, but we also go very deep. But I think that, of course, architecture in general is a field, or just construction in general is a field where there's so much collaboration. Everything that we see is, researched and developed by somebody, and then, it's put on the market. And after it's on the market, we select those materials, and then we pose it to the client, get it signed off, and then contractors can put it all together. So I think that right now, as we're facing climate change, and in this context, it's good. I used to think, brick and mortar. I'm in this field because I want to be in brick and mortar, but technology has really been able to cross over so many different fields. And it's, I've never thought that, technology, software, UI, UX, and design can bring so many conveniences to us that has nothing to do with each other. UI, UX designer could be in any field whatsoever. And I'm hoping that, somebody, in the UI, UX field or in the technology field can now help our field a little bit more, to collect all the big data, to collect everything so that we can work even more seamlessly together, because, climate change is changing way faster. And we'll talk about that in a little bit later, maybe, I guess. But I think climate change is changing way faster than we can keep up with it. And I would really appreciate if people would focus on our field and try to provide us even more tools, not just to design. I mean, we use BIM, we use all of that, but if we could design a tool that could really help all of us integrate in real time as we're designing, rather than comparing and going back and forth between different disciplines and be like, hey, MEP engineer, if we change this one thing, how is it going to affect the AHU versus the water versus, everything else? I think that would be, a magic button. I mean, of course, that's not going to happen, but at least something that could be a little bit more across the fields to help us understand each other even more and even faster.
Right. Unify the knowledge that is being developed across the board for a project and make it more actionable in a way.
Correct, yes.
Interesting.
Yes.
Shresht.
Say the question again.
So where do you think in your discipline innovation is going to happen, and how it's going to happen, and how are you positioned to deal with risks that come with innovation?
Right. So let's start with my field first, right? So I'm trained as an architect, but operate in a very different space now. It's the intersection of building science and data science, thermodynamics, heat transfer, that kind of stuff. What our job is to create decision-making frameworks in the face of anything that's uncertain. How do you make sure that your present-day decisions are able to adapt to whatever might change in the future, right? So we've spoken about this and you know about this, but the whole idea of there are some things that we know, there are some things that we know that we don't know, and the third point is how do you bring all of that together? So climate is changing, that much we know. But at what rate it will change 10 years, 20 years, 50 years from now, it's going to warm, but at what rate will it going to warm? Don't know that yet. There is a certain amount of uncertainty. There are many different models, several models that we create, several models that we use from other experts. We know that the whole life carbon situation is already and going to become more and more important. Grid is changing, operational energy is going down because of changing regulations. Embodied carbon is going to become more and more important. We don't know how people are going to use buildings in the future. We saw in the last 3 years the whole dynamic of when people occupy what kind of buildings and when they're not there completely changes. So in our discipline, the idea is to be able to project what present-day decisions will have a huge impact on the future. So, for example, Tommaso earlier today spoke about how the idea that you have to meet a certain EUI target, you go to triple pane glazing because you've already decided, the architects in this room have decided that buildings are supposed to be 70-80% glazed. We trade off triple pane performance against the increased window area performance. We know for a fact, in the face of all uncertainty, that's not going to work in the future. Triple pane, the benefits that you get from triple pane will be much less compared to the penalties that you get from increased solar gains, for instance. How do you quantify that? How do you make sure that present decisions know already that the investment that you're making, and the best part is you reduce your window area, you reduce your embodied carbon, you reduce the amount of aluminum that's going in, you reduce the amount of shades that you need. You've done everything right. But how do you quantify this so that decisions can be made? So in our space, it has all become about probabilistic versus deterministic modeling. How do you apply probabilities and uncertainties to, if this was something that needs to happen today, the impact of this might range from this to this so that decisions can be made in an informed way. Yeah.
Interesting. Roman.
So first of all, I'm not sure if there will be huge changes for us as consultants and engineers with regards to climate change, because we are highly trained to design and engineer bespoke facade systems. We have done double skin facades and things like that, or passive house buildings almost 2 decades ago, right? At least in Europe, I must say, to be fair. I don't see huge changes for us as consultants and engineers. But the bigger challenge will be for the industry, because for us it's easier, to come up with creative ideas and do a careful design and design engineer something. But the industry must catch up with what we're designing and engineering. So that's more for the construction industry. There might be the bigger risk, I think. But in the end of the day, we are all sitting in the same boat, and of course we must have discussions with all parties involved, the sooner the better. about how innovative we want to be in a project, and there must be an open discussion, of course. And what is the actual risk? I mean, it totally depends. First of all, I don't see, when I think about innovation, I don't think about triple glazing or what I heard earlier today, that putting thermal breaks into the facade system, that's not innovation, but it's great to do that. But I actually think that the facades should not be seen as just the building skin or the enclosure of the building, but it's part of an active system, right? So it has much more potential, and maybe we can talk about that later on. But it can generate electricity. You can let the undesired heat out of the building. You can generate heat with a facade. So there's much more potential. Or, I mean, we have seen in the Transsolar presentation, the ramped earth wall we have designed together with Transsolar. It's incredibly simple on one hand, but incredibly difficult to design and engineer just with earth when you need to get building permit and determine a U value for earth, right? Things like that. So, and if you don't comply with what you have designed, so there's also risk for us. And that's what I wanted to say, that there's different levels of innovation. You can do a double skin facades, breathing, natural ventilated, or you can do ramped earth walls, and we are doing a double skin timber facade, which is not sprinklered, by the way. It is with fire rating, this is a challenge. Things like that. So you must, depends on the client as well.
Yeah, so you're in a way thinking about the innovation being where the facade doesn't simply remain a facade, but it becomes more integrated into the overall mechanism of a building, and how that would sort of contribute in a different dimension.
Definitely. And if a facade leaks, it's mostly, maybe in a few cases, yes, but it's typically not the designer's mistake, or something went wrong during installation or so. So I think that the bigger risk is when you do something for the first time, or it's pretty difficult, complicated.
I think that leads us straight to Charlie.
It's more on the construction side. Yeah.
Sure. So when you're talking about a modern facade, the world is changing quicker today than it has at any other point, I'm going to say, in the history of construction. 20 years ago, a facade was the thing that kept out the water and the wind. You kept the heat in the building. And you wanted to be able to look out. Now today, you've got considerations around, everyone's trying to push the envelope of architectural expression. You've got a conversation around resiliency. You've got conversations around operational carbon, embodied carbon, and all of these components have to get integrated into the concept of a facade. And what the bar is today, when you're in the early phase, the early concept phases of a job, might not be the same bar that you're going to experience when it actually comes time to file with the building department, which could be 12 or 18 months down the road. I mean, really, you're talking about a very narrow window, and you could be dealing with changes. So when you're entering into the very early phases of design, you have to be a little forward thinking, and you're hopefully anticipating what the future might hold. To the best extent, my crystal ball might not be better than Roman's, but we all have to be looking ahead, because one of the primary strategies to manage the risk of a wall design and installation is clarity around what your goals are. What are the conditions of satisfaction for the project? What is the design criteria that we're going to lock in? Because at some point, if we want to have a successful installation and we want to have a successful design, we're going to bring it to a certain point, and then we're going to turn it over to the genius of the market and let the subcontractors and the suppliers and the vendors start to weigh in and start to come up with innovative solutions that they can stand behind that meet the performance requirements of the project. Which brings me to the second point. So one, you have to have clarity of goals if you really want to manage the risk of the design of the construction. The second thing is you need to make sure that you align the risk and the responsibility. You need to put the risk in the hands of the person who is best handled to manage it. And it sounds like a very basic concept, but we often shoot by it. I did a really good job on my last job. I want to prescribe what we should do in this situation. Well, maybe I shouldn't be prescribing that. Maybe I better just put the problem out there and let the market come to me with a solution. And I'm going to say probably 10 times out of 10, as clever as I think I am, they're going to come back to me with a solution that's probably better than what I had in mind to begin with. And it's going to get vetted and through a very careful series of design reviews with the experts. But we need to send it out and we need to get it back. So clarity around goals and putting the risk with the person who's most able to manage it.
That's super insightful. I think that a lot of us, especially on the design side, tend to not grasp the complexity that that a contractor, especially someone who's trying to herd together a viable solution to a project, the complexity that you need to manage, right? And and along with the complexity comes the risk. And I think it would be fair to acknowledge that within the panel here, in a way, the biggest risk really would fall in your court on any given project. So how does your organization, how does Turner talk about what strategies are you creating to make your organization more ready for the near future and for the challenges that are coming up?
Great question. So I guess 20 years ago, when we were living in a design build world, when we went out, when phoning a friend meant you go to the curtain wall contractors or your exterior wall contractors, you'd get numbers, you'd level them, you'd go through a shop drawing process, and then you'd go build it. As we start to get into, again, more complex concepts, now it kind of takes a village to execute an exterior wall process. One of the first things that I recommend to all of our clients when we get brought on board, and hopefully we're brought on, I'm going to say as early as concept, especially in the more complicated articulated facades, is we need to expand our circle. The owner hires an architect, and the architect typically hires somebody to consult with them on the curtain wall. And we recommend very strongly that we bring in a third set of eyes, to help oversee that process, because there are so many areas in an exterior wall installation where something can go wrong. Material incompatibilities, just one bad detail that when you go to your performance mock-up, maybe it's easy to put a Band-Aid on it and get your performance mock-up passed, but is that really the best solution? So you really want to have people challenging each other through the design phase all the way through the performance mock-up phase to make sure that you have the absolute best possible design, because nobody's really using off-the-shelf products. Everyone's designing new extrusions for every single project. The start-stop details are changing. The line between where the garden stops and the roof starts and the roof ends and the wall starts is becoming very, very blurry. And the end result is we have structures unlike anything that we've ever seen, and they're beautiful, but there's a lot of risk associated with making, what used to be 2 contractors work together. Now you've got like 5 or 6 or 7 contractors all coming together to make something watertight and airtight.
Right. Yeah, point taken. I'm going to jump back to Flora for a moment, because I feel like a lot of aspiration comes into play, right? As we begin working on a new project, as a completely new set of problems are posed in front of us, and of course, as architects, as designers, our training is to try and define, ambition, not only to appease maybe the client's ambition to some extent, but also to to extend our own imagination to position ourselves for the future in a way. And I feel like this tension of innovation and risk is actually the other side of another duality in our lives, which we constantly deal with, which is balancing between being innovative versus meeting a client's brief, right? Mm-hmm. And it is rare, I saw the presentation by a colleague earlier for the Google project, which I think, to have such an enlightened client who's inherently pushing you to seek the stars and go and catch them is rare. And that's not the life that most of us live on a daily basis. So can you talk a little bit about this duality of innovation versus client brief and what you guys do to bring the client up with you?
Yeah, I think that I feel very fortunate to have worked for firms that typically have clients that have certain aspirations, and that's why they come to certain firms for that. Whether that means, I used to work for SOM, and that's high rises. I used to work in China, where it's like center of fabrication. And when we talk about putting projects together and different extrusions, it's like that's like not even innovation anymore. That's just like the norm. It's like no building is going to have the same extrusions anymore, right? So you just have to understand that that's just a system, and you just have to make sure that it passes all the performance tests and everything. Now, and now I work for Bjarke Ingels Group, and there, the innovation and the type of clientele is, on a different level. And, so Google project, seeing, Google as a client, as Sebastian had talked about, was integral in, doing the research and helping actually in-house doing the research and investing in the solar panels that they believe is going to be better for the world, and whether or not they're going to sell it to other use it outside of just their own projects, that's to be seen. But we also are working with a company called Icon out in Austin, Texas, where they're doing 3D printing concrete. So that's also something that's kind of new on the market right now. And I would like to say they probably are the forerunners in that field. And so for something like that, it also takes a huge amount of effort to for investors to believe in something that is going to be, more durable, more waste less, and maybe cost less because you're wasting less and that things are robotics, it's not done by hand. All to say, these are all very innovative things out there that our clients, seek for, and the people who know about these things are very, very small percentage of the clients seek for that. So I think, coming back to global warming or global climate change, I think that we can't talk about just that 1%. We need to talk about what is out there on the market in general. And I think that, as you say, the aspirations and the clientele, if you don't have, those very, forward-thinking clients who want to support that, who are willing, who have set aside, money just to help the innovation side of things. I think that, and I could relate to that, let's say, for some of my China clients, where, they want to check the box. The thing about in China is it's like they're very, they follow the rules, right? So if it's written in stone, you have to do it. You have to spend the money. If the code changes, or if regulations change, or the leadership changes, and somebody says, okay, now you got to change it because I don't like it, or that I want higher performance, it's not like you get grandfathered in. You just have to, resubmit that permit, based on the new regulations. And that happens, you don't know when that happens. That happens maybe, next year, maybe it happens 2 years from now. And now it's slowing down because now they have a better set of codes, but you have to keep up with that. So I think the way that, between the client's aspirations and our aspirations, the way that, as a project manager, I'm in between the two. So, as much as, and I'm more so on the architect side, I want to push for these innovations, but you have to express it to the clients in a way that speaks their language, right? So, if the client, and you have to kind of hear what they're saying and who is in charge and, who is going to be able to make those decisions. So one very small anecdote is I worked on this project called COFCO while I was at SOM, COFCO headquarters in Beijing. And, they were, government state-owned company. They have a very, high leadership who's going to dictate everything, and they want a very beautiful building because it's going to be their headquarters, a state-owned company. It has to be well designed, good performance, and they wanted to show everybody that they can do a very high performance project. But the one thing that really helped us is that we hear through the lines that the chairman is sitting in his office and is freezing in the middle of winter, sitting in his corner office. And he was like, I want to, and this is a new office, by the way. So he was like, in this new building, I do not want to feel cold when I'm sitting next to the curtain wall. So that ended up having this building that had, 5, 6 different types of facade types, where, you had double skin wall on certain facades. You had regular unitized double glazing with operable windows on east and west side with vertical stone louvers, exterior vertical stone louvers. And then you would have, we had a cable net wall in the atrium because you wanted it to be beautiful. We had skylights on the roof with exterior shading. But it sounds like it's a mess of a building, but if you look at the photos, it's a very simple black stone with glazing. That's it, So all those innovations and the things that we pushed for, we got, because we're always warning them, oh, your chairman's not going to like it if he's sitting in this corner office. Or, you try to bend the story in a way that helps them understand that, oh, and you're going to save this much. And you're going to, so you kind of, if you can't do it all at once, you're just going to pick at it as you can, between, for the projects that's happening right now, that's where the rubber hits the road. This is when you make the decision of today. You can't, you can wait for the industry, you can wait for new products to come online, but if you have to do something today, you just got to have to make that decision.
Right. Thank you. I do want to pick up on one thing that Shrestha said, and this sort of should tie in with what you originally said also. Shrestha, you described your work as a combination of building science and data science, right? And Flora had previously mentioned that one of the challenges that we face as design teams is to align all the knowledge that is being developed for a project, which comes in these diverse forms like data science and everything. As a facade professional myself, I have often been in a situation where I'm working with even you on the environmental side, trying to position my own knowledge about what the criteria of design for a facade needs to be. So with these specific new parameters coming our way that we must all collectively digest, do you see the world of environmental design and the world of facade design and the work that is done in early stages of the project, do you see this converging in some way, or do you think that this is diverging farther and that we will need even more specialization to bring this knowledge together in a certain way? I don't know if that is a clear question.
I'll attempt to respond. It's always the same thing. All that you're trying to do is create an enclosure where occupants can be comfortable. It's as simple as that. Like Charlie mentioned, there used to be a time when all that you needed was to provide agency to the occupants so that they can control their own environment and be comfortable. Along the way, we've started thinking of facades as, let's seal this space completely so that we can pump conditioned air into it so that we can maintain the space at a fixed temperature. The whole thing doesn't make any sense because it's about keeping the occupants comfortable. It's not about keeping the room at a specific temperature. And facade has every single aspect of a facade has a role to play into that. Agency, when you can draw blinds, when you can open the windows, when you can draw your curtains, it's all very important. The connection to the environment, it's all goes towards radiant surfaces. All of that stuff goes towards how you enable that occupants will feel comfortable for as long as they can. The thing that we do is, in data-driven design, your initial part of the question about data is, our job is to come into a team and provide all the naysayers or all the skeptics with enough information, with enough confidence backed by data and confident speaking, that this will work. That even if you reduce the capacity, the CEO will not feel cold. Even if you do something else, even if you remove the system, if you not have all of those things which come with the facade, our job is to provide enough data, and not just data as things are right now. There used to be a time when most of my career, my job was, this is a baseline. If you do this, you will get 15.5% savings, all BS, because nobody can predict that with any certainty that you will get 15.5% savings. Now it's about, see, these are the things that are going to be unknown. We don't know what the new temperatures might be. They can range from this to this, which means the effectiveness of natural ventilation might be reduced significantly. The shoulder months that we know right now might not be the shoulder months 20 years from now. Thermal habitability has become a very big thing. Power outages in unplugged buildings. How do you make sure, Tommaso again presented it, how do you make sure that the temperatures do not throttle below habitable conditions if the buildings are not conditioned, right? So the whole point of being able to design a facade system, but backed up by, at least from a performance perspective, and performance, I don't mean just whole life carbon and energy use or peak loads, I mean habitability, comfort, visual and thermal. How do you ensure that your design decisions in the face of so many unknowns will still, in all likelihood, create a thermally and a visually comfortable environment for occupants? That's what we do.
Very, very insightful. I mean, I feel like we can keep having this conversation. We have very little time left. I do want to invite anyone in the audience, if you guys have any specific questions for the panel. If not, then, yeah, please.
Hi. I'm curious, kind of a two-part question. The first part is, any of your disciplines, have you thought about how digital twin might help predicting where you're going? And then pretend like there's the four disciplines there. There's also a climate digital twin. There's somebody who's got the cloud, who's got the code. So the two-part question is your firm actively looking at digital twin? And the second part is, if all these digital twins came together, make your case for why your discipline should be changed to cloud.
Interesting question. But I don't know if you have time for each one to respond to that. I'm going to ask, any one of you want to take that question on? Please.
Digital twins are where everybody's going. I know we're in the process of finishing up the construction of our new corporate headquarters, and we're going to have a full digital twin. If you fully leverage the capabilities of a digital twin, so you're collecting all of the information, and you're actually using it for predictive analytics, that's going to help you design the next generation of curtain walls or shared space or whatever that thing is that you think you might, whatever direction your next space is going to go, you're going to have data to support whatever future design decisions you are going to make. So I think, great question.
Any?
I don't have a specific question, but I wanted to just bring up, I guess, another perspective, kind of just related to, I think the conversation is centered around individual risk or risk to design teams or risk to clients or risk to contractors. But I wanted to bring up the idea of collective risk and what's the risk of not innovating, what's the risk to society? And yeah, just turn the discussion kind of towards that point. I don't have a specific question on it, but.
That's a great question or great comment. Roman, do you want to?
Yeah, maybe what I can say about that is that we have more and more projects where, not every party has its own insurance, but there's a project insurance and there's a shared risk for the entire project. What is quite interesting, I think.
Yeah.
Because it's not like who made the mistake or who was responsible for this or that, but we're all sitting in the same boat. And this is very important, I think, especially when you do innovative things.
That's interesting. Although I almost suspect that you were going even bigger canvas. You were talking about collective risk to us as mankind or as society for not innovating, which is of course a darker side to this question.
I can go for that for a little bit. I think that I totally agree, and I think that one of my main issues, this is why I say, architects and clients and builders and what we're building today is what we decide today. But I think that, as I said, it's all just a cycle in terms of, all of our trades work together, right? And I think actually, at least in the States, what I find could be really improved to help everybody is if policies and codes and regulations are upgraded or updated faster. There's definitely some, inefficiencies there maybe of people, but I think that LEED has been out there for a long time, and people have many different perceptions about LEED. But regardless of what that opinion may be, in my mind, since LEED started and since it started to gain momentum, it has made all the manufacturers, from carpet makers to paint makers to glass manufacturers, everything in the line, in the entire system, had to be upgraded. And I think that we need a little bit more of that type of push. And LEED is not even code. That's just something that's an aspiration. We have we have LEED, we have, what was the one that Sebastian talked about with the water, the flower one, so all of these different are stickers. They're like, oh, you get a gold star because you get it. But maybe it shouldn't be a gold star. That should be the standard. I've recently talked to our colleagues in Copenhagen office who shared with me, the Danish government, the Danish plans. They're like, you have to reach this LCA today, or you must at least know how to do it and submit to us a report. And then they have a 5-year, 10-year plan to be like, next year you have to reach 15. And then the next year you have to reduce the year after that, 13, 9 kilograms. All of these metrics, you're talking about laying out, metrics and knowing where it's going, right? So I think the US kind of needs to help that, even, you have the good kids wanting that gold star, but most kids don't want that, so you need the teacher to set the bar higher, not just for the good kids to want to do even better, but also to let the bad kids do better and just pass. So I think that we need to.
I can surely see nods of agreement here on the panel. I think that's a great point. I think the missing link over here is regulation side, but I feel like it's just around the corner. I think we're going to be talking about carbon tax pretty soon if you don't consider Local Law 97 already as being over there. But so unless there is any other comment, I think we can wrap up this panel. And I would like to thank you all for being here, for taking time out of your really busy schedules. It has been a pleasure to share the stage with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Hopefully you enjoyed your session 3 group that you were in. I know I did. And hopefully you got something to drink at the coffee break. We're going to start our final session. So thanks for sticking with us. I'm going to start by just a couple comments before I make an introduction. So James and Joe from James Carpenter Design Associates had made a couple mentions of sort of their ambitions to create facades that have a dialogue between the interior and the exterior context. Similarly, Benjamin Gilmartin in their first session talked about how Dillers Scifidio Renfro's approach to designing their enclosures is really as an expression of the interior function. And they've done so similarly in the design of the Columbia Business School alongside FXCollaborative. The recently completed Columbia Business School is a rare project that is where the facade is tailored to reflect both the diversity of the interior program as well as provide a lens in which to view the exterior urban context. And I'd like to invite my friend Michael Buesing from FXCollaborative to speak about the project.
Good afternoon. I'm Michael Buesing. I'm a principal at FXCollaborative, and I'm going to talk about Columbia Business School, which was designed by Dillers Scifidio Renfro in collaboration with FXCollaborative. Specifically, I want to talk about the process we went through in analyzing and looking at technology of glass to support the form of the building and the program of the building. So here's the building in the Manhattanville campus, north of the main Morningside Heights campus. It's part of the master plan by Renzo Piano Building Workshop. It's these two buildings. It's about a 500,000 square feet overall with a below-grade interconnection. The team consists of, besides Dillers Scifidio Renfro and FXCollaborative, was Arep, who was the structural engineer and the exterior enclosure engineer. Cerami played an important role in the acoustics, and we also worked closely with Broa Happold with MEP and energy modeling, and then Turner was a contractor, and for the facades, it was W&W and IDA. And of course, we worked very closely with the Manhattanville Development Group, our client. So these two buildings, they're essentially cousins, right? They have similar program. Their formal moves are quite different, but a lot of the materials that we use are essentially the same. The glass types, they each have a language where the glass is interconnected by a glass fiber reinforced concrete rain screen system that gives them their character. So formally, the way that the building is programmed, similar programs, but the west building, it has alternating floors of faculty and classroom, and with an interconnecting stair that ties them together. The east building has admin and teaching, and on the same floors, so to differentiate the programs, the floor plates are slid, and then the classrooms project out to make them more prominent. And again, I mentioned, in particular on the west building, the team worked very hard to get the circulation to the outside of the building onto the face. So there's a dynamic stair that runs up the facade, and it allows for a lot of spontaneous interaction between different students and groups, and is a kind of a gathering place to look out from the building, but also to see the activity inboard of the building. So now that these main kind of formal moves and programmatic moves have been made for the building, the question was how to treat the facade, in particular the curtain wall glass, to help emphasize and differentiate these different program types. In this image, the classroom floors are inset, and they're meant to be more transparent. It's about the activity of the students and making that visible to the outside, as well as the students seeing out. While the faculty floors were programmed to be a little more cloistered, near the students, but separate and screened, a little more quiet, a little bit regimented by the offices that wrap the perimeter of the building. Beyond of course, the kind of design goals that we set is a lot of technical parameters. I'll just mention a couple. In particular, there's a Manhattanville zoning, special zoning district that was part of the master plan, and it required quite a bit of glass and transparency. So the urban layer at the ground floor is pretty much all glass, and then above the tower, a lot of glass is also required. In contrast to that, there's a lot of acoustic issues that we had to tackle. To the west is the West Side Highway and Amtrak and Riverside Drive, which goes right next to the building. And then to the east, we had the subway on the viaduct. And beyond that, we also had a lot of energy requirements because the building was going after LEED. It just recently achieved LEED Gold, so we had to really work carefully to make sure that the glass met those energy requirements. So conceptually, again, we had to study the glass from something that's highly transparent to the faculty where the intent was to have something that was almost opaque and screened, but at the same time providing views to the exterior. And this began really a process of throwing a wide net for a lot of different ways that you could treat glass. How would we achieve this? Almost like opacity from the exterior, transparency from the interior, looking at frits, patterns, different types of inner layers. We did for a while, we were almost like literally looking at something that acted as like a screen or a curtain. How could you introduce patterning into the glass that would be visible from the exterior as a texture? Ultimately, we decided not to go in that direction, mostly because of the views from the interior was felt to be a little bit disturbed. And we did a lot of study on interlayers, in particular ones that had a metallic quality, whether it was an inner layer or like an expanded metal mesh in the IGU space. It had a lot of opportunity for adding interest in different light conditions. Ultimately, we decided not to go in this direction. There were some technical issues and cost. While we're studying all this, we're also taking all the materials, making samples, procuring samples, looking at them outside in various lighting conditions, trying to understand how they act in transparent and reflective conditions. Will you be able to see the material? And another challenge that we were working through in the East building, where you had varying programs in the same floor, how do you transition from a faculty or admin space that we wanted to be very almost opaque, and then transition to something in the classroom that we want to be prominent and very transparent. So how do you make that transition work? We iterated through multiple samples and types of materials, and we worked very closely with the client on these, and they're very interested in how this was going to appear. At the same time, we continued to do analysis and fine-tune for the particular spaces, working with our consultants, in particular on the classrooms, which were pushed to the perimeter of the building and basically had glass all around the rear. So how did you deal with glare and issues like that? So we did a lot of studies on self-shading, the solar shading, how would the shades work with the AV systems. And ultimately, where we decided to pursue is a series of frits on the number one surface, because we felt that it had a good materiality to it. It's not so common at the time in the United States. There was more precedent for this in European buildings. So to make get the client comfortable with this, we had to do quite a bit of research, reaching out to buildings that have been built that have a history. How was it maintained? How did it perform? And found that there really is no major issues that would be from a typical glass. At the same time, it just so happened that both FXCollaborative and Diller-Scofidio Renfro were designing buildings with frit on the number one surface. FX at the time was designing the Columbia School of Nursing, where we're using a frit on number one in a simulated acid etch pattern. And Diller-Scofidio Renfro had just completed the Vangelis Education Center, where they were using frit on number one and almost going from obscure fading to transparent. And so once we were able to get client and consensus to buy in this material, we advanced it through design assist. Again, a frit on number one, and we had a double lamy for the acoustic. And then for the other spaces, we were using the frit on the number two surface. And the real test was when we had the first, the performance mock-up. So this was the first opportunity for all the team, including the client, to come out to Pennsylvania and see how the materials actually looked and performed. And in this case, the upper area is the frit on the number one surface. It's a density of about 40%. And it really was starting to achieve the qualities that we were really hoping that it would have, under different lights, different reflectivities, and it still maintained a transparency and contrasted quite well with the classroom glass, which is in the lower part of this image, has remained very transparent. And once we went through that process, manufacturing started with Arab and the owner. There was many trips to Interpain in Germany to see the production. It was another opportunity to see the glass and the various densities of frit and how it looked, and of course doing quality assurance. So the white frit is the frit on the number one, and then the black frit is the classroom frit on the number two. And then on to Aze Int was the curtain wall fabricator in Italy, and to see the glass installed into the IGUs and more reviews and quality assurance, and to start to see how the glass looked, especially in relation to the spandrel panels on the top and the bottom. And they, once they're on the building, they really, it looks very uniform. So it was really gratifying to see once the curtain wall with the number one frit is installed, it really gives the form to the building. It has this quality that's very opaque at some times, but transparent at others, and under different lights, it has a very unique quality that you don't see in other frits that I've experienced. It has almost like a sheen. It's not quite glass. It's some material that's hard to identify. It's very interesting. And so in the final building, which was just completed and occupied by students earlier this year, I think it really shows how just using this kind of glass frit really treats the glass in a different way and emphasizes the function and the program of the building, and the clear glass really allows the stare and the student activity to show out, and even at night it is even more emphasized. And the classrooms, which has the clear glass and a lighter fit, it's functioning well, and it is allowing that transparency out while still being visible from the interior. And in this view, you can see like a view across the courtyard to the east building. And here we you can see like the transition where we have the frit going from a very kind of opaque appearance, transitioning across to the classrooms protruding out, much more visible and transparent. And again, that same feature is experienced and exemplified in the evening. And so also the quality, this is from inside the east building with the white frit. The quality of light is very kind of interesting and different. The white frit, with its translucency, it acts a bit as a film and feels like a screen, but still allows views outward very clearly, back across to the Site 7. So thank you for this opportunity to kind of describe our design process and our experience in working through the business school.
Thanks, Michael. That was a really fantastic look into an amazing project in addition to the city. I don't think that, I'm not aware of it. I wasn't part of all the session 3 panels, but I don't think I heard any discussions or presentations today that covered the use of wood in the facade. And there's no question that wood is one of the first materials that we think of when we start listing the use of sustainable materials in our enclosure systems. Wood has certainly seen a resurgence in use, and that's due in large part to the fact that we have companies like Accsys, the makers of Accoya product, who are creating durable and sustainable products that can be used in our enclosure systems. So I'd like to invite John Alexander to present about his company.
Thank you. So thanks for coming to listen to a presentation on timber for high-performance timber facades. And I'm aware that it's not a common sentence, timber and high performance. Our presentation here will talk through a process which we've developed for timber, which allows a very enhanced level of performance from that timber without introducing any toxic elements to it. And that enabled through some of the wood engineering and the wood processing now to develop high-performance timber facades. We heard this morning a very interesting talk on fire regulations in New York City, and this process doesn't address this. The timber remains still a combustible material, but it does provide a solution to many other aspects. This is one of the buildings completed in the US about 4 or 5 years ago at Oregon State University, and it was nicely the Faculty of Forestry. And coming from a university, one of the things I was told that there's a common perception of wood that it's used for common buildings with a short lifetime, like a dog kennel, and the wood and building won't last very long. And this is a little bit cringeworthy now, but that's okay because the dog doesn't last so long either. And we'll move on from there. So if we go back a little bit more to the serious side, we have a basic material and we need to enhance it in the forest. We need to enhance it through technology to improve its performance. And then we really need to evaluate that material to really quantify the level of performance that can be expected and the consistency of that performance. So we go through a process of taking a timber product through a forest where we're working with the trees and cutting the branches off them as the tree grows so that we get clear pieces of timber in a very short period of time in plantations. We apply technology which alters the cellular structure of the wood at a very basic level down there without introducing any toxic elements. And then over decades, we evaluate that product and become assured of its consistency. If we go, so I'll go through each of those, starting with the wood itself. So showed a photo just there of one of the workers cutting the branches from the trees. The trees are growing in New Zealand. They grow very quickly. We're able to get clear timber from them in about 25 years. The logs are taken to a sawmill, and control cabin there in the sawmill showing how the operator is cutting the log and moving it around and spinning it using cameras to optimize how much clear wood he can get from that log. And of course, the logs don't all grow in a uniform cylinder shape. They're all sorts of shapes. So there's a lot of orientation involved there in maximizing how much clear quality timber can come from that 25-year-old tree. So that's well established now. The next stage is taking that piece of lumber and putting it through a process that enhances its properties, because that, while it's a very clear, nice piece of lumber, will have very poor durability and it will swell and shrink quite heavily. We have a process which is called acetylation, which we apply to that wood to produce Accoya. And perhaps, without going through too many bullet points, the best way to explain it is to give you an idea of what else this process is used for. So the process is called acetylation, and the common applications of acetylation since the 1900s have been very heavily on cellulose, but most commonly on cellulose fibers, tissues. Suit linings pre-70s were very heavily in cellulose acetate materials. Camera film and overhead projector sheets were cellulose acetate, very refined pulp, which was put through this acetylation process and essentially made it very moisture resistant. And then a very common one today is cigarette filters, which are wood pulp that's been through an acetylation process. And laboratories around the world were working to develop this to solid wood, to bigger pieces of wood, not just wood fibers. A lot of that was done at the USDA Forest Products Lab in the 60s. And we've worked in putting the pieces of technology together to create a commercial process, which is Accoya. And the process works by replacing some of the molecules in wood which naturally absorb moisture and increasing the number of molecules in the wood which don't absorb moisture. So the balance of molecules changes. No additional molecules are introduced. So you have hydroxyls, which are bad, they absorb moisture, acetyls, which are good, but there aren't many of them, and we change the balance through this acetylation process that's applied to other cellulose products. It is non-toxic, it's biodegradable, it will decay in decades, especially if it's ground down into fibers, but it will take decades to do that. And the beauty of it is that we didn't invent the process, so we have field trials at laboratories like the USDA, which have been in ground for 25 plus years without decay. I mentioned some of these trials. So we test around the world from New Zealand, Okinawa, Japan, all the way through Europe, in the US, Hawaii. And we test through lots of simulated accelerated aging methods. And they vary from L joints to stakes in the ground. And the key thing the technicians are looking for here at the institutes is any sign of degradation of that wood. And we know from some of the numbers there, 20 years, 10 years, we know that the wood resists decay very well and very uniformly. So we have a product there, and then, we're able to use that to achieve projects which would be very difficult to achieve in natural types of timber. There's a glazed facade here with a cavity, and this was done by the companies mentioned here, Mr. Lisa. Accoya was chosen in this application because it was quite a difficult environment. It was a cavity. The wooden slats were an eighth of an inch, 3 millimeters, and they had a little span there between what was just a rope type fastening. So they had to be very dimensionally stable so they weren't moving and really ruining the look of that linear louvre within. So not just resisting rotting, but also the dimensional stability you get from this process and excluding moisture opens up some opportunities that wouldn't be present for timber naturally. A project in London, which has been produced with Accoya. The mullions of the building here, which is a Google office building. So the mullions are cross-laminated Accoya. They're about 21 feet tall. And you can't really see the rooftop garden, but all along the decking and the soffits there are all Accoya. And it's bringing timber into buildings which wouldn't naturally fit with it. And Helsinki, this is an area called Wood City, where they're building a series of office blocks. They're just about to start the third one, where they've used Accoya throughout for the facades. In this one, there was actually a fire requirement, and the wood was impregnated with a fire retardant product called Burn Block to address that. And then just moving further on. As well, it's not really a facade, but it's quite a large part of our business, which are timber windows and doors, which are produced from Accoya. And this is a nice example of a mass timber dormitory buildings built at the Dyson campus for engineering in the UK. And they were mass timber units which were built off-site, and to each of them was fitted an Accoya sliding door on the front. And windows and doors is one of the main applications for Accoya around the world, because you get these benefits of being very dimensionally stable. You don't have problems of them not opening smoothly in the winter, of changing shape. The maintenance is greatly reduced because the wood coatings are guaranteed to last longer on the product. So it's a nice fit in that application. And then there's a further development which has been over the last 2 to 3 years. We're aware that while a lot of wood or Accoya is used without coatings, and that's a common consideration to use coatings or not coatings in a wood facade plan. While a lot of woods don't need coatings for longevity, they often get very variable weathering if they're not coated. And that's sometimes a difficult discussion to settle on the right position for the building and with a client often. We've worked hard to try and develop a solution for that. And the solution we developed was to impregnate the Accoya with a pigment system based on carbon black and water. And we impregnate that pigment solution through the Accoya and then put it through a drying process, which at quite high temperatures locks that pigment system into the wood. And this is done in rough sawn boards. Those rough sawn boards are then processed at a manufacturing company, several in the US as well, where you profile the wood to the finished profile that's required for the building. And you can achieve a uniform gray color, which we have had on exposure now for approaching 6 years in Australia, Europe and the US, and it retains the quite vibrant version of gray, quite vibrant compared to naturally weathered timber. And as it goes with time and with different elevations, which may be shaded or not shaded, east facing versus south, a much more uniform appearance of a building with unfinished timber, while still retaining the qualities of Accoya in terms of decay resistance and dimensional stability. And just an example there on the right of a building in Switzerland where there are various different dimensions. So the smallest type of dimension, the wood comes in as a 1 inch by 4 inch, and the largest are 3 inch by 8 inch, everything in between. And the profiles are, because the process goes to the middle of the wood, the profiles can be carved out of that. And larger sections, like with the Google building, are made by laminating the material. So just in summary, I think I didn't realize questions weren't allowed. That's always the best bit, so I'm a bit disappointed. I'll put a complaint in about that. But as a conclusion, we start in the forest. We introduce a process to the wood which gives the high performance level. I didn't really go into the quality control that we apply to this, but to ensure the continuity, consistency on every batch that we produce, we take samples for measurements before releasing. So we get a very high consistency in the enhanced performance that we evaluate. And then from there, we're able to apply it to some really spectacular buildings through the support of architects and manufacturers that we work with. And we have, over the last 16 years, built up a good case study log now of applications around the world, including the US. So I hope that's of interest. And we do have a small booth just next door if you have any questions later on. So thank you.
All right, how are we doing on setup? Are we good? All right, our last session, our last panel discussion of the day. So, and it'll be released for drinks. So I'm not sure how many of you here attended last year's event, but if you did, I would imagine that Philip Hoffman's presentation on decarbonizing facades left a lasting impression on the benefits and the potential of using stone as a sustainable cladding material. And he's here today to lead a panel discussion to talk about the use of stone again, as well as ultra-high performance concrete. So I'd like to welcome Philip back up.
So good afternoon, everybody. It's my pleasure to speak to you this afternoon. So make this very entertaining as the last session of the day so that you all don't fall asleep in your chairs. I'd like to introduce my two co-panelists here. Ross Cameron from Accsys Manfredi Architects in Boston, as well as Hauke Jung-Johann, formerly in New York, now in Berlin, and he just started his own firm, Jung-Johann Associates. We will discuss today with this panel the benefits of natural stone as well as ultra-high performance concrete in context of facade applications. And as soon as the presentation is loaded, we will begin. My apologies for that. We unfortunately had one panelist cancel because his flight didn't make it, so that's why we were reduced in size. So, for those of you who attended last year's session, you will remember the carbon navigator that was introduced by us. And I just would like to refresh everybody's memory. The carbon footprint, embodied carbon footprint of conventional cladding materials is by far led by stone, followed by brick and timber, and then ceramics, glass, cement, steel with aluminum on the very bottom. And we're talking about factor 175 here, expressed in stone. So whoever has not seen this chart, always keep this in mind. But this is just the fascia. And why is that, you will ask? Well, very simple. Because you need a lot of heat and a lot of energy to transform all these material into their final state. You need to melt aluminum, cast iron, cook steel. You have to even kiln brick or fire terracotta or sinter ceramic to get it to a final product. With stone, nature did this already millions of years ago. It's a crystallization process that takes place over a long period of time. But as the entire lithosphere, the Earth's crust is made out of stone, it's an ubiquitous, regeneratable material, as there is still lava coming out that creates new stone over time. So stone is a very abundant resource that we can all use. And in the processing in a factory, there's also only very limited energy needed to cut it out of the mountain, to wire saw it, and then later to process it to its final form. There's lots of great stone architecture in our cities. High-rise buildings are more and more clad with stone for U-value purposes, for shading, but also for the opacity in the facade, as Chris Cooper from SOM earlier educated us on, and this is across the world. But there's even very slender stone panels that can reach a very long span. Like in this case here, they're only 30 millimeters thin, and this is even below what the code requires in New York, which is actually 2 inches. But we could prove by calculation that this granite was strong enough to span to almost 3 meters just in 30 mil thickness. So it's a very high efficiency use case. There is even some more innovative freeform facades, like the Gilder Center that is rising right now on the Upper West Side, where we can do with stone, with 5-ax CNC milling, things that were previously impossible. And these are just some images of the building in its current state. You can see the unbelievably sculpted facade, where every single panel is different. 5,000 pieces of stones are assembled on mega panels, and the accuracy had to be to 1 millimeter that was ensured by point cloud scanning. So these facades come to life by different substructures or supporting frames that carry those, and this is now where the real carbon footprint is made. So I want you to be very, very clear on this. It's not just by putting stone up on the wall that you have a low embodied carbon facade. It's actually the type of facade system that supports it that really matters. So if you go with a strong back frame, that is very, very high in carbon, and I'll show you this on the next slide, because all the steel that's behind it. If you're using conventional stone-faced precast, you're having a lot of cement and rebar in these precast panels that are heavy and thick, and they induce a lot of loads on your superstructure and foundations, which in itself has a bad embodied carbon footprint. But if we go to thinner applications that are also durable, of which I would like to exclude stone honeycomb because it delaminates and it has a durability issue, also a fire issue, there is not a lot of options that remain that are really green. And one of the options that we have actually explored to be most carbon efficient is the use of ultra high performance concrete as a backer panel for stone, but also for brick and for terracotta in lieu of conventional precast or unitized curtain wall, which has a lot of steel and aluminum included. And this was the carbon navigator we presented last fall, where you can actually see, as a matrix of the fascia material and facade system, the UHPC mixed with stone and brick is by far the lowest embodied carbon kilograms per square meter on the entire board. And this will all be available to you. So if you just compare this for one example with a metal panel in a unitized curtain wall, it is a drastic gapping difference. The same applies to brick facades, which can come in many facets, from handset to unitized on precast, but also on UHPC, or in this case, gapping differences in embodied carbon as well. This is a study from England that includes all the insulation materials and some of the flushings. And therefore, going from precast to UHPC is already a 60% weight and volume reduction, but foremost a 40% embodied carbon reduction. So this is proven in EPDs, and there is a lot of interesting applications for UHPC, very slender rain screen panels, lattice systems, ultra-long panels that are only 2 inches thick, or in this case, a full barrier curtain wall that can be used with pre-glazed windows factory installed as a carrier system for the brick. So, as you know, facades can have multiple facets. They can be just rain screen, barrier walls, or even structural walls. And I want to just quickly explore with you 2 case studies from around the world, one from Germany and one from England, where those were already used. And we have this combined with stone, with terracotta, and with brick. And the idea is really to have something that's more durable than honeycomb, but lighter weight and lower carbon than stone-faced precast. And there's a lot of geometries possible that are otherwise difficult, even partially translucent perforated facades, very long single-span panels that can be without any joint because the UHPC supports it for wind suction and wind pressure. This is for terracotta, where you see there's even a mechanical connection like with the stone. There's a bond breaker between both materials, so no thermal expansion ever leads to any failures or delamination. And the same here goes for brick, which sometimes is even installed in the factory with the insulation in it or the windows. So the benefits are manifold. We have fewer joints, complex geometries, full floor height shaped panels. We can install from the floor plate without the tower crane, which is in a city like New York huge, and we can do lightweight curtain wall frames. So now looking around the world, and I think this is what the Zak conference is so great, that we really share know-how from around the world at all these conferences. In the US, in North America, and France, UHPC has primarily been used as a fair-faced application, meaning with the UHPC exposed, it is largely driven by Lafarge Holcim that has a mix that's very well known, Ductile, but they're using this as a fair-faced application, which Hauke will elaborate on later, which has its ups and downs, great product, but it's primarily a fair-faced solution. In the UK, it has only been used so far as a veneer-faced solution with stone and brick. There has not been a single fair-faced building been built in all the UK and UHPC. And in Germany and Denmark, we have a combination of veneer and fair-faced applications, and this is driven by different fabricators and just historically. I want to show you one example quickly of a public hospital in Germany where a stone-faced UHPC system was used. And in Germany, lowest tender wins the bid. So this is a price-driven decision. The building had these complex cruciforms here in between the window panes, not easy to make. And so the parties that were bidding for this, us included, were really scratching their heads. How do we get this on the wall using a handset approach? And we explored three different approaches. We looked at a handset approach, which turned out to be a nightmare because the stone panels were misaligned, the joints were too large, and this was never feasible in the field just from the protrusion of the facade. We looked even at dimensionally carving this out of blocks, very uneconomic, very high waste, and at the end we ended up panelizing the stone and putting it on a custom-shaped UHPC form. So I'll just quickly show you this. This was the handset version that was abandoned, wasn't feasible in the field. The party that originally won the contract on this basis handed the job back, said we no longer want to do it. It's a nightmare. So we ended up getting it as the second listed. This was the dimensional version. Very uneconomic, lots of stone waste, and ultimately chosen was this version, a mechanically bonded, thermally separated UHPC panel with limestone on it that could just use flat stone panels, which were very economically and easy fabricated, and the UHPC could be molded to the rear with two custom molds, a rear mold and a front mold. Stone was put face down, our reinforcement was put in, and it was cast. The panel was then stripped and lifted, and later installed on the building after caulking and sealing it with a sanded silicone, and the result is very striking. Very quick, easy installation with a mini crane or monorail system, and this application would have also worked on the spandrels and column sections. So this is a good lesson learned. The result is good, and there's a phase 2 of the building which is repeated in the same approach. Now briefly to a project in London that was using brick on UHPC. St. Bart's Square, a beautiful building, pre-glazed at the factory. This is just an exemplary breakdown where you can see how thin the UHPC is that carries the brick, but this is really not that very project, it's a different one, but a lot of more room for insulation that is normally taken up by the precast. So you have a lot more room for fireproofing and insulation. You gain a lot of space, in some cases even tenable floor space. This is the rear view of the UHPC. This is the front with the brick on it. It is cast face down, so the brick goes in the mold and you cast on it. And it's very accurate. You can drill into it. You can install all the windows, all the insulation and mastic seals in the factory. And then it comes to site and is lifted in. The big advantage is you can fit twice the amount of panels on the truck. Think of the carbon footprint of all the logistics to site, the inner city logistics of these trucks, the offloading in a restricted area on a job site. So it has lots of benefits to be light and thin. And on top of that, the building is not burdened by a heavy exterior shell, and that in itself reduces the carbon footprint of a new structure by saving weights on foundations and structure. And this is the panel going in with the windows installed. So now to New York. I'm covering here for the speaker that unfortunately got stranded in Montreal, for Guy Tremblay from SWBF, which is a precaster in Montreal. And as we all know in New York, we have a huge scarcity of tower cranes. And there has been so many fatal accidents and collapses of tower cranes, and even some other cranes that have to be taken down at certain wind speeds, that putting a tower crane on a job is so expensive that it already predetermines the job size. So you cannot put a tower crane on a job that's smaller than $300 million because you can purely not afford the insurance premium, and there's also a scarcity in tower crane operators. Compare this to other cities in North America. How many tower cranes are in operation? Toronto, Seattle, Chicago. They all have more than New York. New York is actually down with very, very few, and the reasons are the insurance premium, the scarcity in operators, the restriction in the even education program of new operators. So it's a closed shop. The hours of operation that are allowed and the collapses that have occurred are horrendous. The same goes for crawler cranes that have to be taken down at wind speeds over 30 miles per hour, which happens very often in New York. So if you have to jackknife those crawler cranes, that is a huge downtime on your job site, a huge cost that the jobs are burdened with, so this is not efficient. Why am I telling you this? Because going from a crawler crane, tower crane, to a hoist and spider crane installed approach, which we can do with a lightweight UHPC panel, eliminates the need for a tower crane. So if you can bring up an 18-foot panel, in a 20-foot hoist, or a 17-foot panel in an 18-foot hoist, all the way to the floor slab, you can install that panel from your slab, not needing the tower crane, and you free it up for other operations on the site. And this is music in every project manager's ears if you free up his tower crane, which is the scarcest resource. So to briefly summarize this, the system benefits of this lightweight new facade cladding system, which we call UHPC veneers. It can be even with wood and other materials on it. We have a massively improved carbon footprint, both the actual membrane itself as well as on the superstructure. We can even downsize the anchors that penetrate into the superstructure, thermal bridges and other things. We have more tenable floor space. We have more space for insulation, for fireproofing. We can install from the floor slab with spider cranes. We can ship more product to the site on a limited amount of trucks, and we can accelerate the program by that. And we have an enhanced durability by the properties and features of UHPC. There is a overall cost savings to that, which has been studied in multiple studies. But I will now hand over to Ross, who is going to walk us through an actual building that he built using this material. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Philip. So this is a brief case study of a project that we did in Boston for Emerson College. It's called the Little Building. We actually did this to make a case for building the will to repurpose structures. And I'll explain a little bit what that means as we go along. As it relates to the facade, the primary facade replication on this building was ultra-high performance concrete, and I'll show you why we utilize that product. Emerson College itself sits on the south end of Boston Common. The Little Building is on the main intersection of Boylston Street and Tremont Street. It's actually their largest residence hall at 750 beds before we went in and did our renovation work. It was originally constructed in 1917, designed in a neo-Gothic style by renowned architect Clarence Blackwell, who was actually a New Yorker, even though he did most of his work in Boston. When it first opened, a couple of years later, it gained the moniker of a city under one roof. It was a very early example, a good example of a true mixed-use project. It had 600 offices in the building, retail, restaurants, underground connections to subways and local theaters. So really a very early precursor. Fast forward 95 years, and the facade is in a really bad condition. Both the cast iron panels are cracked and failing. The cast stone itself is also cracked and failing, primarily because a lot of the sealants failed, the mortar joints failed, and there was water infiltration for many, many years. So bad was that it actually started to rust the steel superstructure behind the facade, and it started pushing all of the cast stone material out. So we were given kind of a 5-year time frame. The building was examined quarterly in that period. The 5-year time frame was for us to come up with a solution that was permanent, execute it, and get to a proper certificate of occupancy. Through a lot of analysis, where we ended up, primarily because the damage to the steel behind the facade was worse at the top of the building than the bottom, we said, well, we're going to replace all of the material from level 3 up, and we'll do a traditional restoration for levels 1 and 2. Now, I want to pause here for a second, just make sure that the fundamental success of this project relied upon the fact that the material that we were proposing for levels 3 upwards, the UHPC, had to be visually identical to the cast stone that we were preserving below. The last thing we wanted to have was this tide mark through the project. You can see the image on the left there is kind of our height of demolition. That's the measure of the building that we saved. The image on the right is our structural augmentation. We didn't really have to do much because UHPC is very light compared to traditional precast and even the cast stone material that existed previously. So we were really designing for seismic loads and no augmentation as it relates to gravity loads. The red steel is all new, and the cyan steel is everything that we saved. So again, the UHPC was a good product for us to select for this type of process, this replication process. primarily because it's very liquid when it goes into the mold. So it can get into all of the kind of nooks and crannies of the original, highly ornate facade. We also used it to simulate the wrought iron cast bays because we have a lot of control over not only the color but the texture. So we sandblasted the texture when we wanted it to look like cast stone, and we left it shiny as it came out of the mold when we wanted it to look like painted wrought iron. In addition to this, we inserted these double height kind of contemporary common rooms. This was primarily a financial driver so that we could boost the bed count and make the project viable. We also took advantage of a kind of unusual aspect of the little building, and that was that it has a 14-foot tall parapet, so we kind of snuck another floor in behind there, and we boosted the bed count from 750 to 1,035. To undertake this, we commissioned existing conditions in Boston to do a digital survey process, and they did this in two waves. One was to go through an accuracy of around about 2 millimeters, and that's generally to get the overall layout of the building. And then we came back and did a second scan at a much higher accuracy that picked up all of the ornate detail at 0.025 millimeters. Now, obviously, the drawback there was that it picked up all of the blemishes and the cracks, the misplaced stone, the strapping, everything that was wrong with the building was recorded in the survey. So we had to go in and digitally correct all of that to get us, as you see in the image on the right, everything that's beige and brown is all UHPC. And that gets us to a point where we have a digital replica of the building circa 1917. So then we went into a 3D printing process at 1/4-inch scale to test out a lot of these details to make sure we were getting them right. We partnered with Autodesk's Technology Center, who just moved into our building, to use all of their CNC machinery to step up to a 1-to-1 scale for subtractive manufacturing. And the whole goal of this was to create fabrication-ready digital files that we could communicate directly to the fabricator. It gave us a lot of control over the end product. There was we knew the building was going to be a replica, not a facsimile. A couple of section details here, one at the UHPC parapet, another one at a hood cover, and you can see how thin the material is. It's typically 1 inch thick throughout the entire project. It goes up to 1.5 and 2 where there's more detail. And again, there's a lightness to it. It wasn't putting a lot of strain on this existing 1917 structure, so it really felt like the right material to use. In some instances, we had to use reinforcing in the molds, but more often than not, there wasn't any. It was fiber reinforcing, we can talk about in a little bit. The panelization allowed the project to be real primarily because we could shorten the construction schedule to no more than 2 years, which would be 4 semesters of taking this revenue-generating residence hall offline for the college. Any more than that, and it wouldn't have worked. These are just some images that we have of Lion's Head coming out of the mold prior to sandblasting, some material arriving on site. And you can see the sandblasting that we do to the UHPC makes it look like the cast stone. The color is identical. And then when we leave it not sandblasted, it looks like painted wrought iron. And here we have image on the left, circa 1920, shortly after opened, and then 2020 after all the students moved in. One of the things that we did post-construction was a study in embodied carbon. Again, we were interested in really trying to make a case for building reuse. So this is a team that we assembled to do that. We compared the project that we built against a hypothetical new build. We're trying to show the benefits of keeping all the existing material that we did, the structure, the foundations, and some of the facade material. And we used Tally, which some people might be familiar with. It ties right into our 3-dimensional Revit model, and it can give you 5 different sustainability metrics. We're primarily interested in the global warming potential because that relates to CO2 emissions. And what we discovered was our as-built design created about 5,000 metric tons of CO2 equivalent, whereas the hypothetical new build was up closer to 8. So there's a delta of almost 40% there in terms of the sustainable measures and what we saved. But what does that mean, 3,000 metric tons equivalent? Well, it's around about 2,500 one-way trips from Boston to Los Angeles in an average passenger car. Now, the second study that we did, which was really quite interesting, was we were able to quantify the embodied carbon that was within the existing building, the portions that we salvaged. And that came out to 4,000 metric tons of CO2 equivalent. Now, what that means, if you look at this image on the right, if Boston Common, which is around about 50 acres, if it was entirely forested, which it's not, we planted more trees in Photoshop just for artistic license. But what that would mean is that it would take a forest that size 100 years to sequester the amount of carbon that we saved in the portions of Little Building, which is really quite astounding to us. It was great to go into this process. We didn't know where it was going to come out, but it was a really good story to tell. And with that...
Thank you so much.
Okay. Sorry, my voice is a little bit hampered. First, actually, it's good to be back. I mean, I was last week at the Zak in Berlin, was moderator on a panel, and now I'm here and I see so many more familiar faces actually than I see in Berlin because I've been so long here. I would like to cover a little bit about the technology of UHPC and then show two very specific applications. So just generally to understand UHPC, I'm not sure if it actually is something immediate for everybody, but I think it's worthwhile to give a little bit of overview what the difference is between UHPC and concrete. So if you would compare it with bread, you could say that it's the concrete is just a normal toast, and if you take artesian bread, that's UHPC. So it's very tailored, and concrete. This is how the concrete mix is. So it's basically 4 ingredients, and the cement amount is relatively low, and the water cement ratio is very, very high because half of the cement amount is water. So the water cement ratio is 50%. When you take UHPC, you basically leave out the coarse aggregate. You replace it with fine sand. You have much more cement and you have much less water. So the water cement ratio is very low. So it's instead of 50%, it's around 15–20%. And because then it comes with other these benefits, let's say, it becomes lesser easy to mold and so on. Then you add other chemistry to the mix, super plasticizers and fume and sand accelerators and so on. All these ingredients help to then mold the UHPC, and this specific mix then leads to, let's say, advantages in its physical properties. UHPC, the mix by itself, the matrix, doesn't come alone normally, so it is added with fibers, and the fibers, there's different types of fibers. There's steel fibers, there's glass fibers, and then there's plastic fibers, PVA fibers. And they help then to bridge microcracking and give ductility to the material. So ductility is really one of the main factors for UHPC. It is very ductile, and that's why one of the materials on the market is called ductile. Yeah? The density and the mix by itself, the high cement ratio, actually lead to a very high strength. It is very dense, so that means that you do not need to have so much concrete cover, and it is very good in then adapting the surface of the mold. So you can do very fine a very fine surface, much finer than you can do it with concrete. It's watertight, that's why you can actually do much lesser concrete cover. Lightweight, because of the lesser concrete cover and the higher strength, it's lesser thick, and then it's very moldable. Issues with UHPC is, so if you take normal concrete, it basically shrinks 1 millimeter per 2 meters. UHPC shrinks 2 millimeters per 2 meters. So it is double shrinking than concrete. And that is an issue which needs to be addressed, needs to be thought of. And as I said, types of fibers. If you take steel fibers, they tend to, because they are, distributing all over the area, all over the volume, let's say. So that means that if steel fibers are then at the surface, they can corrode. And so this is a project in Marseille which has steel fibers, and it was an issue where you suddenly saw little corrosion dots. And UHPC is often used in transportation, so there you use steel fibers, it doesn't matter, but when you use architectural concrete, then you would rather want to avoid that. So I'd like to show a case study where we thought about all that, which is the Miami Art Museum. And actually some of my colleagues I've been working with are here. The Miami Art Museum is a very specific project also to my heart because it's designed by Herzog & Dümmerow architects, and I've been working at Herzog & Dümmerow architects before that. And then I switched into facade design, and the very first project I did was suddenly with Herzog & Dümmerow architects. So I was sitting on the other side of the table, suddenly being the one who helped them technically. And the intent for the design was that Jacques Herzog only wanted to use natural materials, so only wood, only stone, as he said. So in this case, it was UHPC or concrete and glass, and no steel shall be seen, which is why the selection for the mullions was UHPC. And I'm not 100% sure, but I would claim it was really one of the first applications of UHPC in the architectural world. I mean, UHPC is widely used in the transportation world, but in the architecture world, it's one of the first applications. And we then needed to, engineer everything, model the whole material inside the structural software, and also figure out all the different issues, because at that time there was no code. And so here you can see the section of the mullion, and you can see that the concrete cover is much less than it is when you would use normal structural steel. So that's because of the high density. We needed to use structural reinforcement because, different from concrete, concrete doesn't have any tensile. I mean, concrete has tensile capacity, but you cannot use it by code. With UHPC, it's different. You can actually use its tensile capacity, but it wasn't enough to cover for the overall need, and that's why we put rebar in the mullions. There is just in some areas at the bottom, at the top, there's some stirrups, but generally all the mullions are stirrup-free. The issue with designing UHPC is so slender. I mean, they are 1 foot high, and the whole facade is 5 meter 20. So it's, I'm sorry, I need to mixing now the units, but so it becomes a very slender piece, and suddenly, when you have so slender design mullions, you run into an issue which you would normally not when you're using general concrete. So because it was so slender, the mullions started to lateral torsional buckle. It's some effect when there is wind load on the panel, they suddenly buckle to the side, which is something which we hadn't expected, to be honest. And there comes something which was really absolutely fantastic collaboration also with the manufacturer, Seele in this case, which then we needed to do something because there was no way that we could stabilize these mullions other than that we're using the glass panels to stabilize the mullions. So the mullions are having little shear connectors at the bottom and in the middle and at the top. And when a mullion actually is risking to buckle, it suddenly leans on the glass, and the glass then transfers the shear to the support points. So it is I call it a parasitic system, because the mullion needs the glass for its lateral stability, but the glass actually needs the mullion to address the wind loads. So one cannot do anything without the other. Here you see some impressions of the project itself. So as said, it's only natural materials, only glass, wood, and concrete. And here you see the mullions. There are different stories with different heights, but here this is the second story with the highest elements. On the other side, sometimes it's a wooden cap. Interesting is because it's in Miami. I mean, the correct word is Paris Art Museum. The whole facade needed to be tested for hurricanes, and some of you might be familiar with it. You need to shoot 2x4 logs to the facade, break the facade, and then it has, under and over pressure cycles, in total 9,000 cycles, and afterwards it's actually, watered, and it still needs to be watertight. And these logs were shot, and they need to be shot at all different types of locations, also at the mullions. And the mullions didn't blink. I mean, it didn't really matter if they got be shot at, because they are so resilient to impact, which is one very specific property of UHPC. Some installation images. So this is an application where fiber reinforced UHPC is used. Now comes the next step, which is actually mat reinforced UHPC. So the shrinkage issue of UHPC is addressed with using mats, because suddenly the mats are bridging all the micro cracks and distribute everything. There's a tensile capacity issue. It's actually addressed with mats, because you can add a lot of steel into the panels, and then suddenly you really have flexural panels which are super thin and extremely strong. So here is an application of basically a portal fabricated out of UHPC. On the left side, that looks like concrete, but that is the mesh cage. So this is all layered mesh, and then it's put into a mold, and then filled with a matrix, and in total it becomes a mesh reinforced or mat reinforced UHPC panel. If you are changing the properties of the steel, then you can also address certain types of behaviors or properties you want to tailor it to. So here you have very ductile steel on the C curve, for example, and that is a UHPC panel which then dissipates all the energy. So you can use these types of applications for anti-terrorist panels, for example. You can use them for earthquake to dissipate energy. So it is a perfect material for these types of applications. So because of its high ductility, which you can see here, yeah. And when it even after the cracking, it has a post-tensile capacity, because then still the fibers are acting. It is very predictable, which is really nice, because the mats are so clearly laid out that when you measure it and then you take the predicted capacity of the material, it's absolutely on par. It's different from when you use fiber reinforced concrete, because with fibers you have a very unpredictable distribution of the fibers inside the matrix, and that you need to take into account. So that's why the safety factors for fiber reinforced concrete are much higher than they are for mat reinforced concrete. You can embed embeds into the concrete very easily. So before you cast everything, you put these embeds in, and there's no issue with pullout. There is sometimes an issue with pullout when you have fiber reinforced concrete, because you cannot be 100% sure that the fibers are dispersing around the embed. So often you just use local mats and then you use fiber and the rest. But if you have fiber or mat reinforced concrete, it's addressed automatically. And here you have a little case study of using mat reinforced concrete. It's an energy facility in Germany. It's 10-foot long panels, 2 inches thick, so extremely slender panels, and they all have been prefabricated and loaded on site. One of the specific features of these types of panels is, so it's a solar thermal application. The panels are filled with basically a mesh of tubes, which then are filled with glycol, and there is an energy exchange from the outside of the skin of the building and the inside. And so the overall energy exchange is 22 kilowatts, which you can then harvest just by this type of application. You can also invert it when you're trying to cool down the building the summer, for example. So it's a quite interesting application. Summarizing quickly, so if you have fiber reinforced concrete, it's on the left side. If you have matte reinforced concrete on the right side, they have pretty similar compressive strength. The matte reinforced concrete is much more predictable in its tensile capacity, and therefore it can be designed to much higher tensile capacity. The safety factor can be lower in total, and the steel volume can be also much higher. So there is good applications for both materials. It really depends on what the application is you want to use it for. Quick outlook. So you can really use UHPC for monocoque structures, structural walls, larger spans. You can use it for very fine surfaces. And what is really interesting, you can actually 3D print it. And I want to show some images just about that very briefly. So this is an application of UHPC printed, which is really interesting. So you can even combine the printings together. You see here an application of plastic printed, steel printed. So you could even print steel mesh and then you print concrete around it. So you wouldn't need any formwork anymore. And that, I would say, is really one of the main directions UHPC will go into. And this is just a closing image from Heatherwick, which is showing a very nice application of concrete surfaces. I thought we're going to leave this as a background images, and we have 5 more minutes, so it's not necessarily much of a discussion, but maybe we can talk a little bit about the material.
Thank you, Hauke. Thank you. Before you all get up, I have a question for each candidate. So Ross, I remember you told me, and this was not presented by you, that you had some issues at the little building with anchors that were pulling out of panels sometimes. Can you elaborate on this first?
Yeah, so I mean, first of all, I would say that in terms of the architectural finish, the color, the control we had over that, the texture, absolutely, and the detail that we could get on the molds was all really, really good. During the erection process, when the erector was hanging some of the panels, they really have to be quite physical to get them onto the anchor points. And when they were doing that, the embeds in the UHPC panels sometimes were getting pulled out.
Which were fiber reinforced, correct?
They were fiber reinforced, yeah.
Hauke, question for you. You said the fiber reinforced UHPC can corrode. How is it with the matte reinforced concrete? Why would that not corrode as well using the mesh?
I mean, with the matte reinforced concrete, you totally have control about the placement of the steel. So it stays inside, and therefore there is no issue actually that any corrosion can happen, because the density of the matrix is so high that you just need to have very few concrete cover, and then there is no corrosion happening.
So you wouldn't use 100% stainless steel on the matte reinforcement?
No, you can use any steel, carbon steel, whatever. Yeah.
Okay, very good. Then. Ross, to you, what do you think is an appropriate answer from architecture for this novel material? Have we fully exploited this as a design community, as an industry yet, or is there other applications thinkable?
Well, the 3D printing side of it is fascinating to me, but we also, essentially it's a material that you can mold into any shape that you want. And when we worked with Autodesk and BuildSpace, at Elkis Manfredi, we're not in the business of recreating historic buildings necessarily. However, we thought if we can really recreate this neo-Gothic detailed style with our three-dimensional design capabilities and the capabilities of this material, then we could do any contemporary architecture that we wanted. And you actually showed an image of the BU Booth Theatre, which is also ultra-high performance concrete. That our office produced for Boston University, and it's a very different approach to using the material.
Can I quickly elaborate on that? Because that is really one thing I also realized. I mean, when we just looking at the, let's say, development of architecture, it always had these distinct points when material developments also then transferred into architectural expressions, you know. It was, when they started, the Romans started to basically put stones together into an arch. Or when, Frégénet, for example, started to use wire mesh and put concrete around it, and suddenly concrete was born, and bridges which were before stone bridges, and then they couldn't really make anything out of it, so they had a concrete core and a stone cladding, and at some point they said, hey, just leave out the stone, let's just make it an architectural expression of the concrete. So one thing which I think is still in the air is an architectural answer to UHPC, because it has different properties. You have larger spans, you have more texture and slenderness and so on. And I think we need to, as an architectural community, need to think about how we're gonna respond to that and find an aesthetic answer to this type of new material, because UHPC buildings don't necessarily need to look like any other building which we saw. So I'm interested in how this is going to be looking like, but it might be something which anybody here in the room can try to answer in the future, I guess.
Thank you very much. Maybe one last question for you, Hauke. Using this material structurally, how do you foresee that? You elaborated this as a future outlook. How can you see this maybe even as a structural exoskeleton, as a wall?
Yeah, definitely.
What could be the expression?
There is really interesting examples where, different, away from a curtain wall where you have a structural column behind it and then you just, hang the curtain wall in front of it. You can, with UHPC, because it has such a slenderness and it's so controllable in its geometry, you can merge the two layers together and basically have a structural core, maybe some columns, and then you have an exterior exoskeleton structure out of UHPC, which then is, filled with glass, whichever needed. And I think UHPC definitely is one of the predominant materials to be used as a structural wall. So also something, going in the direction of finding an architectural answer to the new material.
Thank you. And Ross, last question for you. In your future work that you're designing, are you contemplating the use of this, or are you designing other projects using UHPC, and if so, in which manner?
It's always, on the table for discussion. Every project needs a material that's appropriate for it, but having used it a few times in the office now, I think that it's got some great qualities, and we'll more than likely use it again.
Thank you both. Thank you all for your attention and interest. Thank you. Yeah, please. Any questions from the audience? We're happy to take.
Hi, I'm sure, directing my question to Mr. Hoffman. I'm sure you have a great product, but I'd like to express some disagreement with some of the comments you made regarding lightweight honeycomb panels with stone. My name is Clement Zanzuri. I own a company called Stoneworks. We make a product, Trimstone.
You can do that one-to-one with.
Yeah, I think we take this offline.
The question is, where do you get the information that lightweight stone panels delaminate and that they're not to code and their carbon imprint is 105, as you said? Do you have any backing to that?
Yes. So first of all, honeycomb is not in the code in Germany, for example. It's not allowed for use.
In Germany, not in the United States.
No, I'm just giving you an example. For a good reason. There has been numerous failures in honeycomb, both in thermal systems, but also over time with a delamination between two materials that thermally expand completely differently, but both volumetrically as linearly. And if you have aluminum, which expands volumetrically 7 times as much as stone, you don't have to wonder if it's just glued together that they don't stick, because there's no bond breaker.
By the way.
Yeah, no, I'm not condoning any. There's different types of honeycomb, so thank you for that. But there has been a lot of failures in the US, like even Temple University, the engineering center, the limestone is falling off the wall. This is even a US manufacturer. I could name you many more. It is just because you're forcing two materials together that thermally behave differently, which is why our system has a bond breaker, like precast, stone-faced precast, and a mechanical anchor between the stone and UHPC. That is just long-term the right option, because then the materials can contract and expand over the annual temperature cycle.
With Chinese honeycomb, I agree with you 100%.
Thank you. No, and look, there's no specific criticism of any manufacturer. This is just a trend in the marketplace. And unfortunately, in England, after the Grenfell fire, they don't even specify honeycomb anymore, because they had also issues in fire situations. But I appreciate the question. Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions on more UHPC? Yes. So the audience can hear you.
When you do the 3D printing of the UHPC, do the different layers of strata integrate? Because you were talking about the fibers.
So you have to differentiate now. If you want to print fiber reinforced UHPC, you have a challenge. The nozzle has to allow the fibers to penetrate. Right. So that is less fine. So you get these elephant-like looking print lines. The system that Hauke presented with the mesh has the beauty that the slurry only has a very, very fine aggregate, so the nozzle can be much finer. So the trick there is that you have the steel printed beforehand, and then you come as a second step with the actual slurry extrusion or infiltration. And that is a two-step printing process versus a one-step printing process.
I mean, one of the challenges when you're using normal concrete is the coarse aggregate size, right? So because you need to make sure that all the concrete can distribute it within the mesh or whatever the reinforcement is. The good thing about UHPC is because you don't really use coarse aggregates, you just have a very, very fine matrix. It can distribute very easily into the last corner of the piece. So you can actually print a steel cage or a steel mesh, which is very fine, and then just fill it with the UHPC matrix, and by that have it's a mixed approach, but by that really have the UHPC printed.
Yeah, I was thinking of a helical UPC stair.
Yes. So there's a lot of research ongoing in both the US and in France and in Germany in this. Even big manufacturers like Sika are looking into that. So you will be seeing a lot of parametric designs and designs that have not been previously possible. So it's blending another category of architecture into this material category. Thank you very much for your interest.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for sticking around and witnessing what was another great presentation by Philip and Hauke and Ross. Please, thank you for joining us. Another fantastic example of marrying two materials, right, or potentially more materials with UHPC. Again, please join us for the cocktails later on. Thank you all for staying for the day. Wonderful event, and hope to see you next year.
Thank you. Just a round of applause for Eric. I think he was great. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation to do this. We've recorded today's event, so the permissions which we have, the presentations we have permission to share with, we'll share that with you. And we look forward to hosting you next time. I hope you enjoyed today's experience at Zak World of Façades, and see you next year. The bar is open. Thanks to Walter Pimo. Cheers. Bye.